Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. All right, welcome. This is episode 309 of my art stream. I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit. Let me know if you guys are watching, if the audio is coming in okay. So basically, for episode 309, this is a spicy episode. Double check my audio. I know there have been some issues, so I want to make sure. Yep, okay, audio seems like it's coming in clear. You'll have to let me know. Today's going to be a spicy crumble stream. This is going to be spicy. We're going to work on comics. We're going to work on rendering page 81 of Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I got a good chunk of it penciled on my time out of stream, and so I plan on kind of working on that. We're going to be hopefully rendering, my hope is the entire page for this stream, and we'll see how much of the Donald Trump indictment we can get through. I want to... I listened to this the other day while I was penciling. It's about an hour and 30 minutes. And it's on a site on YouTube called The Bulwark, in which they read out the entire indictment, and I think it'll be I think it's to me, I think our responsibility as citizens of this country is to kind of stay at least slightly informed about what's going on. And I think that in going through the indictment itself, I think people who are backing our Cheeto president, our former Cheeto president, might actually find out why so many people have been disturbed by Trump and his actions, considering there's so much in this indictment. It's shocking. And you want to keep in mind, usually the federal government does not pansy around indictments, if that's a good word for it. My point being, when the government kind of brings indictments, usually they have a lot of evidence to back themselves up. So we're going to go through the Trump indictment, and it's going to be a pain to get through, but so is comics. I'm just checking my lighting here. So is comics. So what we're going to do is we're going to get through page 81, and then I'm going to try to comment on the indictment, and we'll see how that goes. This isn't usually a political stream, but every once in a while I'll, if something's newsworthy or entertaining, I'll go through it. And in this case, I mean, what could be more entertaining and newsworthy than the third indictment of our former president? This one probably the most damning of all of them. And also this one is utterly disturbing when you start hearing some of the things that, will probably be coming to light during the trial. It is it is just straight up conspiracy to overturn the election results, and not like, they aren't making as bold of a claim to say that that Trump like planned January 6th, but they get pretty. I mean, if we're talking about conspiracy to overturn the electoral college and delay so that you can replace the electoral college with your own personal electoral college, with a vast conspiracy involving reaching out to, I think it's like 6 different states to try to get the states themselves to overturn the electorate and the population. And that's kind of what this is going to get into, and the details of that and how it went down. And again, you want to remember, when the federal government does indictments, usually they're not going to write stuff that they can't just pin heavily on you. Like, they're rarely, you got to remember what brought down Al Capone was, they got him on tax evasion, right? They never were able to prove a lot of the mob connections, but they just found him on tax evasion. That's what they charged him with, and they charged him heavy, and that brought down, one of the most notorious mobsters. When we're talking about federal charges, again, like, the everything listed in here, I can guarantee you that, like, come time of trial, they're going to have insane amounts of evidence to back every single point of this indictment, including, it sounds like, about 6 witnesses, from what I understand. So it's going to be interesting to see and listen to. Hopefully, you guys are down. I know for those of you who are like just hardcore dug in and are going to back our orange leader um, to the grave. Like, I know a lot of you have probably already shut it off in like a minute when you heard that I was going to go over the indictment, because I think a lot of, this is my own opinion. This is, again, Spicy Josh stream. And again, we're going to work on comics. But I think a lot of you guys out there have the method of like, I'll just put my head in the sand like an ostrich and like just pretend that it's all the libs, or it's all just fiction. Like, it's a grand conspiracy against Donald Trump. Like, there's this whole theory out there that, like, anything, I mean, when the Epstein case happened a while ago, I know so many people on the right who just went above and beyond to just be like, oh, well, Trump was like only going to the island privately because, he's just doing research to stop it. Like, the amount of um the amount of like mental exercises that I've seen people who are right leaning that are pro Trump go to just completely deny the culpability, the fact that, like, he's paid off. I mean, this is a man who paid off prostitutes, right? He paid off prostitutes to like hush money so that he could run his campaign. He tried to, basically, um, hold Ukraine hostage to have them dig up fake dirt on his opponent, his political opponent, by using congressionally passed, approved defense weapons that we were going to provide to Ukraine before Ukraine was invaded for like the third time on their sovereign territory. He used that to try to basically dig up dirt about Biden. And now this again, like, there's so, I mean, the great and brilliant thing about Donald Trump is the fact that he does like scattershot theory. And in my time under him as a president, it's been shocking how much he does that's just beyond the pale. Like, he's just like a straight up criminal. And yet he does so many crimes and lies so often and does it so much that it's like trying to stop like one little have you ever fired like a salt round in a shotgun? Like, part of what makes a salt round really powerful is the fact that the salt just spreads everywhere and it's like a big impact, but it's like you can't. It's like if you had the ability to like stop like a piece of salt in a salt round, you're grabbing for one. I'm just saying this is what it feels like with Trump. You're trying to point out the one, and there's like a million things like coming at you, and so the second you like can prove one, you're hit by like 20 more, and I think that this indictment highlights some of the nefarious nature of our former leader and how close we came to losing our democracy. Which I know people on the right are going to be like, "Oh, we're not in a democracy; we're in a republic," and blah blah blah. Okay, great, but the thing is, even if we're in a representative, like republic or whatever, he literally tried to overthrow the electoral system in our nation, and even basically overthrow the electors. So either way you view it, he either was trying to overthrow the republic or he was trying to overthrow the democracy. Whichever you want to, if you view it as a republic, that's fine. Point being, this indictment is really damning, and it's really interesting, and I can't wait to kind of get into it and dig into it. And I just look forward to the amount of just ignorant comments that are going to come from people who follow my work and support this orange man. But if they even get this far, because I think a lot of the time it's like you're just going to be in your funnel, you're going to listen to people who are saying he's good, and you're not going to be listening to facts, like actual facts of things that have happened under his administration and like how deep it goes, and what the implications are to that. Like, I think one thing that's positive that's come out of like the whole Trump era is it's really exposed to me how many like decent people, like quote unquote decent, rational human beings, because of the support of a leader, can get fall deep into a cult where they will not hear any sort of dissent or disagreement or criticism about said leader. It's shocking to me. It's interesting. The one thing that it's taught me is to be careful with my own leaders or my own political stances, to try to avoid. Like, I don't want to be the Trump or die type, and I've seen so many of these people come out, and it's just absurd. And then again, as a person who's a Christian too, I find it extra disturbing because, when you're a Christian, if you're calling yourself a Christian, truth should be like number one priority. Like the whole idea, I mean, like the whole thing behind Christianity is I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father through me except through me, right? Like, truth is not only fundamental, it's supposed to be fundamental for Christians, but it's also supposed to be the basis of like an element of God. Like, God literally defines himself as truth. So like, if we're consciously, as people who are claiming that belief, consciously lying because we want our little political agenda passed through, I'm just saying we, metaphorically here, what kind of message does that send to the rest of the world, if you're allowing uh, mistruth to just kind of continue and just get deeper and deeper into like a crazy rabbit hole where you have to like come up with conspiracy after conspiracy to justify your backing of a political figure. It's just insane. And so it's going to be interesting to see. Gary said butter emails. He's goofing. Of course, I think I actually got the link to this, what we're going to watch here from the Bulwark, from Gary Hodges. So I think he's interested in you guys checking out the indictment too. It's kind of like, historically, it's an important thing for people to pay attention to, especially because like if you don't read this thing and then you vote for this man, you've lost the plot. Like, you've lost the plot entirely. And don't call yourself a patriot. That's another key. Is like a lot of people who are like pro Trump call themselves like America loving patriots. Don't call yourself a patriot if you're literally supporting a man who tried to overthrow the entire system, the constitutional structure that has held our democratic republic. I'll even give you that. That's held that together foundationally since the beginning of our country. It's just, again, like, check out, open your ears and check out this indictment, and also let's work on some art, because I'm not a political commentator, but I do have opinions, and I don't believe in the idea of like kowtowing to some moron, like, who's like, you can't talk about your opinions, and then supposedly is for free speech. Okay, I'm fired up. Let's do a spicy stream. Gary said the past few years has caused me to believe the Dark Knight would be more realistic if 30% of Gotham was rallying to have the Joker released, because at least he's not the establishment. That's totally true. Gary said, it is important. I understand and sympathize with people who are fatigued with all of this, but the crimes Trump is accused of are serious, and the guy is a front runner on the R side. Well, here's another thing. This is another thing. This is the third indictment, right? The indictment number 2, we don't really need to go over, but let's just, like, there is almost conclusive evidence that Donald Trump had, actual, like, top secret documents, like the highest secrets of our country, like battle plans for wars with other countries, like locations of nuclear facilities, like probably locations of power plants all throughout our country. And he was keeping that in a box in a ballroom in Mar-a-Lago. And that's not this indictment. Okay. And like, at a ballroom and at a publicly accessible bathroom at his resort. Like, we're like, here's the thing that's sad about this is, like, if you're a spy for another country, all you needed to do was just have somebody send an application to work at Mar-a-Lago as like a bellboy, and you could have access to every single state secret that like the highest classifications in the country. So that was indictment number 2. Okay. This is the third. So that's already damning. Like, for anybody who believes in our country and the importance of security, it's just like, that's absurd. I mean, and he acknowledged not having the authority to have those documents on recording. But again, I know it's talking to a brick wall. Like, I know that anyone who follows my channel who's pro Trump has probably turned it off the second it said anything slightly negative about Trump. And that's okay. I think that's partially because they're fragile, and and that's okay. It's just one of those weird things of, like, constantly looking at people on the left and calling them like snowflakes and fragile and all of this stuff, SJWs, that kind of thing. And yet, like, the Trump supporters are so fragile that I don't think they can even check out it, like, read a full indictment, and realize that, like, these indictments, like, for anyone familiar, do not come without heavy amounts of evidence. But I will say, that was the second indictment. This third indictment, if it doesn't disturb you, I don't know what's wrong. I don't think you're American. Like, I'll make that statement. If this indictment doesn't disturb you, I don't think either one, you're probably, like, not really a fan of America or the Constitution. And number 2, if this doesn't disturb you, even if you think the whole thing, maybe you think the thing's made up, but, like, just hypothetically for a minute, think what would be the implications if this is actually true. If every bullet point, as we listen through this, if every bullet point is true, what are the implications? And if you can't connect those implications to something very dire to our country, you're either mentally challenged, which in that case, okay, cool. I'm tolerant of other uh, levels of intelligence, or you're just like really against America and the idea of America and the founding of this country, and you're against the Constitution 100%. If this isn't disturbing, um, so anyhow, that's my again spicy stream today. We are going to get political. I know for like snowflakes out there who can't handle political discussion with their art and only want to like buy comics by guys like Eric July and like like I don't like politics in my comic. I'm gonna buy a comic because this guy's a political commentator I agree with, but I don't like politics in my comics. Stop the ruse. You guys like politics in your comics. You know it. You know it. You know, like if you're a right winger or whatever, you love politics in your comics. That's why people bought Isom or whatever. It was politics. It wasn't about like I hate this whole ruse of like we just want to go back to the days where there's no political statements in our comments. But I like this guy who says his comics gonna own the libs. Like I'm gonna support that guy. Let's stop the ruse and just all accept we all like politics. It's just we don't like politics we don't agree with, and that's okay. Okay, let's see here. Gary said that side seems to pivot to, well, they all do stuff like this, ignorant of or being dishonest about the qualitative and quantitative differences. Yeah, 100%. Let's put it this way: no president, like you know what? I'm not a big fan of Reagan. I'm like Reagan. Look into Iran Contra. It's pretty backed historically that Reagan literally delayed the release of hostages, hostages in the U.S. for a re-election campaign. Like they weren't U.S. held in the U.S. They were held in Iran, and there's a ton of documentation backing the fact that like Reagan literally held those delayed releasing the hostages for his campaign to get reelected. That was pretty shady and dirty. But I'll get like again, as much as I dislike Reagan, like not even Reagan would have stooped to this level. But W wouldn't have stooped to this level. Like there's we've literally never had a president who got this dirty. Okay. And they get dirty. All of them do. Okay. But like, this is an exceptional level of dirty. And we're going to see that as we go through this indictment. But again, I know anybody who's like pro Trump or whatever, what could we call, I don't know, the MAGA crowd is going to basically, again, like put their head in the sand, ostrich up and be like, I'm not listening, la la la. It's insane. And it's sad to me. It's sad to me that will happen, but that's also the nature of it. So all I can do as a person who believes in truth and rationality is kind of try to highlight when these things happen. And again, like, I've done my duty. So like all I can do is like try to help this information spread. Maybe there's like one right winger who hasn't lost their mind, who might like listen through this, maybe even hate listen, and maybe through that actually read the indictment rather than the Fox News spin of the indictment. Okay. Whew. I'm fiery and spicy today, guys. Yeah. Gary said politics have always been in comics and movies. People were just just too young to notice them. And then Gary said LBJ knew the Vietnam was lost but stayed in, fearing the next election. There are lots of examples. Trump has just several orders of different. Yeah, he's a unique person. But I know the Trump supporters. It's just like, oh no, you can't insult my guy. Ooh. All right. Spicy Kemble stream. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to our comic. Okay, this is the page that we're rendering. This is page 81. And I'm feeling a lot of energy about this one. We're going to go ahead and put on our little commentary thing. Boom. Again, this is the bulwark. If you want to hear the entire indictment without my persuasive. I'm just kidding. I wish I could persuade. I wish I could persuade these lunatics that support this guy, but I feel like nothing I can say can persuade people. I mean, there's it's like I mean, these are people who like didn't read the Mueller report or whatever, and like and and think that the Mueller report somehow vindicated Trump, which it didn't. You have to read it. Like, but again, they didn't read it. And so they're like, oh, the Mueller report was just a hoax. It was a big left. No, the Mueller report was really damning. This is worse. But again, like if you put your head in the sand and just kind of like hum and pretend that your guy didn't just get like there's not a bunch of disturbing stuff that just came out about this person at this point, I don't even think this as damning as it is, I don't even think this is going to break through, because I think at this point, I hate to say it, I think if you're that defensive of this guy, I think at this point you're in a cult. And much like a cult, it's like, if I'm a Scientologist or whatever, it's like, I'm not going to say anything negative about David Miscavige, right? Because he's the head of Scientology. You don't criticize him or you're excommunicated. It's like that. It's very much like that. I get that feeling when I'm talking to like people who still double down for Trump. It's like talking to somebody at a Scientology center and trying to get them to see logic. And they're like, but I hold the things and it clears me of the thetans from outer space. Like it's that level of incognition is what we're dealing with out there. Hey, if you don't like it, that's okay. This is a spicy stream. We'll have streams that aren't spicy, but I'm gonna speak my mind on this one. So yeah, and again, I apologize if I have to criticize your dear leader, but when you hear this, yeah, I would say like you guys could just pick a different guy. Yeah, you could just pick a different Republican. Why does it have to be him? He's not a good person. Well, it has to be Trump because, like, my wife was like trying to figure out why does it have to be Trump? Like, why can't they just kind of like pick a different person on the right? Well, here's why it has to be Trump. And this is my theory on it. And then we'll get into the indictment and working on art and stuff. I think my theory on it is it's like a sunk cost fallacy, like to the point where people have backed this guy. He's been blatantly like racist. He's lied like almost every single speech that he says and not even bothered to try to do it in a slick political way. He has a giant support base of white nationalists who literally call themselves Nazis. Like, and again, like all of these things have happened. He held Ukraine hostage. He's almost got us into a nuclear war. Like this guy has committed so many. I can't even list all of them. And he's done nothing legislatively, effectively. So like he promised he was going to build a wall. He didn't build the wall. And so it's like, I think the cognitive dissonance that's required to back this guy at this point, I think people are so dug in that to admit that now they made a mistake to back this guy where they've accepted so many lies. It's like having to accept that you got conned. And that's a classic con where it's like nobody wants to admit they got conned. And at this point, a lot of people are financially, emotionally, maybe they lost relationships or friendships because of this guy. So if like, let's say you severed family connections or something like that for Trump, right? then now like you have to be like, oh my gosh, I did this for a con man. Like, oh man, I've been arguing for a con man. Oh, like that reflects badly on me. That can't be it. So it's like a cult thing where you get so dug in and start learning the new terminology. And, you learn your terms to use for your enemies like SJW and Snowflake and stuff. Like, you've got the vocabulary down. You've got a community built from it. If you reject this guy, your community's gone. It's a cult. It's a cult. That's why people can't abandon Trump, because at this point, they have sunk so much cost that it's just going to be identity shattering for supporters to actually wake up and get out of the cult. Okay, so have fun with that. And again, for you fragile folks out there who are like, oh, I'm sorry, it's a spicy stream. You know what's great? At some point, I'm going to pick somebody on the left to do this with too, just to like mess with people, just to show like no one's safe. But unfortunately, right now, this is the worst. Like the one of the worst things I can possibly think of. Any like as dark and crazy as politics get, this indictment is so bad, and I don't think people realize it. It's also stupid, which is surprising. So again, it's like we would have possibly lost our democracy were it not for Trump literally being like a cartoon supervillain about stuff. And the fact that he was a cartoon supervillain, luckily there were people on the right that had even gone far into Trump country, and they were like, no, that's kind of cartoon supervillain behavior. I can't support that. He was like, just again, it's just, I think the interesting thing about Trump is like a lot of politicians have like evil thoughts or evil intentions, and they like smoothly try to navigate it. But Trump's the guy who like, he'll call like the governor of a state and be like, I don't like the election results, you should change them. And they're like, I kind of can't do that. And he's like, well, if you can't, it'd be a shame if you got prosecuted. He's like a mob boss, like a cartoon mob boss. And yet he got really far being that obvious about it. Again, that also should disturb us, because imagine you have somebody like more skillful and tactful doing the same things that Trump did. Like somebody who could actually get legislation through. Because again, Trump's a joke. He couldn't get legislation through. Again, like, where's your wall? Where's your wall, Trump people? Where's your wall? That was like a primary part of his campaign. What'd you get? You got like a wall that could like block my backyard. Like, you don't have a wall. Why couldn't he get the wall? Because he can't work with other people, because he sucks at it. He fired like half his staff. Most of his staff ended up like resigning. The guy is really bad at politics. And as much as you might disagree with Biden, at least Biden gets stuff done. And you might not like that stuff, but at least he gets it done. Anyhow. Okay. I hope you guys are fired up. We're going to listen to, let's see here. We're going to play a trailer, and then we're going to get into comics, and we're going to listen to this indictment. And I guess some of us are going to listen to this indictment. A lot of the cultists probably won't get past past this point. Okay, so here we go. We've got okay, we're gonna we're gonna watch the trailer for Jacob's Apartment, and then we're going to work on page 81 pencils. And oh my gosh, we're gonna have politics in comics. Except this isn't even in my comics. It's on my live stream while I'm making a comic that has nothing to do with politics. Okay, here we go. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of Nice. Philip Chandler said, I could make a comic about a parrot that swallowed a clock. Now politics. I love it. I don't think I've heard that joke. That is an extraordinary dad joke there. Congratulations, Philip. You've impressed me. And I feel like I'm pretty like good at the dad jokes. And that was a new one for me. Okay. Um, this is a spicy crumble stream. If you're not ready for the spice, or if you're in the cult of Trump, it might be a little hard for your fragile mind to handle. So we're gonna continue, and hopefully, you know, hopefully we get some knowledge from it. And we're gonna actually listen to the indictment. And what's great about this Bulwark YouTube, uh, of the indictment is there's no commentary on it. It's just facts. It's just like, here's the indictment, word for word. And it'll take about an hour for us to get through. I think that'll keep me company whilst working on shading this page. There's one other update I have to do before we get into the super spicy stuff and we start digging into the dirt, like the literal dirt that has been unearthed about our shitty ex-president. Um, let's see here. Okay, couple things. The collaboration that I've been talking about for a couple I guess a couple weeks now, is in full swing. We have the pitch kind of built out, like text wise. And right now, what I need to do is go through the script, which was originally written for film. And my job at this point, it's been split into two sections. And so my job is to kind of go through it, revise it, and comic it up a little bit. And I've agreed to kind of take on that with this writer that I'm collaborating with, that I can't wait to announce because they've sold millions of books. But that's where we're at on that project. So that's what I want to do after I finish coloring this page. And hopefully that's today. We'll see. I don't think this is as crazy as the crowd scene. So we're going to tone this page and we're going to listen to our former Cheeto and Chief and check out what he has to say. Let me know
The
if
following is a
coming in.
reading of the indictment of Donald Trump for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Parts of the text have been edited for clarity and ease of listening. The recording was produced using an artificial voice generator.
By the way, full thing, I just want to give credit where credit's due. This is on the Bulwark. The title is Listen to the Third Indictment of Donald Trump for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Boom.
In the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, United States of America v. Donald J. Trump.
And let me know if
Violations.
the audio's coming in.
Count 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Count 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. Count 3, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. Count 4, conspiracy against rights. Indictment. The grand jury charges that at all times material to this indictment, on or about the dates and at the approximate times stated below, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, was the 45th president of the United States and a candidate for re-election in...
By the way, so this is going to go into all the counts and stuff like that, but when you hear those counts, right, and you're like using your like Blue Lives Matter flag, and you're all about law and order, I just want you to just enjoy the fact that you like, yeah, I mean, like, okay, so here's the thing. You're dealing with, like, you're going to be voting for a felon. That's basically it. So enjoy that. You're supporting a felon to run our country, and supposedly about law and order. But then again, there was an attempt to literally coup and overthrow the transition of power in our country. And if at this point you're still in support of that, then I could imagine wanting a felon to run your country, or somebody with felony charges, is just like pretty standard. Because you'd rather have like a pseudo felon, like, like somebody like Hillary Clinton, where there's a lot of implied stuff. You like the implications, but when it comes to a real world villain, that's who you want running our country. All right, let's continue.
2020.
My dog's
The
worked up
defendant
about
lost
Trump.
the 2020 presidential election. Despite having lost,
Bernie.
the defendant was determined to remain in power.
If you have an hour this week, you can learn 100
Oh, this
songs
is
on the
just an
piano
ad.
by learning just 4 chords. These. Check it out.
So for more than 2 months
I don't know why the
following
dog's
Election
sleeping.
Day on November 3rd,
You heard
2020, the defendant spread lies that there had been outcome determinative fraud in the election and that he had actually won. These claims were false.
Oh, by the way, so there's a couple things I want to check before we proceed. One is, let me know if you guys can hear the video that I'm playing in the chats. Obviously, it might be hard to hear with the dog just flipping out and barking. But also, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I should tell you guys where we're at in the script. So at this point, Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert Browning have gone to see Bosco, a magician at the time, the guy who invented the cup and ball routine in magic. And he was around at the same era of time. So they went to a local theater, La Teatro Niccolini, to go see this magician. And it's kind of like a peace offering from Robert, because they've just had an argument because Robert basically kicked a spiritualist that Elizabeth is a fan of out of their house because he was rude, and they had kind of a conflict. So now they're going backstage because they've been invited backstage, partially from Elizabeth's notoriety at the time, because you have to remember, when this book is written, Elizabeth Barrett Browning is very famous as a poet in England. And so now they're going backstage, and so we're seeing backstage of Bosco. That's kind of where we're at. And there's a little bit of distorted perspective on the first panel, but I kind of like it. And I'm going to make it work. So, okay, let's continue.
False, and the defendant knew that they were false.
Yep.
But the defendant repeated and widely disseminated them anyway to make his...
Okay, so the knowledge of falsity thing is a good thing to pay attention to, because again, he's claimed ignorance on a lot of things. Even the previous indictment, he was like, well, I didn't know they were top secret materials. And then there's literally like an audio recording of him saying, I know these are top secret materials, and technically I didn't declassify them, so I kind of can't be showing these to you, but anyway, isn't this shocking? And it's like on tape, like recorded. And again, I know the ostriches are just going to put their head in the sand and be like, oh, it was a fake recording, it was whatever way you can justify your guy. Okay, let's continue.
Knowingly false claims appear legit.
But the knowledge of the falsity is a big deal if it comes to like federal charges. And so the fact that they have evidence to kind of back up this claim should be really concerning for those of you who are big fans of Chester Cheeto. Okay, let's continue.
Legitimate, create an intense national atmosphere of mistrust and anger, and erode public faith in the administration of the election. The defendant had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election, and even to claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud during the election.
So here's the thing, you have freedom of speech, and that freedom even includes lying, right? Like, yeah, you can do that. Political speech is protected in this country. The one thing you can't do, though, is an active conspiracy to undermine the US government. That's where you actually end up with like federal issues. And that's where this is going to get real interesting as we go through it, because they're going to start mentioning witnesses. And again, they're just calling them like person A, person B, that kind of stuff. But you have to realize this is the federal government has lined up all of these ducks, and these ducks are going to exist. Again, the federal government doesn't usually just charge without cause or backing. They usually have these things pretty bulletproofed by the time they write up an indictment. Okay, let's continue.
Election, and that he had won. He was also entitled to formally challenge the results of the election through lawful and appropriate means, such as by seeking recounts or audits of the popular vote in states, or filing lawsuits challenging ballots and procedures. Indeed, in many cases, the defendant did pursue these methods of contesting the election results. His efforts to change the outcome in any state through recounts, audits, or legal challenges were uniformly unsuccessful.
Yep.
Shortly after Election Day,
that's one of the most bizarre things to me about the Trumpsters too, is a lot of them are convinced that somehow that these court proceedings, that Trump was just doing these like ridiculous claims all throughout like different state and federal courts. And it's like none of them went through. And what's funny is even Giuliani, like his lawyer, when he was making some of these claims, like kept saying stuff to the press, but then when they were under oath, they were just like, yeah, I don't know. We don't really have evidence. Like they filed a claim, and then once they're under oath, and there's like repercussions, and like you could get nailed for like mistruth. They mostly were just like, yeah, we just heard some weird things. Do you have any proof of that? No. The voting machines were rigged, and then under oath, they're like, well, I mean, we think. Well, okay. Do you have any proof of that? No. But then when they do press releases, they're like, oh my gosh, they rigged the machines. Because, like, again, if your head's not in the sand, you could understand why that would be. Why that would be is the lawyers would be disbarred if they lied in court. Like, that's why. Okay? Like, anyhow, let's continue. But like, if they lie to the press, whatever, not a big deal, especially when you're not committing libel. However, those who did commit libel and started naming the actual company that made the voting machines, you'll notice that they actually had to pay out a massive settlement for that, because that was, again, libel. You can't slander and libel somebody or a company publicly and cost them income without repercussion. Gary said, right, the best guess of what Trump's defense will be is he truly believed he had won. That can be a defense, but there's a legal concept of willful blindness, meaning basically he should have known. Well, here's the thing. As this indictment goes, like, I agree with you, Gary. I think that's probably going to be his best defense. But as this indictment goes, it sounds like there's so much evidence to just back that's a lie for him to not be able to even make that claim. But we'll see.
The defendant also pursued unlawful means of discounting legitimate votes and subverting the election results. In so doing, the defendant perpetrated 3 criminal conspiracies.
Here they are.
A conspiracy to defraud the United...
Well, let me pause here for any of my right-leaning friends who can't handle data or information. This might be the time to like tune out so you can ostrich up and pretend your guy isn't a federal criminal, potentially, or very likely a federal criminal. Because again, like, if you want to support a felon and pretend they're not potentially a felon, then now might be the time to like go to another YouTube channel, because it's your cognitive dissonance is gonna have a lot of trouble as we continue through this. But I'm guessing most of you can't even do it. I even noticed, like, as I was going, there's like an uptick of like people watching live, and then like as it starts getting into the actual like facts of the case, you're gonna see that drop off, because again, anybody who even slightly leans pro-Trump at this point will be probably just tuned out. I'll hold out hope that maybe some of you are made of bigger steel than that, but I don't know. I doubt it.
United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to impair, obstruct, and defeat the lawful federal government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, and certified by the federal government. B. A conspiracy to corruptly obstruct and impede the January 6th congressional...
By the way, conspiracy to impede a governmental process is a felony. I think I read somewhere recently that if you add up all the indictments and like, let's say he gets like half of those charges, I think Trump is looking at somewhere like 600 and something years in jail. So these are some serious crimes, guys. However, the thing is, if you decide that you aren't for law and order and you want to kind of protect a felon, then you could always vote him back into office so that he can drop his own charges and basically skirt the law. That's always an option too. I'm guessing that's the option most people who like the Orange Man will be taking.
Proceeding at which the collected results of the presidential election are counted and certified, the certification proceeding. C. A conspiracy against the right to vote and to have one's vote counted. Each of these conspiracies, which built on the widespread mistrust the defendant was creating through pervasive and destabilizing lies about election fraud, targeted a bedrock function of the United States federal government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election.
You know what's funny? When I was younger, I remember reading about Nixon and just being shocked that there were people who were like pro Nixon at that time. I was like, nobody was backing Nixon. Like nobody would be okay with like, basically like spying on your opposition in such a like nefarious manner. No one's going to back that up at the time. I'm glad our country's really moved on from that kind of nonsense where somebody would back that, And meanwhile, congratulations to the modern right. You guys are now the new generation that's backing Tricky Dick. Except this time, there's more damning evidence. The implications on our country are a million times worse than Nixon's offense. And guess what? Like, it's like that moment of, are we the baddies? Yes, you are the baddies. Okay, let's continue.
The federal government function. Count 1. Conspiracy to defraud the United States. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 of this indictment are re-alleged and fully incorporated here by reference. The conspiracy. From on or about November 14th, 2020, through on or about January 20th, 2021, in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, advertisement. Hang on, guys.
You'd be happier as
if you hear noises too, it's literally like
my mom.
It's a Saturday, it's afternoon.
That's
people up and about doing their thing.
Did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators, known and unknown to the grand jury, to defraud the United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to impair, obstruct, and defeat the lawful federal government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, and certified.
So here's another reason why I think, like, as we get into this indictment, I think there's going to be cognitive dissonance and like kind of fragility when it comes to people who support this guy. Here's the thing. There was so much evidence before, so many charges of fraud. I mean, the guy, before he even ran, he had a fake institution. He had to pay out a lot of money to people who paid tuition on that because he was defrauding people. He had like a fake steak company. He had like, this is a guy with like a long history of just like scams. And yet like people just like put their head in the sand at that point. And I feel like, again, if you follow that, then if you put a scammer in the office of the president, are they going to commit a scam? One, like, there's a high likelihood if there's somebody who like their entire career has committed scams, but for some reason the right has just like thought like he's this brilliant business guy, he earned his wealth like the hard way, like somehow he's representing the working class even though he was like born into absurd wealth. I just, if you've already had the cognitive dissonance up to this point, why wouldn't you go one step further and just think like this is all like, they made up this, like, again, if you think all facts that are against Trump are made up, then why wouldn't this just be another one on the list? Because again, if you have to accept that one might actually be true, then you might have to like start dealing with the fact that a lot of the lies you've been buying for like the last, 6 years or 7 years or 8 years at this point, like you have to start maybe questioning whether those were actually lies and whether maybe you were on the wrong side. But let's continue.
By the federal government. Purpose of the conspiracy. The purpose of the conspiracy was to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election.
Oh, by the way, Philip was saying, I think this is regarding that joke about politics. He said, I think I heard that joke 30 years ago. My dad told it. It really is a dad joke. Nice. Good on your dad for doing his dad duty of a bad joke, Philip.
By using knowingly false claims of election fraud to obstruct the federal government.
So you notice at the beginning of this, it's about the knowledge too. Like, and that's really what it's going to come down to with the case is like his claim of lack of knowledge. The problem is, as this proceeds, you're going to see, he's got a steep road to climb to claim a lack of knowledge, since there's so many witnesses and testimony indicated in this indictment that it's just going to be really hard for him to pull this off, which is probably why in a lot of these indictments, Trump's actually had trouble securing a legal team for it, because as much money as they'd get for representing him, like the amount of federal laws they might have to break just to kind of defend him is just like it's kind of like unappealing, because again, like a lot of lawyers like their jobs and don't want to get disbarred. But let's continue.
Government function by which those results are collected, counted, and certified. The defendant's co-conspirators. The defendant enlisted co-conspirators to assist him in his criminal efforts to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election and retain power. Among these were A. Co-conspirator 1, an attorney who was willing to spread knowingly.
So also, here's the weird thing that weirds me out is like a lot of Trump supporters are like so prone to like believe in a conspiracy. Well, here's a conspiracy, okay? And it's a conspiracy that has enough backing to bring federal charges, right? A literal conspiracy. And here's why I don't believe in a lot of the conspiracy theories. This is the result of a lot of conspiracies. You're going to have, and you're going to see this, hopefully they televise the trial. I don't think they will. But you're going to see a lot of people come out of the woodwork because against Trump too, that were pro-Trump. Like it happened through his whole administration. You have him trying to like do mob style calls to like state governors. Those governors leaked that happened. Like leaks happen with conspiracies. Like conspiracies are not, even with this, as nefarious as the plot was, it wasn't well executed because again, like conspiracies are hard to pull off, and then silence and complicity in crime is really hard to pull off. And so like there's always going to be a leak or something done imperfectly. But for those of you who think that like the whole world is run by some evil global cabal, well, maybe pay attention to this indictment, because this is a really good example of how a conspiracy actually happens. But let's continue.
False claims and pursue strategies that the defendant's 2020 re-election campaign attorneys would not. B. Co-conspirator 2, an attorney who devised and attempted to implement a strategy to leverage the vice president's ceremonial role, overseeing the certification proceeding to obstruct the certification of the presidential election.
But see, it's so bizarre because you have to like, there's so much you have. I'm trying to think like how people defend Trump so much. Like you have to think that somehow Pence, his VP, was like in on this anti-Trump conspiracy somehow. But again, like, I guess his supporters wanted to hang Pence on the 6th. So I don't know. It's just, there's so many things you have to believe. You have to believe that all the judges he appointed were like somehow part of this evil conspiracy, even though Trump had picked them out and appointed them. To be like defending Trump is just such a hard stance to take. But again, I see the logical stretches people are willing to go to. Okay, let's continue. Again, it's going to get into it, and it'll be hard on your cognitive dissonance if you guys are pro-orange team.
C. Co-conspirator 3, an attorney whose unfounded claims of election fraud the defendant privately acknowledged to others sounded crazy. Nonetheless, the defendant embraced and publicly amplified co-conspirator 3's disinformation. D. Co-conspirator 4, a Justice Department official who worked on civil matters.
I want to pause here. I think co-conspirator 1, like they haven't named the conspirators, but I think one of them is Giuliani, and I think it's 1. I can't remember the number now from hearing and reading through the indictment before.
And who, with the defendant, attempted to use the Justice Department to open sham election crime investigations and influence state legislatures with knowingly false claims of election fraud. E. Co-conspirator 5, an attorney who assisted in devising and attempting to implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding. F. Co-conspirator 6, a political consultant who helped implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding. The federal government function. The federal government.
So they're going to get into that one in a little bit, but that's one I think a lot of like people don't realize, like at least on the right. And so it's not only like a conspiracy, but there's a conspiracy that goes broader that I wasn't fully aware of, which was, and they're going to get into the details of this, but apparently not only was he like calling governors and trying to get them to do it, but he had this like weird scheme where he wanted to set up different electoral electors, like in states, like pick his own electors that weren't picked by the states. And so basically he would match like these swing states that could decide the election. He would match their electoral count with like personally chosen candidates that he then had like fill out fake electoral results. And so the idea was that he was going to basically, Paul said, "Hey Josh, I've basically earned a law degree by watching YouTube videos about Trump's legal issues." So basically the idea was that when they challenged the electoral results, like his idea was, okay, Congress is going to like hold up the results. And basically like we're going to have different congressmen and women question these key states results and delay on the floor. And then the VP will come in like Pence and he's going to say, oh, guys, there's so much conflict about this. We need to pick our new elector. We just need to, like, the electors are corrupt. We need to replace the electors. And then they'd have, this was the crazy plot, was like, they'd have this back pocket of electors that all voted pro-Trump. And they could be like, well, we're going to pick these electors. And hey, look at this. Boom, Trump won. Like, so basically he was trying to pick his own electoral college in the specific states that harmed him. And a key indicator to this, too, is you'll notice that the only states that were contested were the states that were pro-Biden, which to me is a big question, too, because if the whole thing's been corrupted, wouldn't you equally be kind of curious about the states where it was like a razor-thin margin win for Trump? But again, like, because he was very transparently trying to rig it, the questions all became like the key like 6 swing states or whatever that had decided the election, and trying to just, since you can't change the electors choices, maybe you can just change the electoral college to be your own little college that which actually doesn't surprise me because Trump is a big fan of making fake colleges. So I'm not surprised he went one step further with trying to make a fake electoral college. Anyhow, they'll get into it. Let's continue listening.
Government function by which the results of the election for President of the United States are collected.
Paul said the fake electors in Michigan have all been charged with felonies. Yeah, well, so there's that problem too, is you can't go around saying that you're a government official if you're not a government official. That's fraud, and it's a federal offense. Just for anybody who might know, so like telling somebody that they should go impersonate, say, like a police officer or something, you can't do that. You can't legally do that in the United States. I know it's weird, but you can't make claims that you're a government official.
Counted, and certified was established through the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act, ECA, a federal law enacted in 1887. The Constitution provided that individuals called electors select the president, and that each state determine for itself how to appoint the electors apportioned to it.
Hey guys, Toby
Here's
Mathis
the
here,
thing, I'm not a
and
fan of
question I
the
get all the
Electoral
time
College.
is, how do I make my personal assets?
Through state law.
Like, personally, I've never been a fan of the Electoral College. It's overturned, the popular vote like multiple times. But the idea that you're, instead of like legislatively going to try to maybe do something about the Electoral College, the fact that you're literally just going to elect your own Electoral College it's like cartoonish. It's so nefarious. It's funny. I don't like this branch of government, so I'll make my own version of that branch of government that's constitutionally backed, so I can swap them out. It's just so. It's like a Cobra plan from G.I. Joe.
Each of the 50 states and the District of Columbia chose to select their electors based on the popular vote in the state. After Election Day, the ECA required each state to formally determine, or ascertain, the electors who would represent the state's voters by casting electoral votes on behalf of the candidate who had won the popular vote, and required the executive of each state to certify to the federal government the identities of those electors. Then, on a date set by the ECA, each state's ascertained electors were required to meet and collect the results of the presidential election. That is, to cast electoral votes based on their state's popular vote.
So this is basically showing you a little bit of how the Electoral College works, and it's kind of setting the stage for the scam that Trump was pulling off. But it's good for anybody who, again, I don't know if anyone on the right even cares about the Electoral College or wants to know how it works, because it's worked in their favor so many times. But let's continue.
And to send their electoral votes, along with the state executive's certification that they were the state's legitimate electors, to the United States Congress to be counted and certified in an official proceeding. Finally, the Constitution and ECA required that on the 6th of January following Election Day, the Congress meet in a joint session for a certification proceeding, presided over by the Vice President as President of the Senate, to count the electoral votes, resolve any objections, and announce the result, thus certifying the winner of the presidential election as president-elect. This federal government function from the point of ascertainment to the certification is foundational to the United States democratic process, and until 2021, had operated in a peaceful...
I can just imagine, like, it's funny, I have so many people I know who lean right, where I can imagine this listening to this, and when they're like, it's fundamental to our democratic process. They're like, it's a democratic republic. It's not a democracy. I can already hear it. Okay, let's continue.
Full and orderly manner for more than 130 years. Manner and means. The defendant's conspiracy to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function through dishonesty, fraud, and deceit included the following manner and means. A. The defendant and co-conspirators used knowingly false claims of election fraud to get state legislators and election officials to subvert the legitimate election results and change electoral votes for the defendant's opponent, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., to electoral votes for the defendant. That is, on the pretext of baseless fraud claims, the defendant pushed officials in certain states to ignore the popular vote, disenfranchise millions of voters, dismiss legitimate electors, and ultimately cause the ascertainment of and voting by illegitimate electors in favor of the defendant. B, the defendant and
So there's this thing I've noticed too, where, one thing I've noticed about politics in my I'm getting older, and one thing I've noticed is it's quite often the politicians that are like most vocal about opposing something. I've noticed this happens a lot. Where they'll like the other side will often accuse their opposition of the very thing they're doing. And I think some of it's an honest attempt to accuse, because there's this assumption like everybody's working nefariously. Hey, Ben, let's not throw that on the ground, okay?
I wasn't trying to throw it on the
Okay,
ground.
okay.
I dropped it.
It's okay. That's pretty cool, though. I like that box. Yeah, so anyhow, like there's like this weird thing of like, kind of assuming that everybody's playing the same dirty game you're playing. And it kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you guys remember this. There was this, I think it was a senator. Was it a senator? No, I think it was a member of the House that was like one of the most vocally opposed to gay people I've ever heard in Congress. And it would just like almost every session, every legislative session, say something about gay people, like something really derogatory for gay people, and then ended up getting caught in a in like an airport. I gotta look this up. I'm drawing, so I don't have the time to. But he ended up getting caught in like an airport, hooking up with a dude in the airport restroom, and it was like a minor too. It was a male minor, and like so it turns out like this guy was just like really vocally like, this is horrible. We need to pass legislation to like block this thing, and it's like all it was just this guy who like was repressing his own thing and like trying to deal with his own issues, rather than, and he was just kind of like transmuting like the most anti himself kind of stuff. And it's the same thing with this, where it's like, there's all this talk and like saber rattling about like, ooh, they tried to overthrow the election, and it's like, no, here's actual evidence of literally the guy who's running around saying, they don't, your vote doesn't count. They're trying to committing fraud. It's like the very guy who is the most vocal against fraud. It turns out here's an indictment showing you pretty like compelling, evidence that they're going to present in court that he was doing the very thing that he was like saying, everybody else was doing, and thinking, haha, like mustache twirling whilst doing it. It's almost mustache twirling levels of villainy here. But that always cracks me up. Anyhow, so let's see here. Paul said, I'm going to jump ahead. I've been wrong about Trump every time, but here's my prediction. Since he's a coward at heart, he's going to plead outright before the start of whatever trial happens first. I mean, he's going to delay every single one of these, yeah. And potentially he might get voted back by like, like people who don't mind like a felon just, recusing themselves, or like whatever it's called, where you can like forgive an offense as the president. So he can pardon himself potentially, which is a whole other constitutional issue. Do you really feel good? Like people who support this guy, do they really feel good that they're supporting a guy who might be the first president to have to pardon themselves? It's like, but we're for law and order. Back the blue. Okay, anyhow, continue.
Co-conspirators organized fraudulent slates of electors in 7 targeted states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, attempting to mimic the procedures that the legitimate electors were supposed to follow under the Constitution and other federal and state laws. This included causing the fraudulent electors to meet on the day appointed by federal law, on which legitimate electors were to gather and cast their votes, cast fraudulent votes for the defendant, and sign certificates falsely representing that they were legitimate.
Okay, are you guys following this? So there's this process where the electors meet, right? They cast their votes, and then those votes are sent to Congress for like, the final stamp of like, okay. And some of it's like ceremonial, but it's very important. What they were trying to do to cause confusion is create their own electors, have them cast their own votes, and then falsely certify them. and then send those in.
Legitimate electors.
One of the biggest challenges of being a content creator is carving out the time to not only...
Some fraudulent electors were tricked into participating based on the understanding that their votes would be used only if the defendant succeeded in outcome-determinative lawsuits within their state, which the defendant never did. The defendant and co-conspirators then caused these fraudulent electors to transmit their false certificates to the vice president.
Also, let's pause here and just enjoy the snakery of this guy. So he convinces all these people to commit a federal offense of pretending to be electors, right? With the promise of like, hey, we're not going to pull this card until I bring a bunch of lawsuits that overturn the election results, which he never did. So, but then these electors get caught doing it, and it's like they go to jail, and Trump can like claim a non-culpability in this thing. So he convinces a bunch of people to commit a federal offense on his behalf with promises that he doesn't fulfill. It's almost like a pattern with this guy where it's like he's just like that. That's the other thing is like, if he were just a criminal, it wouldn't be, I guess, as bad as it is, because not only is he a criminal, but he is a disloyal criminal. Like, he makes promises to all these people that he allies with, and then he completely throws them under the bus, you know, and in an attempt to kind of keep his hands clean. And it's just such a like snaky way to do it, you know? I mean, I guess it would be a little more respectable if he was like willing to go to jail with these people. But instead what he does, and you can see this throughout his history, is like he convinces other people to commit all these crimes, and then they end up screwed, and then Trump's like, I never knew the guy. He's like a professional Judas. It's so funny. Okay, we're about an hour in. We're going to watch a trailer. This is a spicy Kemble stream. We're working on comics. It's not always a political stream, but this one's going to get spicy. Paul says, it reminds me of Gilbert Gottfried in Beverly Hills Cop, holding parking tickets in one hand and cash in the other hand. Look here. I love it. All right. We're gonna continue listening to the thing that shall not be listened to. It's, I think for people who are fans of Trump, it's like hearing the word Voldemort is like how people in Harry Potter are like, don't say the name. It's like anytime you criticize this guy, you just have like an army of people just like like whistling. They're like, I can't hear it. Okay. We're gonna play a trailer now, and this is the trailer for we'll play Jim Lujan's Wordzoid trailer.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm gonna have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry, that's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, for those of you who are just tuning in,
let's get ready to crumble. Let's get ready to crumble.
That's right. It's a spicy stream.
Let's get ready.
Welcome back to episode 309 of Joshua Kemble's live stream. I work on comics. This is what we're doing right now, is working on a page 81 of the graphic novel Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Case of, or The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Forgetting the name of my own comic I'm working on. For Turner Publishing. And we're also just going to try to work our way through at least the shading on this page, as well as power through commentary on the Bulwark Presents full audio of the third Trump indictment. The entire thing. We don't always get political on this stream, but when we do, I call them spicy streams. And yeah. I partially do these in response to pressures from comic book fans that say they're against politics and comics and yet get overtly political all the time and cry wolf whenever someone on the left is like talking politics and making comics. And at the meantime, they make like some of the most politically charged comics I've ever seen. So, you know. So here I am, Mr. Lefty, working on a comic that has nothing to do with politics, and we're going to talk about the Trump indictment. Why? Because the fate of our very democracy might actually rest on the ability for people to accept truth. And I think that unfortunately right now people aren't, and they're just going to plug their ears and not listen to what is being claimed in this indictment. Okay, let's continue.
And other government officials to be counted at the certification proceeding on January 6th. C. The defendant and co-conspirators attempted to use the power and authority of the Justice Department to conduct sham election crime investigations and to send a letter to the targeted states that falsely claimed that the Justice Department.
So people who are making this claim about this, that this is like, I'm forgetting what the thing on the right is. They're calling it a, I can't even remember. It's like, it's like the term for like a state where, you know, you have like election by trial. And ironically, again, they make the claims of the thing they're actually doing. Like sham political trials. Yeah, that happened. It wasn't. This is not one of them. This indictment is not one of them. But the indictment is about some of them. Sham political trials. It's so crazy. Anyhow, let's continue.
Had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the election outcome, that sought to advance the defendant's fraudulent elector plan by using the Justice Department's authority to falsely present the fraudulent electors as a valid alternative to the legitimate electors, and that urged on behalf of the Justice Department the targeted states' legislatures to convene to create the opportunity to choose the fraudulent electors over the legitimate electors. D. The defendant and co-conspirator.
I mean, it's pretty smart. You can't bribe the electors, so just make your own electors. Like, it's nefarious, but it's like, it's very much like, that's a very like New York solution to things. You know what I mean? You can tell Trump's a New Yorker. Where he's like, well, I can't change the political climate, so I'll just elect my own governing body and overthrow the one. We'll just get like 4 people to say this is a legitimate body. It's the biggest bigly electoral choice that you could have. It's such a like, I don't know. It's a funny little plot, but let's continue. I mean, it's not funny because again, if he had gone away with it, it literally would have overturned and disenfranchised millions of voters, which is the thing that all the right is like, again, like they're complaining about it, but you know, they also supposedly care about child safety and stuff like that. And yet Trump was like knowingly, a friend of Epstein, visited Epstein multiple times. Epstein actually committed trafficking specifically from Mar-a-Lago, which is Trump's resort. He used that as a location to recruit people, underage people. But you care, yeah, sure, you care about election fraud, and you care about child safety, as long as it suits your means. But the second there's like actual evidence to the contrary that your guy is the one who's committing these things you supposedly care about, that's where you're like, oh, ostrich, head in the sand. Anyhow, let's continue.
Conspirators attempted to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. First, using knowingly false claims of election fraud, the defendant and co-conspirators attempted to convince the vice president to use the defendant's fraudulent electors, reject legitimate electoral votes, or send legitimate electoral votes to state legislatures for review rather than counting them. When that failed, on the morning of January 6th, the defendant and co-conspirators repeated knowingly false claims of election fraud to gathered supporters, falsely told them that the vice president had the authority to and might alter the election results, and directed them to the Capitol to obstruct the certification proceeding and exert pressure on the vice president to take the fraudulent actions he had previously refused.
I mean, how is anyone... I'm still mystified by this. How is anyone on the right defending this? I don't understand it. The amount of spin. His own VP is like part of this nefarious anti-Trump plot. Is that likely? Or maybe it's the fact that it went too far for even him. Have you ever worked for somebody where they ask you to do something and you're just like, that's just not, I just can't do that. And they're like, no, you need to do this. And you're like, nah, no, I can't do that. I think that's much more likely than this whole like Wilder plot that like Trump was somehow. I mean, okay.
After it became public on the afternoon of January 6th that the vice president would not fraudulently alter the election results, a large and angry crowd, including many individuals whom the defendant had deceived into believing the vice president could and might change the election results, violently attacked the Capitol and halted the proceeding. As violence...
But it was Antifa! That's what they'll claim. Even to this day, I think there's so much evidence. I mean, again, like, here's the question for people who are like so cognitively dissonant on this. How is it that like everyone who is on Trump's team, every single one of them, like people he elected, people he put into their positions, the second they resign or have any issue with Trump, even people who were on the Trump team, they were just suddenly like anyone who was on his team that had any disagreement with him is suddenly part of the enemies, and people who support him are suddenly part of the heroes. It's like, isn't that convenient that like every person, including his own VP, is like a hero and a good American until the second they disagree with Trump, and then suddenly they're like, enemy number one, and you're gonna like lynch them, like, because I think on January 6th they actually wanted to hang Pence. There was a whole crowd chanting "Hang Mike Pence," but again, they're all for Pence until he says anything that's against Trump, and then suddenly, oh my gosh, he's an enemy of America. Like, do you see the dissonance there? The cognitive dissonance? Okay, let's continue.
Ensued, the defendant and co-conspirators exploited the disruption by redoubling efforts to levy false claims of election fraud and convince members of Congress to further delay the certification based on those claims. The defendant's knowledge of the falsity of his election fraud claims. The defendant, his co-conspirators, and their agents made knowingly false claims that there had been outcome-determinative fraud in the 2020 presidential election. These prolific lies about
Paul was saying he's such a sloppy criminal. Yeah.
Fraud included dozens of specific claims that there had been substantial fraud in certain states, such as that large numbers of dead, non-resident, non-citizen, or otherwise ineligible voters had cast ballots, or that voting machines had changed votes for the defendant to votes for Biden. These claims were false, and the defendant knew that they...
Again, this is why I feel like it's a cult, because like you'll see this a lot with like Scientology, which I am really fascinated by. I just as like from a sociological perspective, it's a really interesting thing. It's like an interesting study of like cognitive dissonance and like dug in thinking, because like anytime somebody leaves Scientology and says anything negative about them, they're like branded a heretic. And then there's like this acrobatics that happen for people who believe the cult that they'll go through, where it's like, well, I mean, this happened, it's documented. Well, I mean, it's documented, but it's only documented by people because they had nefarious intentions against the church. And they even have like heads of the church who leave and are like, dude, this place is a cult. It's kind of crazy. They mistreat people. And they're like, well, he's just doing that because, you know, or they have like documentation of like the sci-fi writer who invented it saying like, I'm going to make a lot of money by inventing a religion. Well, yeah, but that was before he discovered, you know, like there's just endless justification for like the nonsense provers. Like anything that proves it's BS, there's just some kind of justification for it. Anything that slightly supports it, it's like broadly embraced without skepticism. That's a really key thing to a cult, and I see that a lot with the pro-Trumpy folks. Okay, let's continue.
Were false. In fact, the defendant was notified repeatedly that his claims were untrue often by the people on whom he relied for candid advice on important matters and who were best positioned to know the facts, and he deliberately disregarded the truth. For instance, A. The defendant's vice president, who personally stood to gain by remaining in office as part of the defendant's ticket, and whom the defendant asked to study fraud allegations, told the defendant that he had seen no evidence of outcome determinative fraud. B.
The fact that the Chinese government can force the...
Okay, so I should be able to, at this point, I want to mention something, which is, have you ever worked for somebody who just wanted yes men? It creates this like shocking environment of like people can make really bad decisions when and almost delude themselves when you're in a scenario where you have power and all you want are people who are just going to agree with you. Because what ends up happening is people who challenge you end up getting pushed out or resign or leave. And then the only people you rely on for information, because they can't be honest with you because you won't accept truth, you just accept any story that's in your favor. You just end up in this scenario where you're surrounded by yes men and you're going to make bad decisions because there's nobody there who has the guts to like tell you like, hey, this isn't a great call. It's been the downfall of like most dictatorships is dictators quite often will surround themselves with yes men. And then because there's so many yes men, like there's a lot of scenarios where you read about like dictators like losing a battle militarily, but their military is so afraid to tell them that they've actually lied and been like, no, we're doing great. We won all those battles. And so they're even getting false information from their own people to the point where you can get more and more diluted with false information. So there's a chance that Trump surrounded himself with so many yes men that he like, you know, started to believe his own BS. This happens with a lot of like faith healers too. There's a lot of people who start scams like doing these massive gathering faith healing things where they like smack people's foreheads and think they're healed. And they surround themselves with such a machine that at some point they actually almost start believing their own lie. And it's actually a part of scams in general too. Scammers tend to like think that better scams are when you believe it yourself. It just makes sense because you'll be a lot more compelling. And we have this weird ability as human beings to start believing our own BS. It's kind of a weird thing. I'll be right back. I'm going to play another trailer. We'll continue with this in a second. So here is Christopher Runciman's trailer.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Sorry, guys. One more trailer, and then we'll get back into the meat of this. So this one will be Philip Chandler's.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
Awesome. Listen to Philip by Jacob's Apartment. Also, if you haven't yet, hit the like button, guys. We got 5 people watching live right now. If you guys hit like, that'll be 5 likes, which would be really helpful. So I hope I see those. I'm talking to you. That's you who's like sitting there drawing. Take a second, just click that like. And if you haven't yet, make sure you're subscribed and you've hit that bell so you get notifications. We are going through commentary on listen to the third indictment of Donald Trump for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election while we're working on Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. For those of you who enjoy my streams that don't get spicy, this one's going to get spicy. It's been spicy. Let's continue.
General manager of the Houston Rockets.
The senior leaders of the Justice Department, appointed by the defendant and responsible for investigating credible allegations of election crimes, told the defendant on multiple occasions that various allegations of fraud were unsupported. C. The Director of National Intelligence, the defendant's principal advisor on intelligence matters related to national security, disabused the defendant of the notion that the intelligence community's findings regarding foreign interference would change the outcome of the election. D. The Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, whose existence the defendant signed into law to protect the nation's cybersecurity infrastructure from attack, joined an official multi-agency statement that there was no evidence any voting system had been compromised, and that declared...
So basically what you're going to have here, it's going to continue, right? Basically everyone that Trump put in place for the job of monitoring election security, including, state judges, federal judges, like his own party, like his own VP, the office that was literally set up by Trump to monitor foreign interference in elections. Basically, like everyone who's like even the biggest yes men, are pretty much telling him like, dude, there's no evidence for this. And he's like, but there is evidence. Like one person's lying. It's either all of them are lying or maybe one dude with an agenda to kind of keep power no matter what the cost. You tell me which is more likely there. All of these agencies that are going to continue to be listed we're either all conspiring, or it could be that this guy who in the past has been convicted of defrauding people throughout his entire business dealings, right? Like who lied consistently throughout his entire time in office without even trying to blanket it in provable ways, like saying he had, like, to the point where it's not even lying about big things like the election, lying about everything, the small things. Like, let's take a time machine and remember. Do you guys remember when he first was inaugurated? He lied about the crowd size of his inauguration, and there were photographs of it. There were like people who had counted the amount of people who showed up, and it was just blatantly false. He made the blatant false statement that it was like the biggest recorded turnout, and it topped Obama's turnout, and it just was provably false. And it wasn't even a lie that made sense to lie about. It was just a pride lie. So which is more likely, that guy who has like this long history of lying and defrauding people is lying and defrauding, and a bunch of people are saying, hey, these are lies and that's kind of fraud, or all the people that are going to be mentioned are lying, and this one guy just for some reason changed his mind and decided he was going to be an honest player. Again, like, to me, it seems like one's pretty likely, and I think it would be that guy's lying rather than all of them are.
The 2020 election, the most secure in American history. Days later, after the CISA director whom the defendant had appointed announced publicly that election security experts were in agreement that claims of computer-based election fraud were unsubstantiated, the defendant fired him. Senior White House attorneys selected by the defendant to provide him candid advice informed the defendant that there was no evidence of outcome-determinative election fraud, and told him that his presidency would end on Inauguration Day in 2021. Senior staffers on the defendant's 2020 re-election campaign, Defendant's Campaign or Campaign, whose sole mission was the defendant's re-election, told the defendant on November 7, 2020, that he had only a 5 to 10% chance of prevailing in the election, and that success was contingent on the defendant winning ongoing vote counts or litigation in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Within a week of that assessment,
again, his own election campaign, they're lying. Man, it's just so many people have to bend over backwards to make this work for people who are pro-Trump.
The defendant lost in Arizona, meaning he had lost the election. State legislators and officials, many of whom were the defendant's political allies, had voted for him and wanted him to be re-elected, repeatedly informed the defendant that his claims of fraud in their states were unsubstantiated or false, and resisted his pressure to act based upon them.
All of the states that were red states that voted for him, that wanted him to win, they were all conspiring to lie about it. It just gets more and more hard to like believe. But again, when you're in a cult and you want to believe that Xenu is like running the universe because you've invested a lot of money and time into it, I understand. It's a hard one to accept.
State and federal courts. The neutral arbiters responsible for ensuring the fair and even-handed administration of election laws rejected every outcome-determinative post-election lawsuit filed by the defendant, his co-conspirators, and allies, providing the defendant real-time notice that his allegations were meritless. The defendant widely disseminated his false claims of election fraud for months, despite the fact that he knew, and in many cases had been informed directly, that they were not true. The defendant's knowingly false statements were integral to his criminal plans to defeat the federal government function, obstruct the certification, and interfere with others' right to vote and have their votes counted. He made these knowingly false claims throughout the post-election time period, including those below that he made immediately before the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. The defendant insinuated that more than 10,000 dead voters...
By the way, I think it's a stroke of genius because they could probably stretch this further. For those of you, like, again, I'm not like a political wonk or anything, but from what I've noticed with federal charges in general, like I mentioned the Al Capone thing, right? Where it's like the way they got Al Capone was tax evasion, right? They could have probably tried other charges, but the most bulletproof charge they could get him on was tax evasion. Similarly, they could be charging him with complicity in the events of January 6th, and arguably like might have a decent case to say like, hey, he literally tried to perform a coup to overthrow our electoral process. Instead, they're sticking with the bulletproof stuff. Like that one has a little more plausible deniability to it because of the way that Trump kind of initiated it. It's a much more subtle thing he did. And instead, what they're doing is focusing their guns on the things that are not subtle that they can provably bring up in court. And I think that is a stroke of genius because, again, you don't need to connect the conspiracy to what the crowd did on January 6th to prove the conspiracy to overturn the election. Because it's not the violent overthrow, which arguably, they could probably make a case for, but it's going to be a lot harder to prove in court than the actual conspiracy, which right now, from everything they're outlining, seems like it's going to be a really hard case if they have so much evidence of this occurring that they're going to bring it up in the indictment. I just, again, I'm kind of glad that they didn't, as much as I'm offended by January 6th, and I do think it was kind of prompted by Trump. I think there's a good case for that. I'm glad they're sticking with a more solid case because this will be a lot easier to get him on. Unfortunately, again, we're in a country where, there's a lot of people who claim to like our country and claim to like truth, who are going to back this guy no matter what. He wasn't lying when he said he could shoot somebody in the middle of 6th Street and get reelected. He has that kind of a support base. So anyhow, let's continue.
Had voted in Georgia. Just 4 days earlier, Georgia's Secretary of State had explained to the defendant that this was false. B.
Exam topics.
By the way, the Georgia one, that was the phone call that was recorded.
Your boss wants you to upgrade your certifications.
If I'm wrong, let me know. But I think
the defendant asserted that there had been 205,000 more votes than voters in Pennsylvania. The defendant's acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general had explained to him that this was false. C. The defendant said that there had been a suspicious vote dump in Detroit, Michigan. The defendant's attorney general had explained to the defendant.
I wonder if life is that easy for Trump. It's bizarre to me because I just couldn't imagine myself like talking, like going to a bank and being like, you're going to make, you're going to take out $1 million and put it into my account. And they're like, well, you don't have $1 million. I do have $1 million. And if I had that $1 million, maybe, $500,000 of it'll appear in your account. And they're like, well, yeah, but sir, you don't have $1 million. Well, it'd be a shame if you said that, because then I might have to charge you for defrauding me of the $1 million. And they're like, but sir, you literally, I'm looking at your account, it has $0. Yeah, but if you put in, let's say there was $1 million that appeared in my account, maybe you could look the other way and you'd be richer for it. It's like, does this really work? I mean, it must work because it's like, this is literally the tactic he was using here. It'd be a shame if you didn't get the vote totals that I wanted. Gibbs said, now I'm not patriotic and I'm in a cult. 100%.
Defendant that this was false, and the defendant's allies in the Michigan state legislature, the Speaker of the House of Representatives and Majority Leader of the Senate, had publicly announced that there was no evidence of substantial fraud in the state. D.
Hey, here's the thing. The thing is, Gib, I have friends who are in cults, but yeah, I think if at this point, if you're like real dug in on Trump, yeah, you're probably in a cult. You probably think the opposite. That's okay. We can still be buddies, but yeah. I don't know how you approach that with somebody when, yeah, you're in a cult. Yeah. What can I say? Anyhow, let's continue.
The defendant claimed that there had been tens of thousands of double votes and other fraud in Nevada. The Nevada Secretary of State had previously rebutted the defendant's fraud claims by publicly posting a facts versus
One question, Gib, like this is a curious thing, an honest thing from people who support Trump. Maybe you can answer it. This indictment, like, what is the right saying about this? Because like there are so many pieces of people who'd have to be lying. It's just like a real stretch. For me, I'm trying to figure out how you guys stretch that. Like one, it could be that like his entire administration, like everybody that he elected, like the states that are red states, like the voting companies, like everything, all of them orchestrated this grand thing, or that Trump was a nefarious actor doing what they have audio recordings of him doing, like talking to, the head of Georgia saying like, oh, it'd be a shame if you didn't, come up with like this many votes. I might have to charge you with a crime. Like there's literal recordings of him doing a shakedown. I just don't understand. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out is like, how is that being spun? Like, I mean, I guess I guess I just, I'm just trying to think, how do you, because you're saying you have to prove he's lying, which I'm sure they're going to, but how do you accept that like everyone else is lying? Like in all of this indictment, all of these people on the right who were very pro-Trump, like who were part of his administration, who are the heads of red states, all of them were lying. And this one guy who even lost lawyers who wouldn't represent him because they were concerned about his lies. I'm honestly asking like how you rectify those two, because that's the part that feels really cultish, where it's like, I mean, there's just yeah. Anyhow, okay, let's continue. That's an honest question, though.
This Myths document explaining that Nevada judges had reviewed and rejected them, and the Nevada Supreme Court had rendered a decision denying such claims.
Hold on. Gibb said you're spinning it. I've heard the tapes. Okay, let's take a little second here. Trump calls governor recording. Okay, let's listen to it. How long is this phone call? Oh, it's an hour? I don't know if we can do the whole hour. I don't know if we can do the whole hour. You guys want to watch the whole hour of Trump's phone call with the Georgia Secretary of State? Here, we can just play like a segment of it. Okay. So anyhow, yeah, but I mean, like, Gib, are you that, like, you're saying he said find the votes? So okay, are you literally from Texas and you don't know what that is? Like, if I call somebody and I say, hey, it'd be a shame if something happened to your store if you didn't pay your security or find the funds to pay your security, like, that's a shakedown. Like, I'll play you this. And honestly, I just feel like that's willful ignorance to pretend you don't know what this is. I mean, are we that like dug in to defend our guy? Here it is. Oh, wait. I gotta actually share it. Hang on. Let's all listen to this real quick. And you tell me if this sounds like a threat. Let's see here. So let's find it. Present. Oh, I can't present the video file. Oh goodness, hang on. I'm just a boomer, so it's going to take me 2 seconds to get it all set up. Okay, so let's present. I guess we have to. Okay, we're going to remove this, and then we'll present. Okay, now we're going to present and share screen. We'll get back to our commentary. I just think this is actually important, just so you guys know, like, what this phone call was, in case you guys weren't listening. Okay, here it is. Boom. All right. Gib was saying you're Gen Z, not a baby boomer. I'm Gen X, dude. Okay, let's continue. Here we go. I'm like the last of Gen X.
Just so we all are aware.
Can everybody hear that?
On the line is Secretary of State and two other individuals, Jordan and Mr. Germany. With him, you also have the attorneys that represent the president, Kurt and Alex, and Cleta Mitchell, who is not the attorney of record, but
oh my gosh, this is the full thing.
Myself, and then the president. So, Mr.
I don't
President,
think we have time for the full thing, though. I mean, I guess we can listen to some of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Brad and Ryan and everybody.
So you guys, this is Trump shaking down the Georgia governor to try to change the election results. Gib is claiming he didn't do that and saying he didn't make a threat. And I'm just saying that sounds like willful ignorance, because if you've ever lived in a place with people with organized crime, you know what a threat sounds like. And this is a threat. It'd be a shame if you didn't take down that video and this happened. Not saying you need to take down the video, but it'd be a shame if something bad happened if you didn't.
We appreciate the time and the call.
Come on, you know
we spent a lot of time on this, and if we could just go over some of the numbers, I think it's pretty clear that we won. We won very substantially, Georgia.
Can you guys hear this okay?
You even see it by rally size, frankly. We'd be getting 25, 30,000 people around.
That's such a stretch, too. He's starting just like grasping at straws at this point. He's like, it's pretty clear we won the election. I mean, look at the size of our rallies. It's like that has nothing to do with the vote. But let's continue.
And the competition would get less than 100 people, and it never made sense. But we have a number of things. We have at least...
See, this is why I find it... I mean, like, Paul is bringing up the fact that there's a point in this call where he actually says you need to find 11,780 votes, the exact vote total that would be needed for him to overturn the results and win the state. You're either being willfully ignorant or you're bought in and just have drank the special sauce, like the Kool-Aid, you know? Let's continue, though. I want to listen to the whole thing just so we can be clear. You know, some people think this isn't a threat. It's really weird.
2 or 3, anywhere from 250 to 300,000 ballots were dropped mysteriously into the rolls. Much of that had to do
no
with
evidence for
Fulton
that.
County, which hasn't been checked. We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple of hundred.
Well, here, we can listen to the rest of this, but my wife actually just looked up the excerpts. Okay, this is Trump. We have won this election in Georgia based on all of this, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, Brad. You know, I mean, having a correct, the people of Georgia are angry, and these numbers are going to be repeated on Monday night, along with the others we're going to have by that time. And the people of Georgia are angry. The people of the country are angry. And there's nothing wrong with saying that, you know, that you've recalculated. So he's basically saying there would be nothing wrong with you basically lying and saying you recalculated. And there's nothing wrong with saying that, you know, that you've recalculated because of the 2,236 and absentee ballots. I mean, they're all exact numbers that were done by accounting firms, law firms, etc. And even if you cut them in half and cut them in half again, that's more votes than we need. So he's basically saying, and then he actually responds with, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong. This is Raffensperger. We talked to the congressmen and they were surprised, but I guess there's a person named Mr. Bernard that came to these meetings and presented data, and he said there was dead people. I believe it was upwards to 5,000. The actual number were two people that were dead and voted. So that's wrong. It was 2. And then Trump goes, now, do you think it's possible that they shredded ballots? He's just throwing out suggestions. Anyhow, we'll just continue to listen to it. But he's just continually like feeding This is how criminals work. They don't go like nefariously, like, I want you to change the ballots, because then again, you could get charged with a crime for that, which, by the way, he is getting charged with. But I mean, this is one state official. There's a bunch that are going to come from the indictment. This is just one that happened to be on the phone call.
Thousand of forged signatures of people with who's.
Okay, Gibbs saying a water pipe burst. Okay, so what was it? The water pipe bursting, the dead people? Like, what was it that, like, for some reason the state couldn't find out, even though it's a red state and somebody who voted for Trump? What was it that the courts couldn't find out? Like, in all of the different court challenges all throughout the country, in every single swing state, how come every single state court didn't agree with Trump on that? How come his own lawyers didn't have the balls to make these claims in court? Oh, it's because they'd get disbarred. Like, start putting this together, man. It's insane.
Who have been forged. And we are quite sure that's going to happen. Another tremendous number. We're going to have an accurate number over the next 2 days with certified accountants. But an accurate number will be given, but it's in the 50s of thousands. And that's people that went to vote and they were told they can't vote because they've already been voted for.
I would hate to go to a car dealership with people on the right, like, who buy this shit. It's like, oh my gosh, do I have a bridge I'd love to sell you? Like, if you really believe this isn't a threat, like, man, I got some good deals on a car for you. It's not a lemon at all. And then if you get a lemon, you can't sue me because I didn't say it was a lemon. It's so dumb. Like, use your intuition, man.
And it's a very sad thing. They walked out complaining, but the number is large. We'll have it for you, but it's much more than the number of 11,700.
By the way, in his own testimony after this phone call, he said that Trump never provided him with anything. Because you know how he keeps saying, we'll have it for you. We'll have that data for you. He never provided data. And by the way, I think in this phone call, the governor just like repeatedly says, like, well, I look forward to seeing the data. Like, hey, we'll check it out, Oh, sorry, it's the Secretary of State.
179. That's the current margin is only 11,779. Brad, I think you agree with that, right?
So he's talking about the margin, right? He's starting this, apparent non-threat phone call saying, hey, your numbers are wrong. We need 11,000 whatever votes, right? So like he's starting it off, like, for whatever reason, mentioning, hey, this is the amount of votes we need to magically have appear. We're not saying anything. We're just saying, these are the votes that would be convenient for us to win. Okay, let's continue.
That's something I think everyone, at least that's a number that everyone agrees on.
Gibbs saying, if you think that's a threat, you're weak. No, I'm a person who's lived in a big city and I know what like a freaking mob shakedown is. It's so obvious. That would be considered a threat in a workplace. See, maybe this is the problem. Maybe you guys just don't understand. Oh my gosh. That's the thing. I think maybe you guys don't understand like the whole idea of like an exchange of favors. I mean, yeah. Well, no, we're listening to it, so like, people can make their own determinations, but, we're listening to it. We'll listen to it all the way through, Gib. I'm guessing you probably haven't listened to the full thing. You probably just like listened to a Fox News clip of it.
But that's the difference in the votes. But we've had
it'll be an education.
Hundreds of thousands of ballots that we're able to actually will get you a pretty accurate number. You don't need.
You know how he says we'll get you a pretty accurate number? Again, according to the testimony of the Secretary of State later on, they never got him anything.
Much of a number, because the number that in theory I lost by the margin would be 11,700.
You don't need much of a number.
But you also
it's
have
not hinting at anything.
Substantial numbers of people, thousands and thousands, who went to the voting place on November 3rd, were told they couldn't vote. We're told they couldn't vote because a ballot had been put in on their name. And, that's
Gibbs said, "You've never been shook down." Dude, I lived in Long Beach, downtown. Go fuck yourself. Like, seriously. Sorry. If you're gonna like act like you're all hard from like a rough neighborhood, look at where I grew up. Shut the fuck up.
Very, 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 very sad. We had, I believe it's about 4,502 voters who voted, but who weren't on the voter registration list. So it's 4,502 who voted, but they were not on the voter registration roll, which they had to be. You had 18,325 vacant address voters. They had the address was vacant, and they're not allowed to be counted. That's 18,325. Smaller number, you had 904 who only voted where they had just a PO, a post office box number.
Hey Gib, I cussed in front of my kid. That's how triggered you got me there. But seriously, there's nothing that like aggravates me more than like some entitled Republican who probably grew up in like some rich ass area, like saying that I had some kind of entitled childhood and haven't had threats. Like, where do you come from? Where are you from? Right? Where are you from, Mr. Hardcore? Like, where are you from? All right, let's continue.
And they had a post office box number, and that's not allowed. We had at least 18,000 that's on tape. We had them counted very painstakingly. 18,000.
Oh, sorry, Gib. I didn't mean to trigger you.
Voters having to do with Ruby Friedman. That's she's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler. Ruby Freeman. That is.
You notice he conveniently left before we finished the thing. It's okay, Gib. I know you don't want to actually hear the evidence like that we're going to listen to. Like, I know you haven't listened to the full thing. I know it's a shock to your cult system. I get it, dude. Oh, you're here. Okay. Then man up, dude. Your mind can do it. You can handle it. By the way, Gib, I like your art. I don't mind getting a little contentious, but I do like your art, and I'll probably support your Kickstarter too. And I actually like your show with Jeff.
That was the tape that's been shown all over the world that makes it.
When you heard it, Gib, did you hear it on Fox, or was it like a? I'm just kind of curious. Like, what was it? Maybe like. Yeah, I'd be curious, like, what news source you heard it from. I would guess. I don't know. I have a weird feeling about that. I also like, again, I don't know, like, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe the whole way that people make implicit threats so that they're not legally culpable is like a, just something that I've never heard or experienced, or even like seen like a Godfather movie. It's kind of a weird thing that like even if we set aside my own personal history.
Everybody looked bad. You, me, and everybody else. Where they got number one, they said very clearly.
Oh, we're listening to the whole thing.
It's been reported that they said there was a major water main break. Everybody fled
they reported there was a water main break again. Like he's seeding in the ideas to this guy, saying like, here's a bunch of stuff you could say if you decided to lie about the election results. It's just so obvious. And again, it's like, if you want to believe in Xenu and like freaking, the great LRH, like, feel free, man. Just give him like an orange toupee and you've got, a white toupee and orange skin, and you've got like the orange Cheeto
area.
Well, no, he threatens. He actually does threaten him later because he says you're going to be like, I'm going to
basically. There were no Republican poll watchers. Actually, there were no Democrat poll watchers. I guess they were them, but there were no Democrats either, and there was no law enforcement. late in the morning they went, early in the morning they went.
By the way, that's a provably false claim too. Like they're saying like the water main broke and there were no representatives from my side there, and that's complete false. But well, whatever. Let's continue.
To the table with the black robe, the black shield, and they pulled out the votes. Those votes were put there a number of hours before the table was put there. I think it was, Brad, you would know, it was probably 8 hours or 7 hours before, and then it was stuffed with votes. They weren't in an official voter box. They were in what looked to be suitcases or trunks, suitcases, but they weren't in voter boxes. The minimum number it could be, because we watched it and they watched it certified in slow motion, instant replay, if you can believe it, but had slow motion. And
you know, the thing that weirds me out too is like when Trump lies, he doesn't even bother to like try to make it compelling. He's like, if you would even believe it, I mean, it's crazy, it's unbelievable, but this happened. And it's like, no, actually it didn't. That's why no one's going to believe it. But if you can believe it, you know.
And it was magnified many times over. And the minimum it was 18,000 ballots, all for Biden. You had out-of-state voters. They voted in Georgia, but they were from out of state, of 4,925. You had absentee ballot sent to vacant. They were absentee ballots sent to vacant addresses. They had nothing on them about addresses. That's 2,326. And you had drop boxes, which was very bad. You had drop boxes that were.
So what's weird to me, like, again, on the whole, like, claim of, like, being raised in some sort of entitled environment is, like, I'm hearing this from somebody, like, I think this might be a mistake that people make when they, like, maybe grew up on farms or something like that, where they assume they grew up in, like, severe poverty. If your family had a freaking farm, you're not in poverty, dude. I literally lived with a five people in a family in a 1-bedroom apartment after we had to live with my aunt because we were completely broke in like the ghetto. So like, again, like, you know, like check your shit before you come at me like about some like entitlement of where you come from. It's just so annoying. I hate that so much. What you think because I'm white and I can talk, I like have like some kind of like beautiful entitled background. It's just so like that actually triggers me. Don't make that mistake. If you were like on some like wealthy like area that had property, like you were an entitled little rich kid, in my opinion, you know? Okay, we're gonna put a trailer on and we're going to continue this because we're going to power through this entire thing. So far, we've just heard Trump making a lot of suggestions of factually false claims. That's what we've heard so far. We'll be right back to the actual threats because at the end of the call, he actually makes a threat. But, you know, again, we'll see. Here is the trailer for Two Stories. All right, let's continue this phone call. We were listening to the Trump indictment. The Bulwark presents full audio of the third Trump indictment. And some Trump supporters got triggered and like made some kind of implication that I'm from some kind of entitled background, which is hilarious. And now they're saying I'm weak, which is great. I am weak. Like physically, I'm weak, but mentally, I'm a freaking bulletproof, dude. But I was gonna say also, we're gonna listen now because there is a claim that like so in the indictment they're talking about like multiple phone calls and conversations that happened to every single swing state in the country at the election, and one of them mentioned was Georgia, which was recorded and released years ago. And there was a claim in chat that this didn't happen. And so we're going to kind of look into that and see if what you guys think, whether you think this was a threat or not. I'm guessing if you're right leaning, you probably haven't listened to the whole phone call. Or if you have listened to the whole phone call, you've done a lot of mental gymnastics to support your orange homie.
We're picked up. We have photographs and we have affidavits from many people. I don't know if you saw the hearings, but you have drop boxes where the box was picked up and not delivered.
Jib said he never said anything about entitled. He said, bro, you've never been shook down. Okay.
Delivered for
you don't
3
know
days.
My past, dude.
So all sorts of things could have happened to that box, including, putting in the votes that you wanted. So there are many infractions, and the bottom line is many, many times the 11,700.
Yeah, Gib, I've been held up at gunpoint and jumped by 4 gang members and had all my stuff stolen. I lived in rough neighborhoods, dude. I got shook down by bullies my entire fucking life. Pardon my language, but holy crap, dude. How fake can you be? And then you're saying liar? Okay. You can look up police records of it, you fucking asshole.
179 margin that
Yeah.
they said we lost by. We had vast. I mean, you have the state is in.
He's calling me a liar when I'm yeah.
He's not lying. I
Right.
was there when I opened the door and Josh's face was.
Yeah. I think maybe we're having some mistranslation on the chat versus verbal thing.
Haven't been shook down. Everyone who's seen a movie or read a book knows what a shakedown.
Well, no, some people don't know what a shakedown is because like some people have never like have no idea like how it works like on white collar crime. Wait. No, I'm going to give credit here. Maybe you just don't understand how it works with white collar crime. Like white collar crime, the criminals usually at the top, even in like ghettos, like the guys who are at the top are usually smart enough to know what's legally going to get them in trouble. And so they have ways of threatening without threatening legally. It's like a New York tactic. And if you tried this tactic at a workplace, you'd get fired.
Turmoil over this. And I know you would like to get to the bottom of it, although I saw you on television today and you.
And give us. Oh, okay. You're correcting the entitled. Okay, got it. I thought you were saying I was a liar about being entitled. See, this is that translation issue.
Not only that, but Josh isn't the only one interpreting it that
Yeah.
way. They're in news articles all over the internet, legitimate news articles, saying in the title that it was a threat.
You might need education, dude.
You said that you found nothing wrong. I mean, I didn't lose the state bread. People have been saying
It's okay. He's in the cult, honey. We can't. You can't like. You've triggered my wife too. It's hilarious. But what's funny is like.
What if he did threaten somebody?
Yeah.
It's not like nobody.
Hold on.
Nobody is perfect. Okay.
Gaz.
Maybe it's not cool of him to do that.
Hold
you
on.
Can even say that.
Hold
I
on.
support Trump, but it wasn't cool he did that.
Okay.
But to just blatantly
My-
think and say,
Okay.
"Oh, this is a
Chill.
threat."
Hold on. Sorry, my wife's kind of okay. Hold on. I know. Well, no, he's not going to admit it was a threat because again, if you admit one lie, you have to just kind of accept that, like maybe you've been supporting a liar.
Trump has been accused of lies. This was one of his bad mistakes. It was a bad mistake, but he's He's honest in other ways.
Okay.
You can say that. You
I
can
know.
believe him in that, but you should at least be able to admit that this instance
Yeah.
was very disturbing.
Gaz
He
was saying good
threatening
partner,
this man.
and I gotta do a show here. It's okay. I can handle it. I don't need you to defend me.
Well,
You're good. You're
okay,
good.
But granted, you shouldn't be rude. You shouldn't be cussing.
I love
him,
it.
And he shouldn't be rude to you. You guys don't need to be rude.
I know, but I like getting rude. Gaz said your attack wife, good partner energy. I like that, Gaz, but I want to be fair to Gib here in the sense that at first I thought he was saying that too, and now that I'm reading through it, it kind of looks like this is like that chat to verbal, where I think he was saying I was lying about like what he had said or something like that. I don't think he was saying I was lying about my background. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Gib. I don't know. Anyhow, if you're still there and can make it through the phone call. No, we're going to listen to this whole phone call. Yeah. 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 Anyhow, my wife is cool now. I love that my wife backs me up like that, though. I think that's pretty rad. Paul said, you don't have to be a victim of a crime to recognize a crime. Well, I've been both a victim of a crime and I can recognize a crime. And I have been shook down in the past. And I have lived in bad neighborhoods. And I have lived in good neighborhoods. And I've lived in big cities. And I know a freaking New York car salesman when I hear one. And this is New York car sales tactics 101 way of threatening. It's so obvious. We're going to listen to the rest of this. I don't know if Gib has the stones to continue, but let's continue.
Saying that.
And by the way, I mean mental fortitude. I don't know if you have the mental fortitude for it, but let's find out.
It was the highest vote ever. There was no way. A lot of the political people said that there's no way they beat me, and they beat me. They beat me in the poll. As you know, every single state. We won every state. We won every state house in the country. We held the Senate.
Gib was saying my feelings got hurt and I bent truth like a cult member to win. No, I think what we're seeing right now is truth and we're listening to it and you're bending it to win.
Which is shocking to people, although we'll see what happens tomorrow or in a few days. And we won the House, but we won every single state house and we won Congress, which was supposed to lose 15 seats and they gained, I think, 16 or 17.
Hey, Gib, if you want to come on, I can give you a link if you want to hash this out. But I think we should listen to this phone call so we have the right data and information.
17 or something. I think there's now a difference of 5. There was supposed to be a difference substantially more. But politicians in every state, but politicians in Georgia have given affidavits and are going to that there was no way they beat me in the election.
They didn't.
That the people came out. In fact, they were expecting to lose, and then they ended up winning by a lot because of the coattails. And they said, "There's no way that."
I'm sorry, like you can't tell this guy's lying through his teeth. They said we would lose, but then they ended up winning by a lot because of the coattails. What the hell is the coattails? Come on, you're lying through your teeth. Let's continue.
They've done many polls prior to the election. There was no way that they won.
Josh said, this is nice.
Dropped in massive numbers.
Josh said, this is nice Saturday afternoon energy to drop into. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I mean, again, I said this is going to be a spicy stream. I don't mind it getting spicy. I don't shy away from this kind of stuff when I'm doing a spicy stream. If this were like an art stream, where we're just doing art, then, cool. But I warned you guys, it's going to be a spicy stream. If you can handle the spice, that's cool. If you want to be a spice girl along with us, feel free. I'm going to be sporty spice in this. I don't know. You guys, let me know in the chats which spice you want to be. Maybe Old Spice.
And we're trying to get to those numbers, and we will have them. They'll
we're
take
trying
a
to
period
get to
of
those
time,
numbers.
Certified. But they're massive numbers, and
they're
far greater
numbers.
than the 11,779. The other thing,
he keeps mentioning the exact amount he needs. They're greater than the 11,779. The big numbers, the biggest numbers you've ever seen. Okay, let's continue. Don't worry, it hasn't gotten to the threat yet.
Dead people. So dead people voted. and I think the number is in the close to 5,000 people. And they went to.
If you want to come on and defend yourself after this, feel free. I'll send you a link. You know, it's up to you. We do want to follow the TOS. That's about it.
Obituaries. They went to all sorts of methods to come up with an accurate number, and a minimum is close to about 5,000 voters. The bottom line is when you add it all up, and then you
the bottom line is
300,000.
It's kind of crazy, but when you add it up, we win. It's I don't know. I'm just saying a bunch of random stuff and gish galloping a bunch of facts that I won't substantiate after this call. And it'd be cool if you showed up with the numbers. That's all I'm saying.
Fake ballots. Then the other thing they said is in Fulton County and other areas.
There's these people, and they said, Fox News uses this tactic a lot where they'll just say, people on the street are saying, and you're like, what people? Oh, just people, Anyhow, let's continue.
And this may or may not be true. This just came up this morning, that they are burning their ballots, that they are shredding ballots and removing equipment.
Burning ballots.
They're changing the equipment on the Dominion machines. And, then that's not legal. And they supposedly shredded, I think,
it's not legal.
300 pounds of...
If it's not legal, how come every single court threw out their blatantly false claims of fraud in the election, including right-leaning courts with Trump-appointed judges? Again, the stretching you have to go through to make it not Trump is absurd. But let's continue.
3,000 pounds of ballots. And that just came to us as
3,000 pounds of ballots. Wow, you'd think they would brought a court case about that.
It's a very sad situation. But Brad, if you took the minimum numbers, we're many times above the 11,779, and many of those numbers are certified, or they will be certified, but they are certified. Those are numbers.
They will be, but they are. What does that mean?
And that.
I'm sorry, that doesn't sound like a lie to you. Like they will be, well, they are, or they will be, or they are, or they're whatever you need to hear. What do you need to hear? What do you need to hear to change those votes?
That beat the margin of loss. They beat it, by a lot. And people should be happy to have an accurate count instead of an election where there's turmoil. There's turmoil in Georgia and other places. You're not the only one. We have other states that I believe will be flipping to us very shortly. And but this is
other states.
Something that's as an example.
By the way, that's him actually kind of indicating what's being mentioned in the indictment is he did this to multiple governors. So this is just one conversation of what hopefully will be revealed by the court, of multiple conversations, after he had already set up a fraudulent group of electors who are all under court hearings right now. Let's continue.
Well, I think in Detroit, and I think there's a good section of your state actually, which we're not sure, so we're not going to report it yet. But
we're not sure.
Detroit, we had 100. I think it was 139 percent.
139% people.
That's not too good. In Pennsylvania, they had well over 200,000 more votes than they had people voting.
So, another question for you, Gib. How do you square this circle? How come the election fraud, this broad sweeping election fraud, was only claimed in pro-Trump states? States that voted against Trump. Why would that be? If there's this broad sweeping fraud, you'd think it would have been in the states that voted for Trump too, right? It's just why are we accepting, with open arms, every state that voted for Trump and just it's magically all this election interference was in the swing states where it was close. Just, but we're trusting on face value the integrity of the election in states that voted for Trump. I don't know. That's a weird one to me. It's interesting to me that the only ones contested are specifically, conveniently, the ones that where it was close.
And that doesn't play too well. And the legislature there which is Republican, is extremely activist and angry. But I mean, there were other things also that were almost as bad as that. But
other things that I'm not going to.
They had, as an example, in Michigan, a tremendous number of dead people that voted. I think, Mark, it was 18,000.
Okay, so now they're saying 18,000 dead people voted in Michigan, and it turns out dead people did vote in Michigan, and it was 4. But, Trump's being honest. He's a key player here. He's not threatening. He's not trying to seed disinformation to swing the election. No, not at all. We're just going to trust our dear leader, our dear orange leader.
Some unbelievably high number, much higher than yours. You were in the 4,000 to 5,000 category, and that was checked out laboriously by going through by going through the obituary columns in the newspapers. So I guess with all of it being said, Brad, it's the bottom line. And provisional ballots, again, you'll have to tell me about the provisional ballots, but we have a lot of people that were complaining that they weren't able to vote because they were already voted for. And
he's basically like giving him all the information he wants to hear. He's like, provisional ballots too. You'll have to tell me about that. But this is what I'm hearing. But you'll have to tell me what I'm saying to tell me. Okay. Let's see here. We finished. I want to darken this corner because I intentionally kind of skewed the perspective here, because I know this whole corner is going to be kind of in shadow, in darkness, my old friend here. Gib, I don't know if you're the same way, but I'm one of those people who I can have pretty wild disagreements with people and conflicts and still kind of retain a respect for the person. So I do want you to know, Gib, I like your art. And I think you're funny. And not funny like because you have weird ideas. I think you're a very hilarious person. I want to say positive things while we're getting contentious, because I don't mind getting contentious. And if it pisses you off, that's fine. But I don't want to be blinded by a political disagreement to where I, dehumanize another person. Let's see here. What do we got? Gaz was saying, is this a phone call? No one else has spoken. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, no, he goes on for an hour.
Great people. And, they were...
It's toward the end.
I don't know if you call that provisional ballots. In some states, we had a lot of provisional ballot situations where people were given a provisional ballot because when they walked in on November 3rd, they were already voted for. So that's it. I mean, we have many, many times the number of votes necessary to win the state, and we won the state, and we won it very substantially and easily, and we're
substantially and easily.
We have
that's why I'm calling you.
Much of this is very, they're certified. Far more is certified than we need, but we're getting additional numbers certified too, and we're getting pictures of drop boxes being delivered and delivered late and delivered 3 days later in some cases. Plus, we have many affidavits to that effect.
So, Mr. President, if I might be able to jump in, and I'll give Brad a chance.
This is important,
Mr. Secretary. Obviously there are allegations where we believe that not every vote or fair vote and legal vote was counted. And that's at odds with the representation from the Secretary of State's office. What I'm hopeful for is there some way that we can find some kind of an agreement to look at this a little bit.
This is lawyer talk for like, is there a way you can change your information? Okay, like, come on, you know this. Let's continue. Is there a way we could come to an agreement for you to change the information? Let's be honest. That's what's happening here.
more fully. The president mentioned Fulton County, but in some of these areas where there seems to be a difference.
Gibb said, I am mad, but I'm a big boy. Well, I'm mad too. I'll give you that. Like, I'm a little pissed too, but like, I can be mad and disagree with somebody's political philosophy and still retain, respect for their human dignity. You know what I mean? Let's continue here. And also I can retain I actually, a lot of people don't know this. I listen to a lot of like right-leaning comics and shows and stuff like that. Cause again, like if somebody's funny, I don't know, I don't have to agree with everything they believe, that's my own opinion.
Of where the facts seem to lead. And so, Mr. Secretary, I was hopeful that, in a spirit of...
and I will still hold the fact that if you want to claim that I came from some entitled background, you can go fuck yourself. I will stick with that one.
Cooperation and compromise, is there's something that we can at least have a discussion to look at some of these allegations to find a path forward that's less litigious.
Okay, you're saying there's no like bribe here? Like, come on. What do you think that was that just happened there? Is there a way that we could go forward to where the vote totals might change and the data might change in a way that, say, is less litigious? Meaning, could you get your lawyer out of the room? I mean, come on. You don't hear that? Are you insane? Like, you're either really naive or like, I don't know. Like, wow. Oh, that's a tough one. Okay. We're going to take a real quick break. I hope you guys are feeling the spice. Agree or disagree, you're feeling the spice. I know it. I know the spice is in you. The spice is with you. Feel your hatred, Luke. Embrace your hatred. Join the dark side. Okay, I'll be right back. We're going to play trailers. All right. Let's continue. Gibb said that's not a threat. Yeah, it's not a threat. It's coercion. The threat comes at the end of the call, Gibb. Like that, we're just starting with at first they're making the request to try to get a Secretary of State to misrepresent fact with no backing. So that's where we're at. As the call continues, they will go on to make threats, but they make threats toward the end, as people usually do when they're asking for a favor and they're trying to coerce somebody. At first they're starting with carrots and then they end it like a good old mobster with sticks. This is usually how these things go. Let's watch a trailer and then we're going to get into the next. And I also appreciate you guys hanging out in chats because I'm getting art done. I hope you guys are too. I'm going to put on the trailer. We'll watch the Jacob's Apartment trailer one more time and we'll be back. We're going to listen to the rest of the Trump phone call with the governor, which luckily was recorded. Very smart. Not governor, sorry. The Secretary of State, which was lucky that it was recorded and in full so people can attempt to stretch around the truth of what was actually documented there. Here is my trailer for Jacob's Apartment. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing pain. I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right. This is a spicy stream. We're going to do a reintroduction just for anybody who's tuning in right now so you know what's going on. We got this first.
Let's get ready to crumble.
Because we're going to get spicy.
Let's get ready to crumble.
That's right. We're getting ready to crumble. And then we're going to also just do a quick reintroduction for anybody who's hopping in. Welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream. It's getting spicy. We're working on comics. We were listening to the Donald Trump indictment in full, which I plan on getting through, either on this stream or however many streams we need to. And the phone call with the state governor or not the state governor, I keep saying governor, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, which was recorded, where Trump made like a threat at the end and tried to coerce the Secretary of State to overturn the election results. We're listening to that real quick just to refresh everybody's memory on that event that actually happened, even if you're deep in the sauce on the Trump stuff. We're also working on comics, so our goal on this stream before I take a break to have a very late lunch is going to be to get through page 81 of Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. We're going to get through the shading on this. So stay tuned. If you haven't yet, hit like. You can even hit that dislike if you like. If you're really pissed and you're mad, you can hit dislike. That's fine. It's all embraced on a spicy stream. Okay, we're going to pause. And we're going to get back into drawing and listening to this recording. Gaz said, your background is irrelevant to the objective truth of the Trump situation. But that's the problem that I was mentioning a couple days ago is like, you know, it used to bug me when I'd take like art theory classes in school where they'd like teach all this stuff where they were trying to kind of deny the existence of absolute truth altogether. And it starts getting into this like nihilism that's like a philosophical, just like dead end where you just end up where like, if nobody accepts that there are facts of the matter, then it's just like the whole discussion is purposeless. And that's one of the reasons with like the idea of like subjective interpretations being the arbiter of truth can be really dangerous. And the left used to really perpetuate that. And I've seen it coming up on the right, which is very bizarre to me because that's always been a criticism I've had of people who are left leaning or like artists where they're like in this postmodern world of like no truth. Because to me, truth is fundamental. We have to be able to agree there are facts of the matter. But even in these cases, you know, where there's a pretty blatant recording where there's a shakedown happening, trying to change the Secretary of State to change the election results. You know, you can have that documented, recorded, where it's actual evidence. And yet people can go, well, that's your opinion. That's your read on the phone call. And this is my read, because, you know, I think a lot of people on the right want to go into this whole, well, that's your truth. And this is my truth. And we've all got our truths. And it's like, no, there's a truth. Gaz said, gotta go rock on, Josh. Nice, Gaz. Appreciate it. Paul said, I'm rocking on page 85. I love it. All right, we're going to continue our spicy stream. And hopefully this is giving you the energy to work frivolously on your work. Okay, let's continue.
I've listened to what the president has just said. President Trump, we've had several lawsuits, and we've had to respond in court to the lawsuits and the contentions. We don't agree that you have one. I didn't agree about the 200,000 number that you'd mentioned. And I could go through that point by point. What we have done is we gave our state Senate about 1.5 hours of our time going through the election issue by issue. And then on the state house, the Government Affairs Committee, we gave them about 2.5 hours of our time, going back point by point on all the issues of contention. And then just a few days ago, we met with our U.S. congressman, Republican congressman, and we gave them about 2 hours of our time talking about this past election. going back, primarily what you've talked about here, focused in on primarily, I believe, is the absentee ballot process. I don't believe that you're really questioning the Dominion machines, because we did a hand retally, a 100%.
Okay, so now there's a response, right? And this response is basically like him saying, like, he's basically saying we went point by point through all of this, right? And he's saying, I'm particularly struck by like the Dominion machine. Okay, let's continue.
Retally of all the ballots and compared that to what the machine said, and it came up with virtually the same result. Then we did the recount.
So he's basically saying we already checked the machines and we went through the machines versus the physical count, and we got pretty much the same result. So he's basically saying your claim about the Dominion machines isn't factually untrue. Keep in mind, the guy he's talking to right now is a Republican who wanted Trump to win.
The same result. So I guess we could probably take that off the table. I don't think there's an issue about that. I think what
well, Brad, not that there's not an issue, but
not that there's not an issue. How slippery can your language get? What does that even mean? Not that there's not an issue. Anyhow, let's continue.
We have a big issue with Dominion and other states, and perhaps in yours, but we haven't felt we needed to go there. And just to maybe put a little different spin on what Mark is saying, Mark Meadows. Yeah, we'd like to go further, but we don't really need to. We have all the votes we need. We won the state. If you took, these are the most minimal numbers, the numbers that I gave you. Those are numbers that are certified, your absentee ballots sent to vacant addresses, your out-of-state voters, 4,925. When you add them up, it's many times the 11,779 number. So we could go through. We have not gone through your Dominion, so we can't give them blessing. I mean, in other states, we think we found tremendous corruption with Dominion machines, but we'll have to see. But we.
You know how that resulted when they looked into the Dominion machines settlements with Dominion, because they were wrong and they were defaming the company and they had no evidence of it. That's what happened, by the way, in a result for the Dominion machines. Let's continue.
We only lost the state by by that number, 11,000 votes, and 779. So with that being said,
has that number memorized?
With just what we have, and with just what we have, we're giving you minimal numbers. We're doing the most conservative numbers possible. We're many times above the margin. And so we don't really have to, Mark. I don't think we have to go through machines because what's the difference between winning the election by two votes and winning it by 500,000 votes? I think we probably did win it by 500,000. One of the things that happened, Brad, is we have other people coming in now from Alabama and from South Carolina and from other states, and they're saying it's impossible for you to have lost Georgia. We won, in Alabama, we set a record, got the highest vote ever. In Georgia, we set a record with a massive amount of votes. And they say it's not possible to have lost Georgia. And I could tell you by our rallies. I could tell you by the rally I'm having on Monday night, the place, they already have lines of people standing out front.
Again, he keeps saying we had big rallies. That's probably his most substantial evidence is we had big rallies. Yeah, that's why these were close votes, man. That's why they were close states. You did have big support there, just not enough because you lost the election.
I'm waiting. It's just not possible to have lost Georgia. It's not possible. When I heard it was close, I said, there's no way. But they dropped a lot of votes in there late at night. You know that, Brett. And that's what we are working.
That's another thing that's bizarre. He literally encouraged people not to do mail-in voting, right? All the way leading up to it. And then when you're going to get the mail-in voting results, it suddenly, because Democrats tend to do mail-in ballots and nobody on the left was going to be listening to Trump saying, don't use mail-in ballots. Of course the late night result was different. He structured it that way.
Working on very, very stringently. But regardless of those votes, with all of it being said, we lost by essentially 11,000 votes, and we have many more votes already calculated and certified to. So I just don't know, Mark, I don't know what's the purpose. I won't give Dominion a pass because we found too many bad things, but we don't need Dominion or anything else. We have won this election in Georgia based on all of this. And there's nothing wrong with saying that, Brad. I mean, having a correct, the people of Georgia are angry. And these numbers are going to be repeated on Monday night, along with others that we're going to have by that time, which are much more substantial even.
So now he's like, I mean, again, maybe this is just too subtle for people to get. Now he's kind of indicating like people in Georgia, your base is going to be really pissed that you didn't get Georgia. That's basically what he's saying. Trying to give him a little bit of an incentive. Like, wouldn't it be nice if things turned out on my way?
And the people of Georgia are angry. The people of the country are angry. And there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated, because the 2,236 and absentee ballots, I mean, they're all exact numbers that were done by accounting firms, law firms, etc.
That they couldn't
even
provide.
If you cut them in half, and cut them in half again, it's more votes than we need.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong. We talked to the congressmen, and they were surprised, but they, I guess there was a person named Mr. Raynard that came to these meetings and presented data. And he said that there was dead people, I believe it was upward of 5,000. The actual number were two people that were dead that voted. And so that's wrong. That was two.
Well, Cleta, how do you respond to that? I mean, you tell me.
Well, I will say, Mr. Secretary, one of the things that we have requested, and what we said was, and if you look at if you read our petition, it said that we took the names and birth years, and we had certain information available to us. We have asked
certain information
from your office for records that only you have. And so we said there's a universe of people who have the same name and same birth year and died, but we don't have the records that you have. And one of the things that we have been suggesting formally and informally for weeks now is for you to make available to us the records that would be necessary to confirm.
So at this point, they're suggesting that he manufactures records. How is anyone who listened to this not hearing this? They're suggesting that he just kind of show up with the records that the Secretary of State only has access to. Basically implying if you come forward with this, no one can prove it wrong. Okay, let's continue.
Even before you do that, Cleta, even before you do that, and not even including that, that's why I hardly even included that number, although in one state we have a tremendous amount of dead people. So
there's just
I'm sure we do in Georgia too. I'm sure we do in Georgia too. But is that we're so far ahead. We're so far ahead of these numbers. Even the phony ballots of Ruby Freeman, known scammer. You know the internet? You know what was trending on the internet? Where's Ruby? Because they thought she'd be in jail. Where's Ruby? It's
trending on the internet.
Crazy. It's crazy. That was the minimum number is 18,000 for Ruby, but they think it's probably about 56,000. But the minimum number is 18,000 on the Ruby Freeman night, where she ran back in there when everybody was gone and stuffed. She stuffed the ballot boxes. Let's face it, Brad. I mean, they did it in slow motion replay, magnified, right? She stuffed the ballot boxes.
There's a YouTube video that
like
makes it
nobody's
clean.
ever seen them stuffed before. So there's a term for it when it's a machine instead of a ballot box. But she stuffed the machine. She stuffed the ballot. Each ballot went 3 times. They were showing, Here's ballot number 1. Here it is a second time, third time, next ballot. I mean, look, Brett, we have a new tape that we're going to release. It's devastating.
Never did.
And by the way, that one event is much more than the 11,000 votes that we're talking about.
And by the way, none of these events that he keeps mentioning, they were like anytime it came to actual court, like these things got thrown out of court instantly by like right-leaning courts with Trump-appointed judges. Why? Because they were lying, and even the lawyers in the courtroom would not defend the claims, because when you make a legal claim under oath, there's actual consequences for lying. Whereas you can make any wild claim you want, like on for entertainment or for political speech. You're not sworn under oath. But the second you lie under oath, you could get disbarred, you could get fined, you could get jailed. So it's interesting to me that all of Trump's guys changed their tune when they were in a courtroom, as opposed to all these wild claims he's making over the phone.
It's that one event was a disaster. It's just but it was something that it can't be disputed. And again, we have a version that you haven't seen, but
you're lying.
It's magnified. It's magnified, and you can see everything. And she put, for some reason, they put it in 3 times each ballot, and I don't know why, but why? I don't know why 3 times. Why not 5 times, right? But yeah, go ahead.
You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that Rudy Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context. So the next day we brought in WSB TV and we let them see the full run of tape. And what you'll see, the events that transpired are nowhere near what was projected by,
But where were the poll watchers, Brad? There were no poll watchers there. There were no Democrats or Republicans. There was no security there. It was late in the evening, or early in the morning, and there was nobody else in the room. Where were the poll watchers? And why did they say a water main broke, which they did, and which is reported in the newspapers? They said they left, they ran out because of a water main break, and there was no water main. There was nothing. There was no break. There was no water main break. But if you take out everything, where were the Republican poll watchers? Even where were the Democrat poll watchers? Because there were none. And then you say, well, they left their station. If you look at the tape, and this was reviewed by professional police and detectives and other people. When they left in a rush, everybody left in a rush because of the water main, but everybody left in a rush. These people left their station. When they came back, they didn't go to their station. They went to the apron wrapped around the table, under which were thousands and thousands of ballots in a box that was not an official or a sealed box. And then they took those and they went back to a different station. So if they would have come back, they would have walked to their station and they would have continued to work. But they couldn't do even that, because that's illegal, because they had no Republican poll watchers. And remember, her reputation.
Here's another thing that always weirds me out about conspiracy theories. Like, I've thought this about like the JFK stuff too. There's a lot of like, when you look into like the JFK assassination, there's a lot of like really weird things, contrary evidence, that kind of stuff. But then like when you think about it, like, and this is where it always baffles me. It's like, if they had a conspiracy to take out the president, why did they go about it that way? Like, there were so many possibilities of utter failure. That you would think they would have just done it in a much quicker way, and probably had the assailant like assassinated before anything. Like, it's just like such a contrived, like long-winded way to go about it. It's the same kind of thing with, I feel like if the DNC really had the power to kind of rig the election, wouldn't they have done it? Like, wouldn't it have been like a landslide? Like, like why rig it so weakly? Like, why not rig it really effectively? Like, that's the weirdest thing to me about it. Like, if they had a whole room full of electors that had an agreement to like change the votes and stuff like that, which is what he's making the claim of. Like all these people who are going to, not electors, but the people who are going to count the ballots are all in on this nefarious scheme where they're going to break the water main, then leave, then come back and like switch out the votes. But then like the weird thing is, why do you need the water main to do that? Like why would, like, they had no, he from what he's claiming, they had no poll watchers. So couldn't they have just swapped them out? Like, it's bizarre. It's the conspiracy theories always like assume this like massive amount of control, but total ineptitude at the same time. It's very strange. You kind of can't have both, right? They're either evil masterminds who can like rig elections, or they're like, really bad at doing it, like Trump was when he was actually trying to commit a conspiracy.
Is Devin. She's known all over the internet, Brett. She's known all over. I'm telling you, where
he's talking to a Secretary of State and citing the internet as the reason he should change electoral votes. It's on the internet.
Where's Ruby was one of the hot items on the Ruby. They knew her. Where's Ruby? So Brad, there can be no justification for that. And I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but that was, and Brad, why did they put the votes in 3 times? They put them in 3 times.
Mr. President, they did not put that. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times.
Well, where was everybody else at that late time in the morning? Where was everybody? Where were the Republicans? Where were the security guards? Where were the people that were there just a little while before when everyone ran out of the room? How come we had no security in the room? Why did they run to the bottom of the table? Why did they run there and just open the skirt and rip out the votes? I mean, Brad, and they were sitting there, I think for 5 hours or something like that, the most, but they just all happened to run back and go.
Does this sound like a guy who actually wants to hear why? Does that sound like an honest question where he's like, hey, why did this happen? Like, he's talking to a guy who could actually get to the bottom of why that happened. Does he seem at all interested in hearing the truth? Just in your opinion, like Trump speaking to another Trump supporting Republican, who could resolve all these questions that he's gish galloping. Does he sound like a man who wants to be convinced? That's just something to consider.
Brad.
Yeah, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB that does.
I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link.
He's saying we'll send you a link to the study that we did to confirm that like what you're saying is false, like the actual the investigation they did. And he's like, I have my own link. It's a great link. It's like, well, then you don't want the answers. That's the thing. And so why would he be mentioning all these things if he doesn't want the answers? Again, like just using logic, it's pretty clear he's trying to coerce the Secretary of State to change his tune.
I will tell you, I've seen the tape, the full tape. So has Alex. We've watched it. And what we saw and what we've confirmed in the timing is that they made everybody leave. We have sworn affidavits saying that. And then they began to process ballots. And our estimate is that there were roughly 18,000 ballots. We don't know that. If you know that.
There was 18,000 ballots, but they used each one 3 times.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know.
Well, I do because we had ours magnified out. So
we had ours magnified out.
I've watched the entire.
So he's saying we had it magnified out, and yet like the Secretary of State who did an actual investigation of it is like, no, they didn't do it 3 times. Again, like he's trying to kind of repeat the lie until it becomes true. It's kind of a tendency that Trump exhibited throughout his entire tenure or whatever as president. But it's like, it's just bizarre to me that somebody doesn't hear what's happening here. I mean, come on. Okay, guys, we've been going 3 hours. We have this guy nicely shaded now. We're getting our way through the page. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get through this though. I want to listen to the entire thing till we get to the threat at the end. It's kind of unfortunate because I really want to get through the entire indictment, but maybe this can be some content for the next few ones. It's a spicy stream. If you haven't yet, hit that like. It's going to get spicy. It's going to continue to get spicy as we work through page 81 of a historical fiction graphic novel that has nothing to do with politics. All right. Here is the trailer for... let's see here. We'll watch Wordzoid, Jim Luhan's trailer, and then we'll be back and we'll hopefully finish up at least this panel.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes! And that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, guys, we're listening to the recorded conversation from like 2 years ago of Trump's recorded phone call with Georgia's state secretary to recount the election votes, just so you guys can have a refresher as we go through the indictment. So it's a spicy stream for sure. I'm expressing a political viewpoint on this one. If that is too much for you, you are free to not watch. And I'm working on page 81 of Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And how much fun is that? You know, let's continue.
Right. But nobody can make a case for that, Brett. Nobody. I mean, look, you'd have to be a child to think anything other than that. Just a child. I mean, you never Trump or U.S. attorney
how
there.
many ballots? How many ballots, Mr. Secretary, are you saying that were processed in?
We had GPI thoroughly investigate that.
This is Ryan Germany. We had our law enforcement officers talk to everyone who was there.
So here's another thing. Now for Trump, like Trumpists, to think that Trump is citing factual information here. So you think the Georgia Secretary of State, who was a pro-Trumper, was somehow complicit in this dark web of conspiracy to overturn the results, which is funny because like there's a current indictment kind of suggesting the reverse. But anyhow, so you think that's happening, and also the law enforcement of Georgia was also in on it. So now we have more people, and yet no whistleblowers. But we have a ton of whistleblowers for the indictment stating the opposite, including a recorded phone call, which we're listening to right now, suggesting that Trump was trying to influence the election. Let's, I accidentally magnified my screen here. Oh. I'm trying to get out of here. Okay, here we go. I just have to decrease the size of that screen. That got way too big. Okay, let's continue.
After that event came to light, the GBI was with them as well as FBI agents.
Well, there's no way they could. Then they're incompetent.
So the FBI, the state police, a lot of these people are like very, very right-leaning, very pro-Trump. They all conspired in this one spot in Georgia, right? That's the stretch here, or do you want to go with Occam's razor here and think maybe Trump's lying, trying to influence the election?
They're either
Well, what
dishonest
did they
or
find?
incompetent. Okay, there's only two answers: dishonesty or incompetence. There's just no way. Look, there's no way. And on the other thing I said too, there's no way. I mean, there's no way that these things could have been. You know, you have all these different people that voted, but they don't live in Georgia anymore. What was that number, Clay? That was a pretty good number too. Yeah.
Well, the number who had registered out of
It's
state
just gish galloping
actually
any way
moved
he
from
can
Georgia.
try to coax them to change the
And
election.
so they had a date when they moved from Georgia. They registered to vote out of state, and then it's 4,500. I don't have that right in front of me.
And then they came back in and they voted.
And voted. Yeah.
No, that was a large number though. It was in the 20s. And you know, the point is,
that's pretty common in every state. Like the idea that there are people who are residents of states that are in different states, they're registered to vote, and they vote in their home state. Yeah, this happens everywhere. This isn't fraud. It's just part of your right to vote as a U.S. citizen. You know. Okay. You can go on vacation and come back and still vote in your state.
We've been going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got, that Ms. Mitchell was just saying, they're not accurate. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. And in many cases,
really, how many people do that?
So
You mean they moved out and then they said, "Ah, the hell with it, I'll move back in." You know, it doesn't sound like
that's
very
so
normal.
common.
You mean they moved out and what? They missed it so much that they wanted to move back in? Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, and they moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election.
Yeah.
So there's something about that data that it's just not accurate.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that it is certified, and they moved out of Georgia, and they voted. It didn't say they moved back in, Clayton, did it?
No, but I mean, we're looking at the voter registry. Again, if you have additional records, we've been asking for that. But you haven't shared any of that with us. You just keep saying you've
But Lita, a lot of it you don't need to be shared. I mean, to be honest, they should share it. They should share it because you want to get to an honest election. I won this election by hundreds of thousands of votes. There's no way I lost Georgia. There's no way. We won by hundreds of thousands of votes. I'm just going by small numbers. When you add them up, they're many times the 11,000. But I won that state by hundreds of thousands of votes. Now, do you think it's possible that they shredded ballots in Fulton County? Because that's what the rumor is. And also that Dominion took out machines.
Sorry, does this not sound like a gish gallop to you guys? Do you understand what a gish gallop is? Like, a gish gallop is when you're kind of not going to make a really decent or reasonable point. And so you just kind of grasp at like a million straws. And the whole goal is to like overwhelm the opponent to where they concede, right? Because they just can't, a human mind can't possibly, tackle like 50 million allegations all at once. And there's no attempt here for him to get at the truth at all. Whenever the state counters it, it's like a person making a bad argument in a debate where, the second they're proven wrong, they just jump to the next point. He's like, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? Does any of this stick? What do we need to do to make it stick? Let's continue, though. He hasn't gotten to the threat yet. That's at the end.
That Dominion is really moving fast to get rid of their machine.
And again, it's an impossible discussion because he already addressed Dominion. He already addressed, like, the Secretary of State already said, hey, we looked into it, and that's not factually true. So now he's, like, circling back to that. It's, like, just this circle of, like, attacks.
Do you know anything about that? Because that's illegal.
This is Ryan, Germany. No, Dominion has not moved any machinery out of Fulton County. We're having.
Well, but have they moved? Have they moved the inner parts of the machines and replaced them with other parts?
No.
You sure?
Are you sure? Could you say they did?
I'm sure, Mr. President.
And what about the ballots? The shredding of the ballots. Have they been shredding ballots?
No. The only investigation that we have into that, they have not been shredding any ballots. There was an issue in Cobb County where they were doing normal office shredding, getting rid of old stuff, and we investigated that. But this is stuff from past elections.
Well, I don't know.
And that's what
it doesn't pass the smell test though, because we hear they're shredding thousands and thousands of ballots, and now what they're saying, oh, we're just cleaning up the office. I don't think that plays.
Mr. President, the problem you have with social media, people can say anything.
No, this isn't social media. This is Trump media. It's not social media. It's really not. It's not social media. I don't care about social, but I couldn't care less. Social media is big tech. Big tech is on your side. I don't even know why you have a side, because you should want to have an accurate election. And you're a Republican.
We believe that we do have an accurate election.
No.
So that's where the implied threats start going. Again, that's a real subtle one, but it gets less subtle as it continues. But now he's basically saying, hey, you're a Republican, you should be on our side, basically. Interesting.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have, not even close. You're off by hundreds of thousands of votes. And just on the small numbers, you're off on these numbers. And these numbers can't be just. Well, why won't? Okay.
He's also not citing.
You send us into Cobb County for signature verification, right? You send us into Cobb County, which we didn't want to go into, and you said it would be open to the public, and we could have So we had our experts there. They weren't allowed into the room, but we didn't want Cobb County. We wanted Fulton County, and you wouldn't give it to us. Now, why aren't we doing signature, and why can't it be open to the public, and why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs that will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find?
We chose Cobb County.
Why don't you want to find? What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so why did you do Cobb County? We didn't even we requested Fulton County, not Cobb County.
Well, Mr. President, we did have our election contest.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
We chose Cobb County because that was the only county where there's been any evidence submitted that the signature verification was not properly done.
Well, no, but I told you, but we're not saying that. We are the aggrieved party. Fulton County, look. Stacy, in my opinion, Stacy is as dishonest as they come. She has outplayed you at every heart, at everything. She got you to sign a totally unconstitutional agreement, which is a disastrous agreement. You can't check signatures. You can't do that. I can't imagine you're allowed to do harvesting, I guess, in that agreement. That agreement is a disaster for this country. And
now he's on to some agreement. Again, he
thing,
just can't pin him down on one thing, so he's looking for anything that'll stick.
She's outsmarted you at every step. And I hate to imagine what's going to happen on Monday or Tuesday, but it's very scary to people,
Oh, that's interesting. I hate to imagine what's going to happen, right? Anyhow, let's continue. Be a shame if something happened to your office.
Where the ballots flow in out of nowhere. It's very scary to people. That consent decree is a disaster. It's a disaster. A very good lawyer who examined it said they've never seen anything like it.
And, a very good lawyer. You notice he never gives specifics because he's BSing.
And that settlement agreement did not change that.
Well, it's not a settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It even says consent decree on it, doesn't it? It uses the term consent decree. It doesn't say settlement agreement. It's a consent decree. It's a disaster.
It's a settlement agreement.
What's written on top of it?
Ryan?
I don't have it in front of me, but it was not entered by the court. It's not a court order.
No, it's called. But Ryan, it's called the consent decree. Is that right on the paper? Is that right?
I don't believe so. But I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Whatever. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. Look, here's the problem. We can go through signature verification, and we'll find hundreds of thousands of signatures if you let us do it. And the only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you can do a signature verification is go from the one that signed it on November, whatever, recently, and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, or even one, and you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed, and you have many that are forgeries. Okay, you know that. You know that. You have no doubt about that. And you will be at 11,000.
I love his just blatant lie and then insistence. You know that, and this is what you're going to do. And it's at every turn, I'm very thankful that this Secretary of State didn't just go, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's continue.
1,779 within minutes, because Fulton County is totally corrupt, and so is she totally corrupt. And they're going around playing you and laughing at you behind your back, Brad. Whether you know it or not, they're laughing at you. And you've taken a state that's a Republican state, and you've made it almost impossible for a Republican to win because of cheating, because they cheated like nobody's ever cheated before. And I don't care how long it takes me. We're going to have other states coming forward pretty good. But I won't. This is never given. We have some incredible talent. Said they've never seen anything. Now, the problem is they need more time for the big numbers, but they are very substantial numbers. And I think you're going to find that they, by the way, a little information. I think you're going to find that they are shredding ballots because they have to get rid of the ballots because the ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt. And they're brand new and they don't have seals. And there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt. And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's it.
Okay, so now he's starting to get into well, it'd be really illegal if you were doing this, kind of implying, hey, we might have some kind of, anyhow, let's continue. Gets more blatant later on. Starts subtle.
That's a criminal offense.
That's a criminal offense.
And, you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a threat to you. That would be a criminal offense. That's a big threat to you. Come on. You don't think that's a shakedown? If you're listening to this, you're insane. If you don't think that's a shakedown, you've literally lost the plot. But it gets even worse. But at that point, he's saying, we're going to find that this happened and you're going to get decimated for this, basically, if you don't say what we're telling you to say. But it continues. Again, Gib, I know that was subtle. It's subtle. It's implied. It gets worse.
Your lawyer, that's a big risk. But they are shredding ballots, in my opinion, based on what I've heard. And they are removing machinery, and they're moving it as fast as they can.
Yeah.
Both of which are criminal fines, and you can't let it happen, and you are letting it happen. I'm notifying you that you're letting it happen.
I'm notifying you.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,000.
What I want to do is find the votes that we're missing. And he's going to say this specific number. So now he's making the request, right? He's saying this, look, guys, look. I'll be straight with you. This is what we're talking about. We want to find this many votes. We'll get into it in a second. But this is where he just blatantly is basically saying, this is what we're trying to do. Sure, Gib, in a world where there's no subjective truth, yeah, you're right. It's your opinion. It's my opinion. It's just opinion. It's not a recorded phone call of somebody trying to coerce a state secretary to change the vote.
780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state, and flipping the state is a great testament to our country, because and there's just it's a testament that they can admit to a mistake, or whatever you want to call it. If it was a mistake, I don't know. A lot of people think it wasn't a mistake. It was much more criminal than that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's continue.
But it's a big problem in Georgia, and it's not a problem that's going away. I mean, it's not a problem that's going away.
Basically saying we're not going to let this drop.
Ryan, we're looking into every one of those things that you mentioned.
Okay,
and our
that's
investigators,
good. But if you find them, you got to say it, Ryan. Look, if they're, let me ask you, Ryan, if they're destroying ballots.
Let me tell you what we are seeing.
Go ahead.
What we're seeing is not at all what you're describing.
Okay.
And these are investigators from our office. These are investigators from GBI, and they're looking and they're good, and that's not what they're seeing. And we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking at all these things.
Well, you better check on the ballots because they are shredding ballots, Brian. I'm just telling you, Ryan, they're shredding ballots, and you should look at that very carefully because that's so illegal. You may not even believe it because it's so bad, but they're shredding ballots because they think we're going to eventually get there because we'll eventually
Good liar.
get into full.
You may not even believe it.
It's in my opinion, it's never too late. So, little double sound act.
Oh, by the way, Gib, it wasn't just my opinion that he was trying to coerce the results. It was also the Secretary of State of Georgia's opinion that they were trying that he felt pressured by Trump in this conversation. So I wasn't the only one who actually saw this as a threat. There's a reason they were recording this conversation.
So that's the story, fellas. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now.
By the way, there's a lot of other cases.
And do you have provisional ballots at all, Brad? Provisional ballots?
Provisional ballots are allowed, by state law.
Sure, but you have them.
So, Gib, by the way, the indictment isn't just about this one conversation. This is one bullet point among a billion things that are going to basically, they're going to bring this stuff up in trial. Trump's going to have a hard time. The one way Trump gets out of this, honestly, is by getting reelected by people who buy into the propaganda so that he can basically recuse himself, he can forgive himself of his own crimes. And if you want to vote for a felon, that's fine. If you're a fan of felons running our country, I get it. Just don't claim you're for law and order.
I mean, are they counted or did you just hold them back because they, in other words, how many provisional ballots do you have in the state?
We'll get you that number.
Because most of them are made out to the name Trump because these are people that were scammed when they came in, and we have thousands of people that have testified or that want to testify.
They didn't bring
when they came in, they were proudly going to vote on November 3rd, and they were told, "I'm sorry, you've already been voted for. You've already voted." The women, men started screaming, "No, I proudly voted till November 3rd." They said, "I'm sorry,
screaming.
but you already been voted for, and you have a ballot." And these people are beside themselves. So they went out and they filled in a provisional ballot, putting the name Trump on it. And what about that batch of military ballots that came in? And even though I won the military by a lot, it was 100% Trump. 100% Biden. Do you know about that? A large group of ballots came in. I think it was to Fulton County, and they just happened to be 100% for Trump, for Biden, even though Trump won the military by a lot, a tremendous amount. But these ballots were 100% for Biden. And you know about that? A very substantial number came in, all for Biden. Does anybody know about it?
I know about it, but we were never.
Okay, Cleta, wait. I'm not asking you, Cleta, honestly. I'm asking Brad.
Poor Cleta.
You know about
He's
the
got shut down by the mobster president.
You know about the military ballots that came in that were 100%. 100% for Biden. Do you know about that?
Do you know about that?
And I don't know about that. I do know that we have when military ballots come in, it's not just military. It's also military and overseas citizens. The military part of that does generally go Republican. The overseas citizen part of it generally goes very Democrat.
No, but this was
a mix of them.
yeah, that's okay. But I got like 78% in the military. These ballots were all for this. They didn't tell me overseas. Could be overseas too, but I get votes overseas too, Ryan. You know, in all fairness. No, they came in, a large batch came in, and it was, quote, 100% for Biden. And that is criminal. You know, that's criminal. Okay.
Gibbs said, I'm not for law and order. I'm glad you know me. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you're if you're patriotic and you like the idea of a felon running the country, that's cool. I guess that's patriotic. Oh, man. Let's see here. We have to finish this, but I need to step out for 2 seconds. So we're going to play another trailer. And this one is going to be called... this will be Philip Chandler's.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
Here we go. We're going to continue listening to this to the end. And then we'll get back to our indictment stuff, depending on how much we have time for. Because, again, the whole goal of this is just to shade. Hopefully you guys are getting work done. Gib, even though we're getting in a heated thing, you should mention in the comments your project. And do you have any idea when you're kickstarting it? Because, again, I'm not kidding. I do actually want to support it because I like your art. So, okay, let's continue.
That's another criminal. That's another of the many criminal events. Many criminal events here. I don't know. Look, Brad, I have to find 12,000 votes, and I have them times a lot.
Times a lot.
And therefore, I won the state. That's before we go to the next step, which is in the process of right now.
Times a lot. That's mathematically.
And I watched you this morning, and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that.
It's dangerous for you to say that. I just don't know why
you don't want to have the votes counted as they are. Like even you, when you went and did that check, and I was surprised because, I didn't consider the check, and we found a few thousand votes that were against me. I was actually surprised because the way that check was done, all you're doing is recertifying existing.
Oh, I forgot about that. So they did do actually a check, and it turned out that like more people voted against Trump than he originally claimed when they did an actual check. That's what he's bringing up. He's like, I was a little surprised when we recounted and it actually turned more against my favor. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. Okay.
Votes. And, you were given votes and you just counted them up and you still found 3,000 that were bad. That was sort of surprising. That came down 3 or 5. I don't know. There's still a lot of votes, but you have to go back to check from past years with respect to signatures. And if you check with Fulton County, you'll have hundreds of thousands because they dumped ballots into Fulton County and the other county next to it. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. We have that in spades.
What are we going to do? I need these votes. Give me a break. Basically, what do I need to do to get you to change your vote? Like, I mean, come on. I mean, he's going to continue, but it just, oh my gosh. Like if I was an employee in a situation and I had a boss talking to me like this, and I was recording it. Oh my gosh. Like, are you kidding me? It's so obvious. But okay, let's continue.
It's already, or we can keep it going, but that's not fair to the voters of Georgia because they're going to see what happened.
They're going to see what happened.
And, they're going to see what happened.
You're going to get voted out. That's basically.
I'll take on anybody you want with regard to Ruby Freeman and her lovely daughter. A very lovely young lady, I'm sure. But Ruby Freeman, I will take Freeman. I will take on anybody you want. And the minimum, there were 18,000 ballots, but they used them 3 times. So that's, a lot of votes.
Which he's already said was factually incorrect.
And that one event, and they were all to Biden, by the way. That's the other thing we didn't say. The Ruby Freeman, one thing I forgot to say, which was the most important. You know that every single ballot she did went to Biden. You know that, right? Do you know that, by the way, Brett? Every single ballot.
I think Brett
that
is
she
just
did
quiet
through
because
the
he's like,
machine
how do you even respond to this?
Early in the morning, went to Biden. Did you know that, Ryan?
That's not accurate, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Huh. What is accurate?
The numbers that we are showing are accurate.
No, about Ruby Freeman, about early in the morning, Ryan, when the woman took when the whole gang took the stuff out of from under the table, right? Do you know do you know who those ballots, do you know who they were made out to? Do you know who they were voting for?
No, not specifically.
Did you ever check?
We did what I described to you earlier.
No. Did you ever check the ballots that were scammed by Ruby Freeman, a known political operative, balloteer? Did you ever check who those votes were for?
We've looked into that situation that you described.
No, they were 100% for Biden.
He won't even let him respond because he doesn't want to hear the
100%. There wasn't a Trump vote in the whole group. Why don't you want to find this, Ryan? What's wrong with you? I heard your lawyer is very difficult, actually, but I'm sure you're a good lawyer. You have a nice last name. But I'm just curious, why do you keep fighting this thing? It just doesn't make sense. We're way over the 17,779.
Basically
right?
saying stop.
We're way over that number. And if you took just Ruby Freeman, we're over that number by five or 6 times when you multiply it out times 3.
If you just tell one lie.
And every single ballot went to Biden. And you didn't know that, but now you know it. So tell me,
now he's
Brad, what
the
are we going to
idea.
do? We won the election, and it's not fair to take it away from us like this. And it's going to be very costly in many ways. And
it's going to be very costly.
You have to say that you're going to re-examine it, and you can re-examine it, but re-examine it with people that want to find answers, not people that don't want to find answers.
So now he's saying to get a new lawyer. I mean, if you're not reading this, I don't know what world you live in. He's basically saying your lawyer is kind of against this. I've been told about that. But it'd be really costly if, you didn't do something about this. And by the way, you should probably team up with some people who are interested in defrauding the election. That's what the subtext is. It gets worse. It just continues, but it starts as more, it gets less and less implied and more overt.
For instance, I'm hearing Ryan, and he's probably, I'm sure, a great lawyer and everything, but he's making statements about those ballots that he doesn't know. But he's making them with he did make them with surety, but now I think he's less sure because the answer is they all went to Biden.
The lawyer's less sure
and
now.
That alone wins us the election by a lot.
Mr. President, you have people that submit information, and we have our people that submit information, and then it comes before the court, and the court then has to make a determination. We have to stand by our numbers. We believe our numbers are right.
Why do you say that, though? I don't know. I mean, sure, we can play this game with the courts, but why
play this game with the court?
They don't even assign us a judge.
Play this game with the courts is hilarious because it's okay, so now He's basically telling him, look, if you have these claims, like you could submit them to a court and we could actually go over them and find out what's true. We're going to stand by what we're saying. Because, to us, that seems factually true. And he's like, oh, we could play this game with the courts. No, that's the game that's played every single election.
They don't even assign us a judge. But why wouldn't you, hey, Brad, why wouldn't you want to check out Ruby Freeman? And why wouldn't you want to say, hey, if in fact President Trump is right about that, then he wins the state of Georgia, just that one incident alone, without going through hundreds of thousands of drop ballots. You just say you stick by, I've been watching you for, you don't care about anything. Your numbers are right. But your numbers aren't right. They're really wrong. And they're really wrong, Brad. And I know this phone call is going nowhere other than ultimately, look, ultimately I win, okay? Because
Mr. Secretary,
you guys are so wrong, and you've treated the population of Georgia so badly. Between you and your governor,
he's basically saying what he's going to do to him politically.
He was down 21 points, and like a schmuck, I endorsed him, and he got elected.
He's saying now you owe me a favor.
I will tell you, he's a disaster, and he'll never. I can't imagine. The people are so angry in Georgia. I can't imagine he's ever getting elected again. I'll tell you that much right now.
Okay, come on. That doesn't seem like a threat. Again, like, what world do you live in? He's basically saying, like, I'm going to come at you politically if you don't do this. Like, you're not going to regain your seat. That's what he's saying. It's so obvious. It's a threat. Are you kidding if you don't think that's a threat? It's like if your boss came to you and was trying to get you to lie, and then they're like, it'd be a shame if you lost your job next year.
But why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right?
Because it's politically...
Because those numbers are so wrong.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. President, one of the things that we have been, Alex talked about this, we talked about it, and I don't know whether the information has been conveyed to your office, but I think what the President's saying, what we've been trying to do is to say, look, the court is not acting on our petition. They haven't even assigned a judge. But the people of Georgia and the people of America have a right to know the answers. And you have data and records that we don't have access to. And you keep telling us and making public statements that you've investigated this and, nothing to see here. But we don't know about that. All we know is what you tell us. What I don't understand is why it wouldn't be in everyone's best interest to try to get to the bottom, compare the numbers. If you say, because to try to be able to get to truth, and that because we don't have any way of confirming what you're telling us. You tell us that you've had an investigation of the State Farm Arena. I don't have any report. I've never seen a report of investigation. I don't know what that is.
Gibb was saying he can tell him, I will get you fired. That is not illegal. Yes, it is illegal if it's a quid pro quo where you're saying, hey, break the law or I'll get you fired. That is actually illegal, Gibb. That's part of the indictment, dude. That's the legal problem there. It's like him saying, hey, I'll get you fired if you don't produce the information I'm asking you to produce, which, by the way, would be illegal and subvert the entire election. Yeah, that's actually a federal crime. That's illegal. That's election tampering. You can go to jail for a really long time for that.
I've been pretty involved in this. I don't know. And that's just one of like 25 categories.
It's funny that you're saying Biden did that with Ukraine. Trump did that with Ukraine. Do you remember the whole Trump quid pro quo? It was literal. And the problem with the quid pro quo claim that people are making about Biden is, first off, he wasn't asking Ukraine to do anything against state policy. Second off, there was actually no proven connection between it benefiting his son. And thirdly, like, there was no quid pro quo to it. There was no like, or else this. He wasn't withholding basically aid or anything like that. What he was doing was actually advancing U.S. policy because they wanted that guy out. The guy that he was asking to have out in Ukraine was actually part of U.S. policy at the time, congressional policy as well, to get rid of the guy. So he was actually acting on behalf of the country. Whereas with Trump, when he was doing a quid pro quo with Ukraine, he was literally asking Ukraine to manufacture lies about Joe Biden and withholding something that was congressionally approved and was not within Trump's ability to withhold. So that's kind of the difference there.
And it doesn't even, and as the president said, we haven't even gotten into the Dominion issue. That's not part of our case. It's not part of.
But it's funny to me that you're so willing to like accept the idea of Biden doing a quid pro quo when there's no recorded evidence of it at all. And then you're hearing a quid pro quo given to a state secretary that like is literally the most quid pro quo you can get, on a recording, and it's asking to overturn the election. And you're like, well, I mean, you got to give it the benefit of the doubt. And yet, like with Biden, if it's Biden, it's like, oh my gosh, like we got to throw out any sort of like logical thinking on it and just accept that like it looked like it might be nefarious, therefore it is. Whereas here's something that is sincerely nefarious and you're giving it every benefit of the doubt. It's interesting how that happens, like partisanly. It's very interesting.
We just didn't feel as though we had any way to be.
There's not video where he's saying anything regarding his son. There's video of him basically, it's from what I recall, I think that he's asking them to get rid of a corrupt DA, which I think they kind of were planning on doing, and Congress wanted him to get rid of the corrupt DA. The corrupt DA was part of the U.S. policy at the time, trying to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. It's a little different. If you can't see the difference, I don't know whether you're blind or I don't know. It's interesting. Anyhow, let's continue to this recorded incident of attempts to overthrow the election, of which there's a bunch in the indictment. This is just one that's already come out.
To develop.
No, we do have a way, but I don't want to get into it because
Exactly.
we found a way in other states, later, excuse me, but we don't need
Right.
it because we're only down 11,000 votes, so we don't even need it. I personally think they're corrupt as hell, but we don't need that because all we have to do, Slater, is find 11,000 plus votes.
All you have to do is find
So
those
we don't
votes.
need that. I'm not looking to shake up the whole world. We won Georgia easily. We won it by hundreds of thousands of votes, but if you go by basic, simple numbers, we won it easily. So we're not giving Dominion a pass on the record. I will
No,
say that.
right, exactly.
But we just don't, we don't need Dominion because we have so many other votes
Which they
that
didn't
we don't
prove
need
Dominion.
to prove it any more than we already have.
And actually, I think Fox ended up paying like a massive settlement to Dominion because all of the claims about Dominion were entirely unfounded.
Mr. President, Cleta, this is Kurt Hilbert, if I might interject here for a moment. Ryan, I would like to suggest that just 4 categories that have already been mentioned by the president that have actually hard numbers of 24,149 votes that were counted illegally. That in and of itself is sufficient to change the results or place the outcome in doubt.
I would like to suggest
We would
just
like
enough to
sit
put it
down
in.
with your office, and we can do it through purposes of compromise and settlement, just like this phone call, just to deal with that limited category of votes. And if you are able
Just enough to
establish
magically
that our
swing the
numbers
state.
are not accurate, then fine. However, we believe that they are accurate. We've had now 3 to 4 separate experts look at these numbers. These numbers are based upon the USPS
And certified accountants looked at them.
Certified
Correct.
accountants?
And this is just based on USPS data and your own Secretary of State data. So that's what we would entreat and ask you to do, to sit down with us in a compromise and settlement, proceeding.
No, Gib, what I mean is, okay, there is a quid pro quo, but it's a quid pro quo in the benefit of the United States, meaning that quid pro quo was actually following the policy of the United States, which was to get rid of that guy. That wasn't just like Biden himself. It was a part of an anti-corruption move that was occurring like across the country. And the stretch you have to make to connect that with this kid. Again, like, even if you think that's true, you still have to prove it, and that's okay. Like, but there's way less evidence to make that connection than the evidence we're listening to right here that you're kind of putting your head in the sand about. Sure, try Joe Biden. I could care less about whether he's guilty or not. Maybe he is. Maybe his son is corrupt, but you have to actually prove it. Whereas here, we have actual proof. We're listening to it right now. We're just trying to pressure a state senator to change the results of a Democratic election. And your head is in the sand if you're having to do the whataboutism and go, but Biden. That's what you're doing, by the way. You're doing, what about Hunter Biden?
And actually go through the registered voter IDs and the registrations. And if you can convince us that 24,149 is inaccurate, then fine. But we tend to believe that is, obviously more than 11,779. That's sufficient to change the result entirely in and of itself. So what would you say to that, Mr. Germany?
Kurt, I'm happy to, I'll get with our lawyers and we'll set that up. That number is not accurate, and I think we can show you, for all the ones we've looked at, why it's not. And so if that would be helpful, I'm happy to get with our lawyers and set that up with you guys.
Well, let me ask you, Kurt. Kurt, you think that is an accurate number? That was based on the information given to you by the Secretary of State's Department, right?
That is correct. That information is the minimum, most conservative data based upon the USPS data and the Secretary of State's office data that has been made publicly available. We do not have the internal numbers from the Secretary of State, yet we have asked for it 6 times. I've sent a letter over to Mr. Anulowicz several times requesting this information, and it's been rebuffed every single time. So it stands to reason that if the information is not forthcoming, there's something to hide. That's the problem that we have.
Well, that's not the case. There are things that you guys are entitled to get, and there's things that under law we are not allowed to give out.
Well, you have to. Well, under law, you're not allowed to give faulty election.
So he's basically trying to get them to defy state law in order for them to get numbers to jerry-rig the election. Again, pressuring him to break the law. But now they're saying, well, you're already breaking the law by blah, blah, blah. By following the law, you're breaking the law. Therefore, you should break the law in favor for us. Anyhow, let's continue.
Results, okay? You're not allowed to do that, and that's what you've done. This is a faulty election result. And honestly, this should go very fast. You should meet tomorrow because you have a big election coming up.
There's the
and because
threat.
of what you've done to the president, the people of Georgia know that this was a scam. And because of what you've done to the president, a lot of people aren't going out to vote.
Yep.
And a lot of Republicans are going to vote negative because they hate what you did to the president. Okay? They hate it. And they're going to vote. And if you would be respected, if this thing could be straightened out before.
You would be respected if you do what I ask. But if you don't, I'm going to come at you in the election. Right? You'd be respected if you broke the law. But if you don't, I'm going to say you broke the law. Like that. I mean, how much more implicit can you get? Like, this is such an obvious threat. You've got your head in the sand if you don't think this. And this is one of a bunch of stuff in the indictment. We just barely touched the iceberg of the indictment. Gibbs said, I got to eat. We got to see who's right in the next couple of years. Well, I mean, we'll either see that or we'll have like a felon running the country. And we'll see where it goes from there.
For the election, you have a big election coming up on Tuesday. And therefore, I think that it really is important that you meet tomorrow and work out on these numbers. Because I know, Brad, that if you think we're right, I think you're going to say, and I'm not looking to blame anybody. I'm just saying that, under new counts and under new views of the election results, we won the election. So, it's very simple. We won the election. As the governor of major states and the surrounding states said, there is no way you lost Georgia. As the Georgia politicians say, there is no way you lost Georgia. Everyone knows I won it by hundreds of thousands of votes. But I'll tell you, it's going to have a big impact on Tuesday if you guys don't get this thing straightened out fast.
A big impact on your
Mr.
election.
President, this is Mark. Let me just, it sounds like we've got two different sides agreeing that we can look at those areas, and I assume that we can do that within the next 24 to 48 hours to go ahead and get that reconciled so that we can look at the two claims and making sure that we get the access to the Secretary of State's data to either validate or invalidate the claims that have been made. Is that correct?
They're
No,
not going to give
that's
him
not what I
access to
said. I'm
data.
happy to sit down with, or have our lawyers sit down with Kurt and the lawyers on that side and explain to him, hey, here's, based on what we've looked at so far, here's how we know this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And
So what you're saying, Ryan, hold on, let me make sure. So what you're saying is you really don't want to give access to the data. You just want to make another case on why the lawsuit is wrong.
I don't think we can give access to data that's protected by law.
Yeah.
But we can sit down with them and say,
But
hey,
you're
we're looking
allowed to
at
have
this
a phony
individual-
election? You're allowed to have a phony election, right?
No, sir.
So here, Trump is literally trying to coerce him to give access to data that you can't access legally. Like, it's not within Trump's right to access at the end here. And he's like twisting the knife by basically saying, like, even his lawyer is trying to coerce him and be like, so you're saying you're going to give us access to that data? And he's having to come in there and be like, no. And the guy's like saying, so you're basically not going to break the law for us so we can kind of rig this up. I can't believe people could hear this phone call and be that dishonest. But let's continue.
When are you going to do the signature counts on? When are you going to do signature verification on Fulton County, which you said you were going to do, and now all of a sudden you're not doing it? When are you doing that?
We are
Mr.
going to do
President,
that. We've announced.
to get to this issue of the personal information and privacy issue, is it possible that the Secretary of State could deputize the lawyers for the president so that we could access that information, that private information, without you having any kind of violation?
Basically,
well, I don't want to know who it is. You guys can do it very confidentially. You can sign a confidentiality agreement. That's okay. I don't need to know names.
All right,
but we got the information.
But he was just saying at there, he's trying to recuse himself from culpability in case they do decide to rig the election. Like, in case Georgia flips, he's basically saying, hey, you guys could sign like a confidentiality agreement so that you can kind of agree to like give access to this illegal stuff. And then I don't even need to be a part of it. That's basically what Trump's saying at the end of this. But he's basically saying, like, if you want to play ball, you know, this is how we'll do it. You secretly like deputize my lawyer, and then my lawyer can get access to things illegal from your state. We can rig the election in my favor. And then I don't even have to know about it. Like, this never happened. I mean, how is anybody with a conscience or ears not hearing what this phone call is? You know?
On this stuff that we're talking about, we got all that information from the Secretary of State.
Yeah, so let me recommend, Ryan, if you and Kurt will get together, when we get off of this phone call, if you could get together and work out a plan to address some of what we've got with your attorneys, where we can actually look at the data. For example, Mr. Secretary, I can tell you said there was only 2 dead people that would vote. I can promise you there are more than that, and that may be what your investigation shows, but I can promise you there are more than that. But at the same time, I think it's important that we go ahead and move expeditiously to try to do this and resolve it as quickly as we possibly can. And if that's the good next step, hopefully we can finish this phone call and go ahead and agree that the 2 of you will get together immediately.
Well, why don't my lawyers show you where you got the information? It'll show the Secretary of State, and you don't even have to look at any names. We don't want names. We don't care. But we got that information from you. And And Stacey Abrams is laughing about, she's going around saying these guys are dumber than a rock. What she's done to this party is unbelievable, I tell you. And I only ran against her once, and that was with a guy named Brian Kemp, and I beat her. And if I didn't run, Brian wouldn't have had even a shot, either in the general or in the primary. He was dead as a doornail. He never thought he had a shot at either one of them. What a schmuck I was. But that's the way it is. That's the way it is. I would like you to, for the attorneys on my side, I'd like you to perhaps meet with Ryan, ideally tomorrow, because I think we should come to a resolution of this before the election. Otherwise, you're going to have people just not voting. They don't want to vote. They hate the state. They hate the governor, and they hate the Secretary of State. Yeah. I will tell you that right now. And the only people that like you are people that will never vote for you. You know that, Brad, right? They like you, They like you. They can't believe what they found. They want more people like you. So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple.
We just want the truth that happens to comport with everything we're telling you.
And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay.
You're going to look really good when you lie.
Let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. That's the real truth. But we don't need 400,000 votes. We need less than 2,000 votes. And are you guys able to meet tomorrow, Ryan?
I'll get with Chris, the lawyer who's representing us in the case, and see when he can get together with Kurt.
All right.
Ryan will be in touch with the other attorney on this call, Mr. Meadows. Thank you, President Trump, for your time.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so that's it. That's the full call. If you don't hear a threat, I don't know what to say. That's just absurd. Like the idea that you don't hear coercion and implied threats. I don't know. I don't know what planet. But again, that's one tiny little bullet point in this indictment, which we're going to listen to the rest of in a little bit. So what I need to do right now is, let's see where we're at. We might take another break because we're at the 4-hour mark. But we're getting through this page and we're going to finish the shading on this page come hell or high water. So, yeah, because I have to finish this today. So, and colors. So we might be able to actually get through this full indictment. So yeah, anyhow, hopefully this has been entertaining for you guys. We'll continue in 2 seconds. I'm going to just put on another trailer and then we'll come back to it. So here is the trailer for, let's see here, Christopher Runciman's review.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Okay, I have to get snacks for my son super quick, so we're going to play another trailer. And then we'll get back to it and watch the full indictment. It's been getting spicy. It's fun. All right, let's watch Wordzoid one more time.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take eternal sunshine out of the spotless mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was going to get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, guys. Welcome back. We're going to wade through this craziness, get as far as we can on this spicy stream. And as all spicy streams, it will get spicy. So here we go. We're going to watch more of this indictment and continue. So we just took a little detour and watched a little bit of the recording, the audio recording, the full recording. Hopefully you guys have actually seen that, of Donald Trump trying to coerce and pressure a state senator to lie about the results in Georgia. Or not state senator, sorry, a secretary of state. Let's continue.
The defendant said that more than 30,000 non-citizens had voted in Arizona. The defendant's own campaign manager had explained to him that such claims were false, and the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, who had supported the...
So his campaign manager's apparently a part of this pro-Trump conspiracy.
Defendant in the election had issued a public statement that there was no evidence of substantial fraud in Arizona. The defendant asserted that voting machines in various contested states had switched votes from the defendant to Biden. The defendant's attorney general, acting attorney general, and acting deputy attorney general all had explained to him that this was false, and numerous recounts.
His own attorney general that he appointed, right, is like, dude, you're lying. When he's making these Dominion claims. I know you guys want to hug your MyPillow and cry into it, and you want to cuddle your MyPillow and believe believe that all of these people conspired. Let's continue.
Counts and audits had confirmed the accuracy of voting machines, the criminal agreement and acts to affect the object of the conspiracy, the defendant's use of deceit to get state officials to subvert the legitimate election results and change electoral votes.
Here we go.
Shortly after Election Day, which fell on November.
Okay, that was all about knowledge, right? They're going to talk about knowledge. They're going to talk about attempts through deceit to subvert the election at this point. So first they're establishing, like, he knew full well he was lying, right? Right, and kind of getting into like specific examples of that. Now they're going to get into methods.
November 3rd, 2020, the defendant launched his criminal scheme. On November 13th, the defendant's campaign attorneys conceded in court that he had lost the vote count in the state of Arizona, meaning, based on the assessment the defendant's
Okay, so keep in mind that, like, when they brought a court trial to Arizona to contest the election, the defendant, meaning Trump, his own lawyers conceded that he actually lost the election because they were under oath. So it's like, on one hand, when you're doing press or something like that, you can kind of say whatever. But like once you're under oath, especially when you're a lawyer and you could get disbarred for lying, suddenly their tune changed a little bit. Anyhow, let's continue.
Campaign advisors had given him just a week earlier. The defendant had lost the election. So the next day, the defendant turned to co-conspirator 1, whom he announced would spearhead his efforts going forward to challenge the election results.
I believe that's Giuliani, but
from that point on, the defendant and his co-conspirators executed a strategy to use knowing deceit in the targeted states to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function, including as described below. Arizona. On November 13th, 2020, the defendant had a conversation with his campaign manager, who informed him that a claim that had been circulating, that a substantial number of non-citizens had voted in Arizona, was false. On November 22nd, 8 days before Arizona's governor certified the ascertainment of the state's legitimate electors based on the popular vote.
If you lose the idea of citizenship,
So basically, they're
then you
saying
don't
this
have a
happened in
country.
Arizona as well.
We
So
are
something
living
similar
in
to
a
what we heard
country
in
that has
Georgia,
no.
probably.
The defendant and co-conspirator 1 called the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives and made knowingly false claims of election fraud aimed at interfering with the ascertainment of and voting by Arizona's electors, as follows. A. The defendant and co-conspirator 1 falsely asserted, among other things, that a substantial number of non-citizens, non-residents, and dead people had voted fraudulently in Arizona. The Arizona House Speaker asked co-conspirator 1 for evidence of the claims, which co-conspirator 1 did not have but claimed he would provide. Co-conspirator 1
Sounds a
never
little
did
similar.
so. B.
What we just listened to?
The defendant and co-conspirator 1 asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing based on their claims of election fraud. The Arizona House Speaker refused, stating that doing so would require a 2/3 vote of its members, and he would not allow it without actual evidence of fraud. C. The defendant and co-conspirator 1 asked the Arizona House Speaker to use the legislature to circumvent the process by which legitimate electors would be ascertained for Biden based on the popular vote, and replace those electors with a new slate for the defendant.
So I hope you guys are following this. So then he asks Arizona just replace their electors. Just change it up. Just subvert the entire election process and just change the electors to his electors. Okay, let's continue. I love that doing this has already triggered quite a few people. I mentioned it at the top. Like, you got people who want to stick their head in the sand. And, you know, when you come at a cult, expect the cult members to, like, really lose their minds.
Arizona House Speaker refused, responding that the suggestion was beyond anything he had ever heard or thought of as something within his authority. On December 1st, co-conspirator 1 met with the Arizona House Speaker. When the Arizona House Speaker again asked co-conspirator 1 for evidence of the outcome determinative election fraud he and the defendant had been claiming, co-conspirator 1 responded with words to the effect of, "We don't have the evidence, but we have lots of theories." On December 4th, the Arizona House Speaker issued a public statement that said in part,
So again, you keep noticing this difference between what they said publicly, right? And then once they're in court, you know, co-conspirator 1 changes their tune. When they're in court under oath, they're like, we don't have evidence, but we have theories. It's so funny. It's like we have hardcore evidence when they're in front of the press. And then when they're in court, they're like, actually, we don't have any evidence because we're under oath and I could get disbarred by lying right now.
"No election is perfect, and if there were evidence of illegal votes or an improper count, then Arizona law provides a process to contest the election,
Yeah, you can.
a lawsuit under state law. But the law does not authorize the legislature to reverse the results of an election.
Yep.
As a conservative Republican, I don't like the results of the presidential election. I voted for President Trump and worked hard to re-elect him. But I cannot and will not entertain a suggestion that we violate current law to change the outcome of a certified election. I and my fellow legislators swore an oath to support the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona. It would violate that oath, the basic principles of Republican government, and the rule of law if we attempted to nullify the people's vote based on unsupported theories of fraud. Under the laws that we wrote and voted upon, Arizona voters choose who wins, and our system requires that their choice be respected. On the morning of January 4th, 2021, co-conspirator 2 called the Arizona House Speaker to urge him to use...
So can we pause here and just appreciate that a Republican who campaigned for Trump, and wanted him to win the state, basically read what Trump was doing as trying to subvert and change the election results, and asking her to violate her oath of office to basically override the Democratic vote within her state or their state.
...a majority of the legislature to decertify the state's legitimate electors.
Hey guys, Toby Mathis here, and question I get all the time is, how do I make my personal assets invisible?
Arizona's validly ascertained electors had voted 3 weeks earlier and sent their votes to Congress, which was scheduled to count those votes in Biden's favor in just 2 days' time at the January 6th certification proceeding. When the Arizona House Speaker explained that state investigations had uncovered no evidence of substantial fraud in the state, co-conspirator 2 conceded that he didn't know enough about facts on the ground in Arizona, but nonetheless told the Arizona House Speaker to decertify and let the courts sort it out. The Arizona House Speaker refused, stating that he would not play with the oath he had taken to uphold the United States Constitution and Arizona law. On January 6th, the defendant publicly repeated the knowingly false claim that 36,000 non-citizens had voted in Arizona. Georgia. On November 16, 2020, on the defendant's behalf, his executive assistant sent...
Okay, so here's Georgia, which we heard that phone call from, but here's more info on that from the current indictment, just to kind of fill you in.
Co-conspirator 3 and others a document containing bullet points critical of a certain voting machine company, writing, "See attached. Please include as is or almost as is in lawsuit." Co-conspirator 3 responded 9 minutes later, writing, "It must go in all suits in Georgia and Pennsylvania immediately with a fraud claim that requires the entire election to be set aside in those states and machines impounded for nonpartisan professional."
So do you hear what this is? So this is basically, he sent out like a bullet pointed memo saying, you need to make these claims and then confiscate all of the voting machines so that we can have like another person with no evidence.
Inspection. On November 25th, co-conspirator 3 filed a lawsuit against the governor of Georgia, falsely alleging massive election fraud accomplished through the voting machine company's election software and hardware. Before the lawsuit was even filed, the defendant retweeted a post promoting it. The defendant did this despite the fact that when he had discussed co-conspirator 3's far-fetched public claims regarding the voting machine company in private with advisors, the defendant had conceded that they were unsupported and that co-conspirator 3 sounded crazy. Co-conspirator 3's Georgia lawsuit was dismissed on December 7th. On December 3rd, co-conspirator 1 orchestrated a presentation to a judiciary subcommittee of the Georgia State Senate with the intention of misleading state senators into blocking the ascertainment of legitimate electors. During the presentation, an agent of the defendant and co-conspirator, one falsely claimed that more than 10,000 dead people voted in Georgia. That afternoon, a senior advisor to the defendant told the defendant's chief of staff through text messages, "Just an FYI, a campaign lawyer and his team verified that the 10,000 plus supposed dead people voting in Georgia is not accurate. It was alleged in co-conspirator 1's hearing today." The senior advisor clarified that he believed that the actual number was 12. Another agent of the defendant and co-conspirator 1 played a misleading excerpt of a video recording of ballot counting at State Farm Arena in Atlanta and insinuated that it showed election workers counting suitcases of illegal ballots. Co-conspirator 2 encouraged the legislators to decertify the state's legitimate electors based on false allegations of election fraud. Also, on December 3rd, the defendant issued a tweet amplifying the knowingly false claims made in co-conspirator 1's presentation in Georgia. "Wow, blockbuster testimony taking place right now in Georgia. Ballot stuffing by Democrats when Republicans were forced to leave the large counting room. Plenty more coming, but this alone leads to an easy win of the state." On December 4th, the Georgia Secretary of State's chief operating officer debunked the claims made at co-conspirator L's presentation the previous day, issuing a tweet stating, "The 90-second video of election workers at State Farm Arena purporting to show fraud was watched in its entirety by Georgia Secretary of State investigators. Shows normal ballot processing. Here is the fact check on it." On December 7th, he reiterated during a press conference that the claim that there had been misconduct at State Farm Arena was false. On December 8th, the defendant called the Georgia Attorney General to pressure him to support an election lawsuit filed in the Supreme Court by another state's Attorney General. The Georgia Attorney General told the defendant that officials had investigated
So, okay, basically he starts circulating this claim. He has somebody meet with like the state government and go over all these false accusations and stuff that happen to align with these bullet points that he sent out to all his guys. And one of the so then Georgia is basically like comes out and is like, nah, this is nonsense. And then we got that phone call that we just listened to.
various claims of election fraud in the state, and were not seeing evidence to support them. Also on December 8th, a senior campaign advisor who spoke with the defendant on a daily basis and had informed him on multiple occasions that various fraud claims were untrue, expressed frustration that many of co-conspirator 1 and his legal team's claims could not be substantiated. As early as mid-November, for instance, the senior campaign advisor had informed the defendant that his claims of a large number of dead voters in Georgia.
So I hate to say this, but you guys, this is usually how conspiracies unfold, right? Like the idea of like these orchestrated great conspiracies that are pulled off without a hitch. This is actually how conspiracies usually look. Okay. It's usually like there were a lot of people involved that were supposed to be complicit. Not everybody played ball. It didn't go as planned. You know, even if it did, some of the wheels didn't work. Some of the wheels squeaked, right? And that's what you have in this indictment. That's usually how conspiracies go.
Were untrue. With respect to the persistent false claim regarding State Farm Arena, on December 8th, the senior campaign advisor wrote in an email, "When our research and campaign legal team can't back up any of the claims made by our elite strike force legal team, you can see why we're 0 and 32 on our cases. I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's all just conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership."
Transgender. It's made very, very cool through the media.
Oh no, another.
On December 10th, 4 days before Biden's validly ascertained electors were scheduled to cast votes and send them to Congress, co-conspirator 1 appeared at a hearing before the Georgia House of Representatives Government Affairs Committee. Co-conspirator 1 played the State Farm Arena video again and falsely claimed that it showed voter fraud right in front of people's eyes and was the tip of the iceberg. Then, he cited 2 election workers by name, baselessly accused them of, quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports.
So now they're naming election workers? Just lovely. With unsubstantiated claims, with the bully pulpit, singling out specific election workers to try to get them bullied, basically, and demonize them. Interesting tactic there. Okay, let's continue.
As if they are vials of heroin or cocaine, and suggested that they were criminals whose places of work, their homes, should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud. Thereafter, the 2 election workers received numerous death threats. On December 15th, the defendant summoned the incoming acting attorney general, the incoming acting deputy attorney general, and others to the Oval Office to discuss allegations of election fraud. During the meeting, the Justice Department officials specifically refuted the defendant's claims about State Farm Arena, explaining to him that the activity shown on the tape co-conspirator 1 had used was benign. On December 23rd, a day after the defendant's chief of staff personally observed the signature verification process at the Cobb County Civic Center and notified the defendant that state elect.
Okay, guys. So we are in the process of this madness here. We're 4 hours into the stream, actually a little over 4 hours. We're about 4 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. We are listening to the full Donald Trump indictment number 3. Just to refresh people's memory, we went over the recorded conversation with the Georgia State Secretary from 2 years ago. That's one of the vast amounts of points in this indictment. And now we're going to kind of get a little further into it. But we've finished our panel. I'm going to get some water. We're going to listen to another trailer. This time we'll just watch the Jacobs trailer again. And I will be right back. If you guys are watching this, these spicy streams, you know, they are free and engaging and hopefully entertaining. Even if they piss you off, you got to admit they probably entertain you. So if you can, hit that like or dislike button, and we'll be right back. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, let's see if we can get that music going real quick. Welcome back to Joshua Kemble's live stream, episode 309. We're at the 4 hour and 30 minute mark on our stream. We're going to finish shading this page, come hell or high water, for Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and continue to make comics. My comics themselves usually aren't like super political, but this is a spicy stream, so full heads up. Fragile people will be offended and might get butt hurt. And I'm going to be a little spicy on this stream because I can be, because it's my stream. So this is a spicy Kemble stream, as the Kremlin has been known to find. And we're going to be going over in full this amazing video that the Bulwark Presents put out of a full audio of the third Trump indictment, so we can watch our former Cheeto in chief. We can like kind of hear what the counts are that they're going to be levying against him, and we'll see how good his legal team is. Hopefully they televise it. From what I hear, they probably won't because it's a federal case. But I think it's important for people, regardless of where you stand politically, to go through this indictment on your own if you need to. If you want to check that out, that's the title is "Listen to the Third Indictment of Donald Trump for His Attempts to Overturn the 2020 Election," and we're gonna kind of get into it and enjoy it. All right. And I had forgotten the term, but I think the term that I was saying that I think Republicans are pretending this is some kind of banana republic type thing. That was the term I had forgotten earlier, a couple hours earlier. I disagree. I think that this exact thing that he's being indicted for is the type of thing that would happen in a banana republic, where you'd have like kind of like a leader calling other little city leaders and area leaders and trying to manipulate and overthrow the democratic process. It sounds to me like Trump was more engaging in that, but let's continue.
Election officials were conducting themselves in an exemplary fashion and would find fraud if it existed. The defendant tweeted that the Georgia officials administering the signature verification process were trying to hide evidence of election fraud and were terrible people. In a phone call on December 27th, the defendant spoke with the acting attorney general.
That always lends a lot of credence. They're doing this unsubstantiated claim, and they're terrible people. Anyhow, let's continue. I'm getting too much joy out of this stream. Let's continue.
Acting deputy attorney general. During the call, the defendant again pressed the unfounded claims regarding State Farm Arena, and the two top Justice Department officials again rebutted the allegations, telling him that the Justice Department had reviewed videotape and interviewed witnesses and had not identified any suspicious
I
conduct.
want you guys to remember, too, that this is the Justice Department of Trump's own administration. These are red states. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing that's baffling about this. This is his team. Huh.
On December 31st, the defendant signed a verification affirming false election fraud allegations made on his behalf in a lawsuit filed in his name against the Georgia governor. In advance of the filing, co-conspirator 2, who was advising the defendant on the lawsuit, acknowledged in an email that he and the defendant had, since signing a previous verification, been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts has been inaccurate, and that signing a new affirmation with that knowledge and incorporation by reference would not be accurate. Defendant and co-conspirator 2 caused the defendant's signed verification to be filed nonetheless. On January 2nd, 4 days before Congress's certification proceeding.
So they filed a signed verification that the guy refused to sign. Oh, man. Okay, let's continue.
The defendant and others called Georgia's Secretary of State. During the call, the defendant lied to the Georgia Secretary of State to induce him to alter Georgia's popular vote count and call into question the validity of the Biden electors' votes, which had been transmitted to Congress weeks before, including as follows. A. The defendant raised allegations regarding the State Farm Arena video and repeatedly disparaged one of the same election workers that co-conspirator 1 had maligned on December 10th, using her name almost 20 times and falsely referring to her as a professional vote scammer and hustler. In response, the Georgia Secretary of State refuted this. You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate co-conspirator 1 or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context.
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
Walk with me
Okay, let's continue.
When the Georgia Secretary of State then offered a link to a video that would disprove co-conspirator 1's claims, the defendant responded, I don't.
By the way, I accidentally did the hair a little too dark, so because he has kind of like blondish gray hair, so we're redoing that hair again. This is just shading the page, so let's continue.
Care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link. B. The defendant asked about rumors that paper ballots cast in the election were being destroyed, and the Georgia Secretary of State's counsel explained to him that the claim had been investigated and was not true. C. The defendant claimed that 5,000 dead people voted in Georgia, causing Georgia Secretary of State to respond, well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong. The actual number were two people were dead that voted, and so your information's wrong. That was 2. D. The defendant claimed that thousands of out-of-state voters had cast ballots in Georgia's election, which the Georgia Secretary of State's counsel refuted, explaining, we've been going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got, that defendant's counsel was just saying they're not accurate. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. They moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election.
Oh, it's so funny. I forgot that a lot of this was in the indictment, so we didn't actually have to go through the whole call. But I think giving the context of the entire call and that they're pressuring this poor guy for like an hour and a half, is important for context. But they are quoting a lot of the key elements, which is good to highlight.
E. In response to multiple other of the defendant's allegations, the Georgia Secretary of State's counsel told the defendant that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation was examining all such claims and finding no merit to them. The defendant said that he needed to find 11,780 votes and insinuated that the Georgia Secretary of State and his counsel could be subject to criminal prosecution if they failed to find election fraud as he demanded, stating, and you are going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you know you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to your lawyer. The next day, on January 3rd, the defendant falsely claimed that the Georgia Secretary of State had not addressed the defendant's allegations, publicly stating that the Georgia Secretary of State was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. On January 6th, the defendant publicly repeated the knowingly false insinuation that more than 10,300 dead people had voted in Georgia. Michigan. On November 5th, 2020, the defendant claimed that there had been a suspicious dump of votes, purportedly illegitimate ballots, stating, "In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock. So they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from." On November 20th, 3 days before Michigan's governor signed a certificate of ascertainment notifying the federal government that, based on the popular vote, Biden's electors were to represent Michigan's voters, the defendant held a meeting in the Oval Office with the Speaker of the Michigan House of Representatives and the Majority Leader of the Michigan Senate. In the meeting, the defendant raised his...
Paul said my butt hurts, or my behind hurts. It's been a long session, but I need to, at least for me, I'm planning on going until I finish this shading, because this page, at least I need to get the shading done before I can allow myself to like eat or something like that. That's my own goal. You don't have to stick around if you don't want to, but I appreciate everybody who is sticking around and watching this. And I appreciate those like buttons that you're about to hit right now. And let's continue.
False claim, among others, of an illegitimate vote dump in Detroit. In response, the Michigan Senate Majority Leader told the defendant that he had lost Michigan, not because of fraud, but because the defendant had underperformed with certain voter populations in the state. Upon leaving their meeting, the Michigan House Speaker and Michigan Senate Majority Leader issued a statement reiterating this. The Senate and House Oversight Committees are actively engaged in a thorough review of Michigan's elections process, and we have faith in the committee process to provide greater transparency and accountability to our citizens. We have not yet been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan, and as legislative leaders, we will follow the law and follow the normal process regarding Michigan's electors, just as we have said throughout this election. On December 1st, the defendant raised his Michigan vote dump claim with the Attorney General, who responded that what had occurred in Michigan had been the normal vote counting process and that there was no indication of fraud in Detroit. Despite this, the next day the defendant made a knowingly false statement that in Michigan, at 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. Nobody knows anything about it. It's corrupt. Detroit is corrupt. I have a lot of friends in Detroit. They know it, but Detroit is totally corrupt. On December 4th, co-conspirator 1 sent a text message to the Michigan House Speaker, reiterating his unsupported claim of election fraud and attempting to get the Michigan House Speaker to assist in reversing the ascertainment of the legitimate Biden electors, stating, "Looks like Georgia may well hold some factual hearings and change the certification under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Constitution." As co-conspirator 2 explained, they don't just have the right to do it, but the obligation. Help me get this done in Michigan. Similarly, on December 7th, despite still having established no fraud in Michigan, co-conspirator 1 sent a text intended for the Michigan Senate Majority Leader. "So I need you to pass a joint resolution from the Michigan legislature that states that the election is in dispute. There's an ongoing investigation by the legislature, and the electors sent by Governor Whitmer are not the official electors of the..."
So he has he literally has like his lackey like texting people saying, "Hey, what I need you to do is basically like file something that calls into question every electoral count in your state. You think you could do that, buddy? Thanks." And again, if they're making a claim like this in a federal indictment, you better bet they're going to have that text.
State of Michigan, and do not fall within the safe harbor deadline of December 8th under Michigan law. On December 14, the day that electors in states across the country were required to vote and submit their votes to Congress, the Michigan House Speaker and Michigan Senate Majority Leader announced that, contrary to the defendants' requests, they would not decertify the legitimate election results or electors in Michigan. The Michigan Senate Majority Leader's public statement included, "We have not received evidence of fraud on a scale that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan." The Michigan House Speaker's public statement read in part,
I think we lost all our ostriches. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that Republicans tend to when they hear anything about Trump, it's like the cult thing clicks in and they're like, can't do it. Or the whataboutism kicks in, and since it's not Hillary, it's going to be, of course it's Biden, it's whoever, it's anybody but Trump. And it's like, they just can't, it couldn't be. Like, it's like the justifications that I hear people on the right make for Trump being a friend of Epstein, right? He was a friend of him. He was known to have private flights with him. Like he was known to visit the island. He was Epstein literally, I mean, there's proof, factual proof that Epstein was using Mar-a-Lago to recruit young women, for his little, sex harem or whatever. And it's this is literally proven. And yet people will do cartwheels to be like, well, Trump was just trying to catch Epstein. That's why. And all these other people were friends with. Yeah, but what about Trump? What about just hold your guy to the same fire that you're holding people on the left to? It's so insane the amount of cartwheels people will go through to defend this nonsense. But let's continue.
We've diligently examined these,
which makes me have no doubt that even if this trial goes through and Trump's convicted on everything, they're just going to be like, well, it was the whole court system. It was the entire federal court system. It was the right-leaning Supreme Court. It was everybody but Trump.
Reports of fraud to the best of our ability. I fought hard for President Trump. Nobody wanted him to win more than me. I think he's done an incredible job, but I love our republic too. I can't fathom risking our norms, traditions, and institutions to pass a resolution retroactively changing the electors for Trump, simply because some think there may have been enough widespread fraud to give him the win.
I am so excited about my new Casper mattress. It allows me to sleep like a baby, and its cooling properties allow me to stay cool all night long.
Through this, it's to me, what is more startling and kind of interesting is if it weren't for these people on the right that liked Trump but actually had some integrity, if one of them had just said yes, it could have overturned the entire election. If the Secretary of State in Georgia had played ball with Trump and agreed to defraud, we might very well be sitting, under a false election. And I mean, it's unbelievable how close it came. And honestly, a lot of it did hinge on Republicans having a spine and actually doing the right thing, and these aren't people that I find great or anything like that. But I have to say, the fact that they stood up to the pressure and refused to basically underwrite or overwrite the authority of the people is stunning in retrospect, because all it would have taken one or two more to just be yeah, let's do it. And we could have lost our country.
It's unprecedented for good reason. And that's why there is not enough support in the House to cast a new slate of electors. I fear we'd lose our country forever. This truly would bring mutually assured destruction for every future election in regards to the Electoral College. And I can't stand for that. I won't. On January 6th, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated his knowingly false claim regarding an illicit dump of more than 100,000 ballots in Detroit, Pennsylvania, on November 11th, 2020. the defendant publicly maligned a Philadelphia city commissioner for stating on the news that there was no evidence of widespread fraud in Philadelphia. As a result, the Philadelphia city commissioner and his family received death threats. On November 25th, the day after Pennsylvania's governor signed a certificate of ascertainment.
You know, it's funny because it's like, again, I thought the narrative was about like these fragile SJWs or something. And in the meantime, these people are so fragile that they send death threats to somebody who like just speaks truth and is doing their job. They're just like, I don't like that. It's against Trump. I'm going to send an angry death threat letter. It's like, can you cope any harder?
And thus certified to the federal government that Biden's electors were the legitimate electors for the state. Co-conspirator 1 orchestrated an event at a hotel in Gettysburg, attended by state legislators. Co-conspirator 1 falsely claimed that Pennsylvania had issued 1.8 million absentee ballots and received 2.5 million in return. In the days thereafter, a campaign staffer wrote internally that co-conspirator 1's allegation was just wrong, and there's no way to defend it. The deputy campaign manager responded, "We have been saying this for a while. It's very frustrating." On December 4th, after 4 Republican leaders of Pennsylvania legislature issued a public statement, the General Assembly lacked the authority to overturn the popular vote and appoint its own slate of electors, and that doing so would violate the state election code and constitution, the defendant retweeted a post labeling the legislators cowards. On December 31st and January 3rd, the defendant repeatedly raised with the acting attorney general.
I also like that he's calling people who have a spine enough to stand up to the most powerful person on the earth. Like, that's the thing. We can't like pretend that like, oh, poor Donald Trump, he's like this powerless guy. No, at the time he's making these subtle threats, this is the most powerful person on the planet. Like, do you understand like how much spine it would take for somebody to publicly come out, especially somebody who leans right, and actually stand against this guy when you know it could like destroy your political career, it could destroy your thing with the base. You know the base is like psychotically obsessed with Trump, and so anything he says, like you stand against Trump, you're going to get death threats. You know, like in the right at least. And so it's like, you know, and he's calling these people cowards, which to me is hilarious. Like, I think that's actually pretty brave. And like, again, not a huge fan of Republicans, but any Republican who actually stood against this guy, kudos to them, because that took balls, you know. Let's continue.
An acting deputy attorney general, the allegation that in Pennsylvania there had been 205,000 more votes than voters. Each time, the Justice Department officials informed the defendant that his claim was false. On January 6, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated his knowingly false claim that there had been 205,000 more votes than voters in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. On November 29, 2020, a recount in Wisconsin that the defendant's campaign had petitioned and paid for did not change the election result, and in fact increased the defendant's margin of defeat. On December 14th, the Wisconsin Supreme Court rejected an election challenge to the campaign.
This credit card has an interest rate that's really, really low.
The problem with
How
making
low?
challenges
This low.
That would have to get accepted is you'd have to like have some evidence. You know, like some evidence to have like a hearing. But if you just go, hey, there was election fraud, and they're like, okay, what can you say the election fraud was? Well, it was something. We know. We want to file a suit. Okay, but like, what's your claim? It's like saying somebody robbed me. Okay, when did it happen? I don't know, but I know it happened. Well, okay, but how much were you defrauded of? I don't know, but it happened. I'm going to sue. Well, who are you trying to sue? Everybody. Okay, let's continue.
Just wrote, "Nothing in this case casts any legitimate doubt that the people of Wisconsin lawfully chose Vice President Biden and Senator Harris to be the next leaders of our great country." On December 21st, as a result of the state Supreme Court's decision, the Wisconsin governor, who had signed a certificate of ascertainment on November 30th, identifying Biden's electors as the state's legitimate electors, signed a certificate of final determination in which he recognized that the state Supreme Court had resolved a controversy regarding the
final determination.
Appointment of Biden's electors, and confirmed that Biden had received the highest number of votes in the state and that his electors were the state's legitimate electors. That same day, in response to the court decision that had prompted the Wisconsin governor to sign a certificate of final determination, the defendant issued a tweet repeating his knowingly false claim of election fraud, demanding that the Wisconsin legislature overturn the election results that had led to the ascertainment of Biden's electors as the legitimate electors. On
I
December
mean, there was fraud. I don't know where it was, but it was somewhere. And if you look, you'll find it because it was definitely somewhere and it was everywhere. And have you looked at everything, every possible way that it could possibly have happened, even though there's no evidence of it? Well, what about this other thing? What about this other thing? What about this other thing? Clearly, there's so many questions. I mean, you're questioning this, you're questioning that. See, I mentioned 4 questions. You should look at those questions because that's how it's going to work. Like, you see, so much confusion. Do you feel confused now? Yeah, that's why there was fraud in the elect. Like, come on. Like, it's such a it's such a dumb used car sales tactic. It's so dumb. I can't believe so many people have fallen for this nonsense.
December 27th, the defendant raised with the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general a specific fraud claim that there had been more votes than voters in Wisconsin. The acting deputy attorney general informed the defendant that the claim was false. On January 6th, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated knowingly false claims that there had been tens of thousands of unlawful votes in Wisconsin. The defendant's use of dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to organize fraudulent slates of electors and cause them to transmit false certificates to Congress, as the defendant's attempts to obstruct the electoral vote through deceit of state officials met with repeated failure, beginning in early December 2020, he and co-conspirators developed a new plan to marshal individuals who would have served as the defendant's electors had he won the popular vote in 7 targeted states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and cause those individuals to make and send to the vice president.
So I will say, of everything in the indictment, this one would be real damning if they have like substantial evidence, which I'm guessing they do, to prove this. The idea that you're going to overrule the Electoral College, just kind of make your own electors and have them agree that you won, and then try to supplant the existing electors, like that's like fraud, like, and not just fraud, but that's like complete vote tampering. Like, you really can't do that. And so those people who like were fake electors, they're going to be in trouble because you can't just impersonate like a federal employee or a federal worker. And Trump is going to be in like dire trouble if they can connect them to that.
President and Congress false certifications that they were legitimate electors.
You also can't falsely
Under the plan, the submission of these fraudulent slates would create a fake controversy at the certification proceeding and position the vice president presiding on January 6th.
So the plan is they send these fake certified votes, right, from the Electoral College, and then the real certified votes, and then they go, oh my gosh, we're getting so many votes that are just like, who's the certifier? Which is the real elector? We're going to have to send this to the states to decide. And then he can convince the Republican-led states to hopefully go along with it, right? And be like, oh yeah, it does look like these other electors are the legitimate ones. It's like the snakiest plot, but no wonder it fell apart. And again, you got to worry that like at some day, you know, whether they're left or right, you could have a competent politician do this much more well. Yeah. Anyhow.
As president of the Senate, to supplant legitimate electors with the defendant's fake electors and certify the defendant as president. The plan capitalized on ideas presented in memoranda drafted by co-conspirator 5, an attorney who was assisting the defendant's campaign with legal efforts related to a recount in Wisconsin. The memoranda evolved over time from a legal strategy to preserve the defendant's rights to a corrupt plan to subvert the federal government function by stopping Biden electors' votes from being counted and certified, as follows. A. The November 18th memorandum, Wisconsin memo, advocated that, because of the ongoing recount in Wisconsin, the defendants' electors there should meet and cast votes on December 14, the date the ECA required appointed electors to vote to preserve the alternative of the defendant's Wisconsin electors' slate in the event the defendant ultimately prevailed in the state. B. The December 6th memorandum, fraudulent elector memo, marked a sharp departure from co-conspirator 5's Wisconsin
So
memo.
when they're talking about this memo, you guys realize this is an actual, like, they're going to produce this memo. I just want you to know, like, generally in a federal indictment, they aren't just going to be like, oh, there was this memo. They can't pull the Trump tactic of like, oh, it's crazy. Did you look at this? Did you look at this? And when they're like, oh, I need evidence. Oh, I'll show you. No, this is like, they're going to produce this stuff in court. And that's going to be interesting to see how you guys justify these memos surfacing. But again, I'm sure there's going to be cartwheels where it's like, well, when they sent a memo like asking for fake electors, basically like when they circulated a memo committing a federal crime, that's election tampering. That was just, that was this. Like, I don't know. It's going to be interesting seeing the mental gymnastics that the right's going to go through to kind of justify this stuff, if they don't just vote the guy back into office so that he can, basically forgive himself of the offenses and pardon himself so that he doesn't get charged with a crime, because, that's what, like, I think, I don't know. I think that's kind of what the rights become. They become like, crime is bad, except when it comes to getting my guy in office, whether he's evil or not.
Advocating that the alternate electors originally conceived of to preserve rights in Wisconsin instead be used in a number of states as fraudulent electors to prevent Biden from receiving the 270 electoral votes necessary to secure the presidency on January 6th.
In 2024, April 8th, there will be a total eclipse crossing all North America.
The fraudulent elector memo suggested that the defendants' electors in 6 purportedly contested states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, should meet and mimic as best as possible the actions of the legitimate Biden electors, and on January 6th, the vice president should open and count the fraudulent votes, setting up a fake controversy that would derail the proper certification of Biden as president-elect. C.
Who could substantiate that claim? Who could substantiate that claim? That the vice president was going to open these fake votes from fake electors to cause a controversy so that they could overturn the election results. I wonder who was really close to Trump at that time, who might be able to substantiate that. I wonder if that might be the vice president. I wonder if maybe the vice president is going to testify in this hearing. It'll be interesting to see, but I would guess that that's probably going to be the case, because the weird thing is, the guy who was closest to Trump during this entire time, right? The VP is pretty close to the president. Good example. Biden probably knows a lot about Obama that like nobody else knows, because he was the VP for a while, right? So if Biden were to come out and make claims about Obama, it might be worth kind of noting, because it's like, hey, this guy was actually there. He was there during Obama's time. And I think if that happened, I think you would have every person on the right being like, see, it's his own VP. But now, because it's a right winger, it's like, well, the vice president's clearly corrupt. Everybody's corrupt except Trump. Everybody was corrupt.
The December 9th memorandum, fraudulent elector instructions, consisted of co-conspirator 5's instructions on how fraudulent electors could mimic legitimate electors in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada,
Circulated memos
Pennsylvania, and
usually are
Wisconsin.
something they're going to have.
Co-conspirator 5 noted that in some states, it would be virtually impossible for the fraudulent electors to successfully take the same steps as the legitimate electors, because state law required formal participation in the process by state officials or access to official resources. The plan began in early December, and ultimately the conspirators and the defendant's campaign took the Wisconsin memo and expanded it to any state that the defendant claimed was contested, even New Mexico, which the defendant had lost by more than 10% of the popular vote. This expansion was forecast by emails the defendant's chief of staff sent on December 6th, forwarding Wisconsin memo to campaign staff and writing, "We just need to have someone coordinating the electors for states."
Okay.
On December 6th, the defendant and co-conspirator.
So they got emails, guys, from his campaign, from his chief of staff. But that's his chief of staff. It's not Trump, I'm sure. So they're going to have emails. They're going to produce these emails. It's so amazing to me that people like they read an email in Hillary Clinton's leaked like server controversy about going to dinner for pizza. And they're like, oh my gosh, clearly when you look at this email, they're talking about like, child trafficking. And to the point where there's like an entire conspiracy theory grows out of it. And in the meantime, here's an indictment that's saying there's an email that circulated telling people to set up fake electors in states to overthrow the election. And it's like, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. But that email about pizza, that one, you don't just say you're going to go eat pizza with a coworker. That's nefarious. But this email, it's fully explicable. Again, just the mental gymnastics.
Conspirator 2 called the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee to ensure that the plan was in motion. During the call, co-conspirator 2 told the chairwoman that it was important for the RNC to help the defendant's campaign gather electors in targeted states, and falsely represented to her that such electors' votes would be used only if ongoing litigation in one of the states changed the results in the defendant's favor. After the RNC chairwoman consulted the campaign and heard that work on gathering electors was underway, she called and reported this information to the defendant, who responded approvingly. On December 7th, co-conspirator 1 received
So state official gets wind of this, calls the president to be like, hey, they're trying to kind of like have electors like change. And he's like, yep, that's the plan. Yep. And I bet they have documentation of this. It's kind of like the indictment about the top secret materials is going to be a problem for Trump to defend too, because like they literally have an interview where he's like, I know I'm not supposed to have this. I could have declassified it when I was president, but I'm no longer president. And so this is really, I'm kind of breaking the law here. But isn't that interesting when he's showing a reporter and journalist classified information that he had no authority to show, revealing some pretty heavy, deep state secrets. Interesting that Trump's MO seems to be like. But what's amazing is I don't know what his appeal is to where he can do this. And like he said, he could shoot somebody on 6th Street and people would vote him back. We're 5 hours into the stream. We're going to take a quick break so I can get some water. If you haven't yet, hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. I know this is a spicy stream and it's going to get spicier. So here is... Let's play the Christmas trailer for 2 Stories. I have friends. We're just working on art. We're working on friendly art. Just being friendly and friendly friends. It's a really just mellow, just do art. No, I'm kidding. It's a spicy stream. Are you kidding me? This isn't going to be mellow. It's going to be spicy until I finish this page. And then maybe we'll do a chill stream or 2 or 3 or 4 after the fact. We're going through the third indictment of our Cheeto in Chief, our former Cheeto in Chief. Let's continue. We're going to get through as much as we can by the time we have shaded this page. I have a couple things. One is I've already listened to this indictment. I already read the full thing. I listened to the audio. I read through the entire thing, right? So there's that. So going through it again is just more infuriating than anything. But I'm doing this for you guys. And also I'm doing it as an incentive to finish my page so I no longer have to listen to this nonsense. And number 2, I have a burrito waiting for me to eat for dinner. And I need to finish this page. So I'm going to finish this page and then I will have a burrito and a reward of no longer having to hear about this guy, this huckster we had in the White House. Let's continue.
The Wisconsin memo and the fraudulent elector memo. Co-conspirator 1 spoke with co-conspirator 6 regarding attorneys who could assist in the fraudulent elector effort in targeted states. And he received from co-conspirator 6 an email identifying attorneys in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan.
By the way, every time they mention a memo or an email, you just want to think, do you want to be the one just like so deep in the cult that when these emails and recordings and memos come out in court, is this really is this your guy? Okay.
Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The next day, on December 8th, co-conspirator 5 called the Arizona attorney on co-conspirator 6's list.
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush comfort you can see and feel.
In email after the call, the Arizona attorney recounted his conversation with co-conspirator 5 as follows. I just talked to the gentleman who did that memo, co-conspirator 5. His idea is basically that all of us, Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, etc., have our electors send in their votes, even though the votes aren't legal under federal law because they're not signed by the governor. So the members of Congress...
Dude, so did you notice that, like, now this is, like, even worse because, like, they're admitting they know these are illegal activities. They're admitting they know it's illegal. If they have proof of this, oh my gosh, do you know how damning that'll be? They had full knowledge.
Fight about whether they should be counted on January 6th. They could potentially argue that they're not bound by federal law because they're Congress and make the law, etc. Kind of wild creative. I'm happy to discuss. My comment to him was that I guess there's no harm in it.
So the idea is like now Congress can overturn using this like gimmick of the fake electors, right? They're going to then try to get all of their Congress people to be on board with like making a big ruckus so that they can go, well, we don't like, you know, if they're like, well, that doesn't follow federal law. It's like, well, we're Congress. We make the laws. I mean, does that not sound nefarious to you if Congress can just start going, you know what? We don't actually have to follow the law because we make the laws. Again, like you want to talk banana republic, man. I mean, if they had gone along with this, oh my gosh, it's shocking. It should be shocking, you know?
Legally, at least. I.e., we would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. At co-conspirator 1's direction, on December 10th, co-conspirator 5 sent to points of contact in all targeted states except Wisconsin, which had already received his memos, and New Mexico a streamlined version of the Wisconsin memo, which did not reveal the intended fraudulent use of the defendant's electors and the fraudulent elector instructions, along with fraudulent elector certificates that he had drafted. The next day, on December 11th, through co-conspirator 5, co-conspirator 1 suggested that the Arizona lawyer file a...
So can we pause here and appreciate that there's also counterfeiting going on here, where they're counterfeiting certifications. There's fraud. There's impersonating a federal, like there's so much. There's so much. It's not one thing. It's like there is so much here that is just juicy.
A petition for certiorari in the Supreme Court as a pretext to claim that litigation was pending in the state, to provide cover for the convening and voting of the defendants' fraudulent electors there. Co-conspirator 5 explained that co-conspirator 1 had heard from a state official and state provisional elector that it could appear treasonous for the AZ electors to vote on Monday if there is no pending court proceeding. To manage the plan in Pennsylvania, on December 12th, co-conspirator 1...
It could appear treasonous? Yeah, because it's treason. Like, could appear treasonous? No, that would be treasonous. To betray their right for everyone in this country to vote, you know, to get your guy into office, which is the very thing they're claiming that Biden did. That's the ultimate act of treason in a democracy.
5 and co-conspirator 6 participated in a conference call organized by the defendants' campaign with the defendants' electors in that state. When the defendants' electors expressed concern about signing certificates representing themselves as legitimate electors, co-conspirator 1 falsely assured them that their certificates would be used only if the defendant succeeded in litigation. Subsequently, co-conspirator 6 circulated proposed conditional language to that effect for potential inclusion in the fraudulent elector certificates. A campaign official cautioned not to offer the conditional language to other states because, quote, the other states are signing what he prepared. If it gets out, we change the language for Pennsylvania, it could snowball. In some cases, defendant electors refused to participate in the plan. December 13th, co-conspirator 5 sent co-conspirator 1 an email memorandum that further confirmed that the conspirators' plan was not to use the fraudulent electors only in the circumstance that the defendant's litigation was successful in one of the targeted states. Instead, the plan was to falsely present the fraudulent slates as an alternative to the legitimate slates at Congress.
And now who would be presenting that? That might actually be testifying in this indictment. Let's see. Who would be presenting that? Something to think about.
Certification proceeding. On December 13th, the defendant asked the senior campaign advisor for an update on what was going on with the elector plan and directed him to put out a statement on electors.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we also print that and that?
As a result, co-conspirator 1 directed the senior campaign advisor to join a conference call with him, co-conspirator 6, and others. When the senior campaign advisor related these developments in text messages to the deputy campaign manager...
Keep in mind, when they say text messages, this is the federal government. You think they're going to not have these texts? I'm just saying, like, generally, with an indictment that's so historic, right? I think they're going to dot their I's and cross their T's. So whenever you hear email, text, even conversations, I think they're going to have some substantial evidence to back up these claims. That's my prediction. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe this indictment is just completely cooked up and fabricated. But if even like 20% of this is proven, it's pretty damning. I mean, even 20%, you know. And to me, I'm guessing because it's a federal indictment, they're going to have a lot more than 20%, very well substantiated. You know, which is why I think Trump has been having so many issues getting legal representation. Because I think for a lawyer, it's a danger zone.
senior advisor to the defendant, and a campaign staffer, the deputy campaign manager responded, "Here's the thing. The way this has morphed, it's a crazy play, so I don't know who wants to put their name on it." The senior advisor wrote, "Certifying illegal votes." In turn, the participants in the group text message refused to have a statement regarding electors attributed to their names because none of them could stand by it. Also on December...
Nice. So everybody's concocting this plan that's highly illegal and treasonous. But all of them are refusing to even sign it. Because they're like, they know how bad it is. Like, if their signature is attached to it, they're pretty much screwed. Let's continue.
November 13th, a campaign staffer request, co-conspirator 5 drafted and sent fraudulent elector certificates for the defendant's electors in New Mexico, which had not previously been among the targeted states, and where there was no pending litigation on the defendant's behalf. The next day, the defendant's campaign filed an election challenge suit in New Mexico at 11:54 a.m., 6 minutes before the noon deadline for the electors' votes, as a pretext so that there was pending litigation there at the time the fraudulent electors voted. On December 14th, the legitimate electors of all 50 states and the District of Columbia met in their respective jurisdictions to formally cast their votes for president, resulting in a total of 232 electoral votes for the defendant and 306 for Biden. The legitimate electoral votes that Biden won in the states that the defendant targeted, and the defendant's margin of defeat, were as follows. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 10,457 votes. Georgia, 16 electoral votes, 11,779 votes. Michigan, 16 electoral votes, 154,188 votes. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 33,596 votes. New Mexico, 5 electoral votes, 99,720 votes.
So I want to highlight something here too. All of this scheming was happening before they saw the results. Okay? Just a interesting thing where it's like, this was pre-planned, you know? It's pre-thought out. It's like, okay, this is our backup plan for when we lose, you know? It's interesting. Okay, let's continue.
Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, 80,555 votes. And Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, 20,682 votes. On the same day, at the direction of the defendant and co-conspirator 1, fraudulent electors convened sham proceedings in 7 targeted states to cast fraudulent electoral ballots in favor of the defendant. In some states, in order to satisfy legal requirements set forth for legitimate electors under state law, state officials were enlisted to provide the fraudulent electors access to state capitol buildings so that they could gather and vote there.
Always.
So they're basically like performing these sham things to create confusion.
In many cases, however, as co-conspirator 5 had predicted in the fraudulent elector instructions, the fraudulent electors were unable to satisfy the legal requirements. Nonetheless, as directed in the fraudulent elector instructions, shortly after the fraudulent electors met on December 14th, the targeted states' fraudulent elector certificates were mailed to the President of the Senate, the Archivist of the United States, and others. The defendant and co-conspirators ultimately used the certificates of these fraudulent electors to deceitfully target the government function, and did so contrary to how fraudulent electors were told they would be used. Unlike those the fraudulent electors, consistent with the ECA, the legitimate electors' signed certificates were annexed to the state executive certificates of ascertainment before being sent to the President of the Senate and others. That evening at 6:26 p.m., the RNC chairwoman forwarded to the defendant, through his executive assistant, an email titled Electors Recap Final, which represented that in 6 contested states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, in the defendant's electors had voted in parallel to Biden's electors. The defendant's executive assistant responded, "It's in front of him." The defendant's attempt to leverage the Justice Department to use deceit to get state officials to replace legitimate electors and
So
electoral.
now it's going to get into the Justice Department and the pressure he was putting on the Justice Department to back him up. Let's continue.
Votes with the defendants. In late December 2020, the defendant attempted to use the Justice Department to make knowingly false claims of election fraud to officials in the targeted states through a formal letter under the acting attorney general's signature, thus giving the defendant's lies the backing of the federal government and attempting to improperly influence the targeted states to replace legitimate Biden electors with the defendants. On December 22nd, the defendant met with co-conspirator 4 at the White House. Co-conspirator 4 had not informed his leadership at the Justice Department of the meeting, which was a violation of Justice Department's written policy restricting contacts with the White House to guard against improper political influence. On December 26th, co-conspirator 4 spoke on the phone with the acting attorney general and lied about the circumstances of his meeting with the defendant at the White House, falsely claiming that the meeting had been unplanned. The acting attorney general directed co-conspirator 4 not to have unauthorized contacts with the White House again, and co-conspirator 4 said he would not. The next morning, on December 27th, contrary to the acting attorney general's direction, co-conspirator 4 spoke with the defendant on the defendant's cell phone for nearly 3 minutes. That afternoon, the defendant called the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general, and said, among other things, "People tell me co-conspirator 4 is great. I should put him in." The defendant also raised multiple false claims of election fraud, which the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general refuted. When the acting attorney general told the defendant that the Justice Department could not and would not change the outcome of the election, the defendant responded, "Just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." On December 28th,
Just, tell one little lie and then leave the rest to me and the Congress. Oh my gosh. I just wonder, have any of these Trumpsters actually read this indictment and considered the implications if it's true? Like, even if you disbelieve the indictment, right? If even like a quarter of this is true, and you don't see the weight of the issue here, it's really hard to see that you're acting in good faith. I think you just wanted your guy to win, you know. Okay, let's continue.
co-conspirator 4 sent a draft letter to the acting attorney general and acting deputy attorney general, which he proposed they all sign. The draft was addressed to state officials in Georgia, and co-conspirator 4 proposed sending versions of the letter to elected officials in other targeted states. The proposed letter contained numerous knowingly false claims about the election and the Justice Department, including that A. The Justice Department had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states.
So now the Justice Department has said, hey, there's no fraud. And then they send out a letter saying, hey, the Justice Department just said there was like a lot of nefarious stuff happening. It's like, you can't make this up. It's just insane. And the nice thing is, like, a lot of this won't be that hard to substantiate, you know? Now, the question is, do the cult members, you know, like, again, you can show people a lot of stuff with L. Ron Hubbard and like all the stuff in Scientology that's completely insane. And yet people who are like deep in, they're never gonna see that until they like maybe have a wake up moment. So I can't expect that, you know, it's going to be any different.
B. The Justice Department believed that in Georgia and other states, 2 valid slates of electors had gathered at the proper location on December 14th, and that both sets of ballots had been transmitted to Congress. That is, co-conspirator 4's letter sought to advance the defendant's fraudulent elector plan by using the authority of the Justice Department to falsely present the fraudulent electors as a valid alternative to the legitimate electors. C. The Justice Department urged that the state legislature convene a special legislative session to create the opportunity to, among other things, choose the fraudulent electors over the legitimate electors. The acting Deputy Attorney General promptly responded to co-conspirator 4 by email and told him that his proposed letter was false, writing, "Despite dramatic claims to the contrary, we have seen the type of fraud that calls into question the reported and certified results of the election." In a meeting shortly thereafter, the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General again directed co-conspirator 4 not to have unauthorized contact with the White House. On December 31st, defendant summoned to the Oval Office the acting Attorney General, acting Deputy Attorney General, and other advisors. In the meeting, the defendant again raised claims about election fraud that Justice Department officials already had told him were not true, and that the senior Justice Department officials reiterated were false, and suggested he might change the leadership in the Justice Department. On January 2nd,
So, okay, his Justice Department, the entire one, like his entire Justice Department is like, yeah, this isn't true. And Trump calls a meeting, makes the same claims, and then pretty much is like, yeah, and if I don't get these results, I might replace the Justice Department. It's just, it's so crazy. You can't make this up. It's nuts. It's just, it's like, it goes beyond like what like an action movie would do with like an evil president. It's kind of unbelievable. But, you know, I'm pretty sure it's going to get substantiated.
21, just 4 days before Congress's certification proceeding, co-conspirator 4 tried to coerce the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General to sign and send co-conspirator 4's draft letter, which contained false statements to state officials.
I'm on location verse. Get up at 5, workout start at 5:30.
Real quick. All right.
He told them that the defendant was considering making co-conspirator 4 the new acting Attorney General, but that co-conspirator 4 would decline the defendant's offer if the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General would agree to send the proposed letter to the targeted states.
So he's basically like, hey, I'm going to name my friend the Attorney General if you don't sign this letter. If you sign the letter, then you're still Attorney General. That's again like the earlier claim like by some Trump people, like where they're like, oh, that's not coercion. It's like, oh my gosh. I think just look up the definition of a quid pro quo. An illegal and illegal quid pro quo.
Justice Department officials refused. The next morning, on January 3rd, despite having uncovered no additional evidence of election fraud, co-conspirator 4 sent to a Justice Department colleague an edited version of his draft letter to the states, which included a change from its previous claim that the Justice Department had concerns to a stronger false claim that, as of today, there is evidence of significant irregularities that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states. Also, on the morning of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 met with the defendant at the White House again.
So dark. If you're there with me this far, enjoy the darkness and the spice. Oh, man. We are going to get through this page, guys. We're going to get through this page so I can eat my burrito. Okay? Let's continue.
Without having informed senior Justice Department officials, and accepted the defendant's offer that he become acting Attorney General. On the afternoon of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 spoke with a deputy White House counsel. The previous month, the deputy White House counsel had informed the defendant that there is no world, there is no option in which you do not leave the White House on January 20th. Now, the same deputy White House counsel tried to dissuade co-conspirator 4 from assuming the role of acting Attorney General. The deputy White House counsel reiterated to co-conspirator 4 that there had not been outcome-determinative fraud in the election, and that if the defendant remained in office nonetheless, there would be riots in every major city in the United States. Co-conspirator 4 responded, well, deputy White House counsel, that's why there's an Insurrection Act. Also that afternoon, co-conspirator 4 met with the acting Attorney General and told him that the defendant had decided to put co-conspirator 4 in charge of the Justice Department.
That is so crazy. So this is even wilder, right? Because they arguably did January 6th was an attempt at insurrection, right? You know, and meanwhile they were saying, yeah, if we overturn the election and there's riots because we rigged the like we literally rigged the election, then there's the Insurrection Act for that. It's like, again, like it's such weird reverse logic where it's like, hey, we're going to commit insurrection and then we're going to use the law about insurrection to stop people who are rightfully infuriated that their vote was overturned. And meanwhile, we're also going to rile up our base to feel like their vote was overturned, and we're going to have them commit an insurrection. And we're also going to fraudulently make our own electors. This is just beyond, man. It's insane. It's insane. And it goes to show you, like, you know, it's that weird thing, like, of condemning, you know, what you know you're doing, you know. It's a good trick. It's a good trick. It's like the bully trick of like hitting somebody and then they hit back and you go, why'd they hit me? And it's like the teacher looks just in time only to see you hitting them back. It's a total bully tactic of, you know, I'm going to point at this person and call them, you know, these names because it's what I myself am. It's really an interesting thing, but I see it a lot, especially on the right. Let's continue.
Attorney General responded that he would not accept being fired by a subordinate and immediately scheduled a meeting with the defendant that evening. On the evening of January 3rd, the defendant met for a briefing on an overseas national security issue with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and other senior national security advisors. The chairman briefed the defendant on the issue, which had previously arisen in December, as well as possible ways the defendant could handle it. When the chairman and another advisor recommended that the defendant take no action because Inauguration Day was only 17 days away, and any course of action could trigger something unhelpful, the defendant calmly agreed, stating, "Yeah, you're right. It's too late for us. We're going to give that to the next guy." The defendant moved immediately from this national security briefing to the meeting that the acting attorney general had requested earlier that day, which included co-conspirator 4, the acting attorney general, the acting deputy attorney general, the Justice Department's assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel, the White House counsel, a deputy White House counsel, and a senior advisor.
You guys bearing there? Are you bearing there with me? We got to finish this page and this indictment.
You know, $25 a month is a big deal for a lot of people.
At the meeting, the defendant expressed frustration with the acting attorney general for failing to do anything to overturn the election results, and the group discussed co-conspirator 4's plans to investigate purported election fraud and to send his proposed letter to state officials, a copy of which was provided to the defendant during the meeting. The defendant relented in his plan to replace the acting attorney general with co-conspirator 4, only when he was told that it would result in mass resignations at the Justice Department and of his own White House counsel. At the meeting in the Oval Office on the night of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 suggested the
So he's telling his crew, "Hey, I'm gonna replace the attorney general with my own attorney general," and it's so close to, like, you know, the transition of power that everybody's basically like, "You do that, we all resign." Like, again, these people, you know, a lot of them very pro-Trump, on Trump's side, like, are probably going to be witnesses, I would imagine. You know, I would just imagine if they're making this claim, you know, yeah, I think those who haven't come out publicly already will definitely, you know, be in there. If they've already come out, I'm sure their testimony will be a part of it. So again, it's just like such a stretch of the imagination to be like, all of these people were lying. All of them? Or like these, you know, 5 or 6 people that were trying to concoct this thing got caught, you know, as they try to broaden it out, because the more people you get involved in a conspiracy, the harder it is to pull off. right? Okay. We finished the second to last panel on this page for the shading. I want to eat my burrito, but we have to finish this last panel. So I'm going to play a trailer, and maybe we can get even further into this indictment. I think there's about a half an hour left, which might be just enough time. So we might get through the whole indictment. All right. I'll be right back. Here is the trailer for Wordzoid, Jim Lujan's trailer.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes! And that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won. Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
Boom. Continuing our stream, we have one more panel left to shade. I have a burrito waiting for me to eat. I even skipped lunch today, so I need to eat, but I need to finish this page. So we're going to finish this page, and while we're doing it, we're going to keep it spicy by finishing up the dreaded third indictment of Donald Trump, the entirety of it, so that you who are willing have no excuses to not hearing the full thing. We also listened to the full recorded conversation where Trump was trying to coerce the Secretary of State in Georgia to change the voting results, just as a little flavor of what will likely be coming out in this indictment. Let's continue in this hearing. Let's continue.
Justice Department should opine that the vice president could exceed his lawful authority
I gotta
during the
also praise the wonderful writing in this indictment. I've read indictments before that just don't read as fluidly. The fact that they use the word opine is kind of rad. That's a word that we should all use more often.
Certification proceeding and change the election outcome. When the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel began to explain why the Justice Department should not do so, the defendant said, "No one here should be talking to the Vice President. I'm talking to the Vice President," and ended the discussion.
Oh, wow.
The defendant S attempts to enlist the Vice President to fraudulently alter the election results at the January 6th certification proceeding.
Where he tried to talk to his little buddy Mikey P. He's like, "Hey, Mike, here's the thing. I got these fake electors. You're going to go in front of Congress. You're going to say everything was fake. You're going to bring our own electors in there. We're going to say it's certified. We're going to cause confusion. And then in the meantime, when there's riots because the public was overridden, we're going to use the Insurrection Act to basically stay in office, even though every single advisor in my office thinks I'm crazy. You're my guy, Mike. You're going to make it happen. Big Lee."
As the January 6th congressional certification proceeding approached and
Hey,
other
go marry
efforts
to
to
Mike. Let's
impair,
see how this
obstruct, and defeat the federal government function failed, the defendant sought to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the certification to fraudulently alter the election results. The defendant did this first by using knowingly false claim of election fraud to convince the vice president to accept the defendant's fraudulent electors, reject legitimate electoral votes, or send legitimate electoral votes to state legislatures for review.
It's such a New York scam. If you think about it, it's like a parody of New York. Like, Like, you know, in like old 80s movies when people would go to like downtown New York and there's a guy with like the watches in his jacket and he's like, "Hey kid, you want a Rolex?" And it's like, "That's not a real Rolex." "Oh no, it's real. Look, it says Rolex." It's like I just envisioned Trump. I'm having this vision of Trump like meeting with Pence, like in the White House. Pence comes in, Trump's wearing like an overcoat, and he's like, "Hey Pence, word on the street is there's some certified electoral results that look different from the real ones, but they're real, I guarantee it." And it's like in his coat, it's just a bunch of electoral college certificates. He's like, "You need some electoral college certificates there, Mike." It's like it's so New York. Okay, let's continue.
Rather than count them. When that failed, the defendant attempted to use a crowd of supporters that he had gathered in Washington, D.C.
So you see this pattern, right? Like where Trump's like trying to like start real smart and like, subtle and use all the guys that he appointed, right? Because he thought, oh, they owe me favors, very like mob like, thinking like nobody in his own party is going to have the dignity to like stand up to it and be like, this is full of it. He tried to use the media. He tried to use everything. Meanwhile, rallying and painting it up to his supporters, right? When all else failed, now he's trying to get Pensy on board, using the blind watch salesman thing where he's like, "Oh, it's a real Rolex." And Pence is like, "I don't know if that's a Rolex." And he's like, "Come on, kid. It's only $10. No one will know the difference." And now that he's got like his little Rolex scheme, he's seeing that's not going to work because Pensy's not going for it. So now he's going to his people. And this is where Trump honestly probably made the right calculation, because those people proceeded to invade Congress and try to overthrow the election. So his last gasp effort was like probably the one correct read he had on the people, which was like he probably made the assumption that everybody is as dark and nefarious as he is and willing to lie and cheat and steal to an extent that has never been seen in the United States before. He probably like made the assumption that everybody would be okay with that and like was a little sorely disappointed that not everybody's going to play as low as he'll play. And now it's like his ultimate play, which is assuming that his audience and his supporters are dumb enough to not see through this. And you know what? He was right. He was right, because half of those people probably wouldn't even be at this point in the video.
Pressure the vice president to fraudulently alter the election results. On December 19th, 2020, after cultivating widespread anger and resentment for weeks with his knowingly false claims of election fraud, the defendant urged his supporters to travel to Washington on the day of the certification proceeding, tweeting, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. Will be wild." Throughout late December, he repeatedly urged his supporters to come to Washington for January 6th. On December 23rd, the defendant retweeted a memo titled Operation Pence Guard, which falsely asserted that the vice president could, among other things, unilaterally disqualify legitimate electors from 6 targeted states. On the same day, co-conspirator 2 circulated a 2-page memorandum outlining a plan for the vice president to unlawfully declare the defendant the certified winner of the presidential election. In the memorandum, co-conspirator
the fact
2
that like people just bought this, right, and didn't see transparently through their guy, like he tweeted a lot of this stuff. Like a lot of this stuff is not like under wraps or under cloaks of darkness. It's like a lot of this was like straight up, like right out there, right in front of everybody, and the fact that like, again, it's like his attorney general, like his vice president, like his chief of staff, his campaign manager, all of these people you have to believe are lying for some reason. And somehow Trump is telling the truth. It just behooves logic.
claimed that 7 states had transmitted 2 slates of electors and proposed that the vice president announce that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states.
You should switch to 1-800 Contacts because it's super easy, so cheap.
Next, co-conspirator 2 proposed steps that he acknowledged violated the ECA, advocating that in the end, Pence then gavels President Trump as re-elected. Just 2 months earlier, on October 11th, co-conspirator 2 had taken the opposite position, writing that neither the Constitution nor the ECA provided the vice president discretion in the counting of electoral votes or permitted him to make the determination on his own. On several private phone calls in late December and early January, the defendant repeated knowingly false claims of election fraud and directly pressured the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the certification proceeding on January 6th to fraudulently overturn the results of the election, and the vice president resisted, including A. On December 25th, when the vice president called the defendant to wish him a Merry Christmas, the defendant quickly turned the conversation to January 6th and his request that the vice president reject electoral votes that day. The vice president pushed back, telling the defendant, as the vice president already had in previous conversations, "You know I don't think I have the authority to change the outcome." B. On December 29th, as reflected in the vice president's contemporaneous notes, the defendant falsely told the vice president that the Justice Department was finding major infractions. C.
So keep in mind, like, how many times Trump is like knowingly lying to try to get his way, right? And just blatantly, like provably. And and again, everybody is just assuming he's the one honest one. Everybody else is lying. His chief of staff, right? His vice president, the heads of red states that actually campaigned for him and with him. Like all of these people, they all lied. Or maybe they're all telling the truth and Trump is a really dishonest dude.
January 1st, the defendant called the vice president and berated him because he had learned that the vice president had opposed a lawsuit seeking a judicial decision that at the certification, the vice president had the authority to reject or return votes to the states under the Constitution. The vice president responded that he thought there was no constitutional basis for such authority and that it was improper. In response, the defendant told the vice president, "You're too honest." Within hours of the conversation, the defendant reminded his supporters to meet in Washington before the certification proceeding, tweeting, "A big protest rally in Washington, D.C. will take place at 11 a.m. on January 6th. Locational details to follow. Stop the steal. D." On January 3rd, the defendant again told the vice president that at the certification proceeding, the vice president had the absolute right to reject electoral votes and the ability to overturn the election. The vice president responded that he had no such authority and that a federal appeals court had rejected the lawsuit making that claim the previous day. On January 3rd, co-conspirator 2 circulated a second memorandum that included a new plan under which, contrary to the...
You guys see how many, like, okay, these memorandums, like, they probably actually exist, right? We're going to be seeing a lot of them. But again, like, I feel like there's so many people who read the full Mueller report or said they read it, who claim that just completely, like, it let Trump off the hook of any sort of malfeasance. It's like, you didn't read the report, you know? You must not have read the report because that's not what Mueller was saying. Or read Mueller's book on it, where he explicitly gets into it. But yeah, but like, but you know what's funny? I think there might be people who actually read the whole thing and they just read, like, it's like trying to convince somebody who believes in Xenu, right? Like, hey, there's no evidence of like this ancient volcano filled area of the earth where like souls were cast into it, nor is there evidence of like an evil exterior lord named Xenu capturing souls. And beyond the fact that, like, you you realize it's a science fiction writer. Like, I feel like the same way where it's like, you realize like Trump is like a fraud guy. Like that's his big thing. Like he's been a fraud for a long time. He's been convicted of fraud for multiple occasions. Let's continue.
ECA, the vice president would send the elector slates to the state legislatures to determine which slate to count. On January 4th, the defendant held a meeting with co-conspirator 2, the vice president's chief of staff, and the vice president's counsel for the purpose of convincing the vice president, based on the defendant's knowingly false claims of election fraud, that the vice president should reject or send to the state Biden's legitimate electoral votes rather than count them. The defendant deliberately excluded his White House counsel from the meeting because the White House counsel previously had pushed back on the defendant's false claims of election fraud. During the meeting, as reflected in the vice president's contemporaneous notes, the defendant made knowingly false claims of election fraud, including
contemporaneous notes, guys. Okay, contemporaneous notes. These notes will appear. It's very exciting.
Bottom line won every state by 100,000 of votes, and we won every state, and asked, regarding a claim his senior Justice Department officials previously had told him was false, including as recently as the night before, what about 205,000 votes more in Pennsylvania than voters? The defendant and co-conspirator 2 then asked the vice president to either unilaterally reject the legitimate electors.
So bizarre to me. People are like, Burisma, Biden. There's all this stuff that's like theory, and like, sure, maybe you're right, but like, there's no evidence at all. And yet like so quick to just like jump to like, oh, it's Biden and he's got like this nefarious thing with the sun and like adrenochrome shakes and like left-leaning people drinking blood and like all of these wild assertions of conspiracy. And here you have a fully mapped out, very clear, very evidence-based claim of actual conspiracy by the federal government, right? And it's not enough. It's so bizarre. Again, there's a guy on a blog who thinks that there's something weird with Hunter Biden and we don't know really what it is, but it's something. And isn't that weird? And shouldn't we ask questions? Well, what about all this? Don't you guys think this is weird? Don't you think this is worthy of asking questions? You know? Also, why is everybody so concerned about like Joe Biden's kid when like you had like a clear involvement of Trump's children throughout his entire administration? Like, it's so weird. That never bothers you guys. And now it bothers you. It's like there might have been like a conflict of interest there. Well, what about Trump and his kids? What about Kushner, right? You guys don't remember that? Selective memory.
From the 7 targeted states, or send the question of which slate was legitimate to the targeted states' legislatures. When the vice president challenged co-conspirator 2 on whether the proposal to return the question to the states was defensible, co-conspirator 2 responded, well, nobody's tested it before. The vice president then told the defendant, did you hear that? Even your own counsel is not saying I have the authority. The defendant responded, it's okay. I prefer the other suggestion of the vice president rejecting the electors unilaterally. Also, on January 4th, when co-conspirator 2 acknowledged to the defendant's senior advisor that no court would support his proposal, the senior advisor told co-conspirator 2, you're going to cause riots in the streets. Co-conspirator 2 responded there had previously been points in the nation's history where violence was necessary to protect the republic. After that conversation, the senior advisor notified the defendant that co-conspirator 2 had conceded that his plan was not going to work. On the morning of January 5th, at the defendant's direction, the vice president's chief of staff and the vice president's counsel met again with co-conspirator 2. Co-conspirator 2 now advocated that the vice president do what the defendant had said he preferred the day before, unilaterally reject electors from the targeted states.
This is a HELOC. It looks like a credit card. It works like a credit card, but it's actually an easier way.
During this meeting, co-conspirator 2 privately acknowledged to the vice president's counsel that he hoped to prevent judicial review of his proposal because he understood that it would be unanimously rejected by the Supreme Court. The vice president's counsel expressed to co-conspirator 2 that following through with the proposal would result in a disastrous situation where the election might have to be decided in the streets. That same day, the defendant encouraged supporters to travel to Washington on January 6th, and he set the false expectation that the vice president had the
So I want you
authority.
guys to understand that, okay, he has every advisor that's working with him thinks he's lost. Every leader of state that he tried to convince that he had won says he's lost. The Electoral College says he's lost. The stats say he's lost. The popular vote says he's lost. Everything says he's lost. All of his closest confidants are saying he lost. And he's saying, I want to say I won, and he's being advised, if you say that, you could cause basically like a civil war. And he's like, yeah, let's say that. I want you guys to sit with that and consider. And again, like, you know, I maybe I was raised differently, but I feel like resorting to violence to retain power over the democratic vote of people, that's dictator stuff. I mean, that's just straight up dictator stuff, right? If you don't see that, I don't know what can make you see that.
2 might use his ceremonial role at the certification proceeding, reverse the election outcome in the defendant's favor, including issuing the following tweets. A. At 11:06 a.m., the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors.
The vice president himself.
This was within 40 minutes of the defendant's earlier reminder, see you in D.C. B. At 5:05 p.m., Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore. We hear you and love you from the Oval Office. C. At 5:43 p.m., I will be speaking at the Save America rally tomorrow on the Ellipse at 11 a.m. Eastern. Arrive early. Doors open 7 a.m. Eastern. Big crowds. Also on January 5th, the defendant met alone with the vice president. When the vice president refused to agree to the defendant's request that he obstruct the certification, the defendant grew frustrated and told the vice president that the defendant would have to publicly criticize him. Upon learning of this, the vice president's chief of staff was concerned for the vice president's safety and alerted the head of the vice president's Secret Service detail. As crowds began to gather in Washington and were audible from the Oval Office, the defendant remarked to advisors that the crowd the following day on January 6th was going to be angry. That night,
So if you don't feel like that's a threat, we're meeting the night before, there's a massive crowd of people who don't want to see the election go against their hopes, you know, who've been fed this lie. And you're the guy who's like saying, no, I'm not going to lie for you. And he's saying, I might have to tell the crowd that. This crowd that's all riled up, and you know, you probably a lot of them have guns. Yeah. Again, credit to Mike Pence. Like, not a fan of Mike Pence, but I gotta say, there's a couple people, including him, that had backbone. That, you know, while I philosophically disagree with them, at least they had the backbone to stand up against this narcissist.
defendant approved and caused the defendant's campaign to issue a public statement that the defendant knew from his meeting with the vice president only hours earlier was false.
By the way, I just want to highlight, I'm not crazy to read that in. Pence's own private security detail read that into what was being said. Okay? Like, that's the thing. This is substantiated as a real threat. All right. We have just a little bit further to go. We're going on like 6 hours of streaming. Whew. Are you not entertained? It's a spicy stream. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. Spicy streams. And I'm going to go ahead and step out for a second, and then we are going to finish up this indictment, and we're going to finish up this panel probably around the same time. Isn't that amazing? It's like serendipity. There's only 15 minutes left of the indictment. Probably about 15 minutes left of work. It's like it's perfectly paced out. It's like it was meant to be. All right. Here is... We're going to watch the... let's watch Christopher Runciman again.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
All right. We've had a fun, contentious stream. It's going to continue as we finish this page for Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I've been doing this for 6 hours. If you haven't hit like now. If you haven't subscribed, feel free to subscribe. If you're angry, you can hit dislike. And we're going to finish this. We're going to finish this, and then I'm going to eat that burrito. All right, let's continue.
The Vice President and I are in total agreement that the Vice President has the power to act. On January 6th, starting in the early morning hours, the defendant again turned to knowingly false statements aimed at pressuring the Vice President to fraudulently alter the election outcome, and raised publicly the false expectation that the Vice President might do so. A.
He will go meals without eating because his anxiety is so high. His weight drops and his medication levels are all off.
After Kobe's life-saving heart surgery,
At 1 a.m., the defendant issued a tweet that falsely claimed, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency." Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent
You like that he's
numbers.
saying many states, even though every single state has rejected his crazy plan? Like, oh my gosh.
In a process not approved by their state legislatures, which must be. Mike can send it back. B. At 8:17 a.m., the defendant issued a tweet that falsely stated, "States want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud, plus corrupt process never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to
That's
do
the
is
trick.
send
You
them
just
back to the..."
repeat, and then suddenly, like, lies just become truth. It's like this weird thing that happens where you just repeat it, and then finally it's like, well, I guess that must be true because it's been said like multiple times.
States, and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage. On the morning of January 6th, an agent of the defendant contacted a United States senator to ask him to hand-deliver documents to the vice president. The agent then facilitated the receipt by the senator's staff of the fraudulent certificates.
By the way, the background noises you're hearing, Ben is playing a video game and giggling a lot. And then also we're getting his bath ready. So like that's what the noise is. It's the bathtub filling. So if you're hearing that. And we're getting further, guys. We're getting closer. All right, let's continue.
Signed by the defendant's fraudulent electors in Michigan and Wisconsin, which were believed not to have been delivered to the vice president or archivist by mail. When one of the senator's staffers contacted a staffer for the vice president by text message to arrange for delivery of what the senator's staffer been told were alternate slates of electors for Michigan and Wisconsin, because archivist didn't receive them. The vice president's staffer rejected them. At 11:15 a.m., the defendant called the vice president and again pressured him to fraudulently reject or return Biden's legitimate electoral votes. The vice president again refused. Immediately after the call, the defendant decided to single out the vice president in public remarks he would make within the hour, reinserting language that he had personally drafted earlier that morning, falsely claiming that the vice president had authority to send electoral votes to the state, but that advisors had previously successfully advocated be removed. Earlier that morning, the defendant had selected
what's so bizarre, too, is like, do you guys remember other elections? I've never seen anyone. I think the biggest, closest thing that I've seen to this was like the hanging Chad drama. And even that, when it finally got to the courts and the courts made a decision, everybody was like, accepted it, including Gore. Like, and that was a case where provably, right? Like, provably, the public vote, the popular vote, had gone against the electoral vote, right? And even then, they conceded and changed power because the Electoral College went against the public. And there were some questionable things, but it was resolved that it wasn't going to cause an issue. And one president stepped down and the next took office, right? I didn't see him making speeches. I didn't see any of them making speeches where they're trying to get, I've never heard of that. Where they're trying to get the vice president to overthrow the Democratic vote and publicly saying it, to constituents and supporters. It's beyond the pale of anything I've experienced in my lifetime as a voter.
Conspirator 2 to join co-conspirator 1 in giving public remarks before his own. When they did so, based on knowingly false election fraud claims, co-conspirator 1 and co-conspirator 2 intensified pressure on the vice president to fraudulently obstruct the certification proceeding, a co-conspirator. I told the crowd that the vice president could cast the ECA aside and unilaterally decide on the validity of these crooked ballots. He also lied when he claimed to have letters from 5 legislatures begging us to send elector slates to the legislatures for review and called for trial by combat. B co-conspirator 2 told the crowd,
Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it. Like packaging from tape to thank you cards, or merch from t-shirts to caps, even a logo.
All we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it. And the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not. We no longer live in a self-governing republic if we can't get the answer to this question. Next,
The irony,
beginning at 11:56 a.m.
The irony, it's like the irony of all these so-called patriots saying they stand for America, and yet they want to overturn America as it's been forever. Like, they want to see the destruction of this country. And yet they're like, oh, we're patriots. We're patriotic. A lot of the people, like, literally entering the Capitol building with the intent of overruling what the Democratic majority of this country chose, through acts of violence, like literally committing one of the biggest acts of anarchy that's ever happened in our country. And those people were wrapping themselves in American flags and beating cops with Blue Lives Matter flags. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And similarly, it's unbelievable to hear this memo where he's trying to incite violence and an insurrection to pressure through basically like threat of death the vice president to lie about the certification in order to get his way. And he's wrapping it in the cloak of this is preserving our democratic vote. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable the amount of hypocrisy and just like pot calling the kettle black. Just like you're committing an act of insurrection and calling people following the process insurrectionists. You're lying and you're telling people the truth. People who are telling the truth, you're calling them liars. It's this like weird, just absurd. You're literally lying about the states that agreed with you, which they didn't. You're lying about the vice president. Like, it's just blatant lies, all just orchestrated for Trump to get his way. Hell or the highway. Screw his constituents that have a backbone. Screw everybody. It's all about him getting the power so that he can then consolidate it into who knows what. And you guys are back in, not you guys watching, but you know, there's a good chunk of Americans backing this this guy.
The defendant made multiple knowingly false statements integral to his criminal plans to defeat the federal government function, obstruct the certification, and interfere with others' right to vote, and have their votes counted. The defendant repeated false claims of election fraud, gave false hope that the vice president might change the election outcome, and directed the crowd in front of him to go to the Capitol as a means to obstruct the certification and pressure the vice president to fraudulently obstruct the certification. The defendant's knowingly false statements for these purposes included: A. The defendant falsely claimed that based on fraud, the vice president could alter the outcome of the election results, stating, "I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the number one, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it. We're supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to revote.
He's literally breaking the Constitution and saying, we need to protect it. We need to protect the Constitution. We need to protect states. He's ignoring every state that he tried to strong arm to change the facts on the ground. It's inconceivable that people cannot see this. It's so bizarre. Like, how many freaking, how many masks can people just put over their eyes? How many ostriches can just bury their heads for like ever and just ignore the facts of the matter? And again, just say, well, those are your truths and my truths are my truths. This is Republicans and Democrats. It's not just one party that is like part of this indictment. It's his chief of staff. It's his vice president. It's his attorney general. It's like all of these people. It's so insane that people just turn a blind eye to this.
Defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people.
And what he's not sharing is the fact that he's already recertified because he had this as a plan. He has fake electors that have cast fake ballots, right? So he knows exactly what's going to happen if Pence does that, because if Pence does that, they start taking full control, right? They start using the Insurrection Act to shut down anybody who, including people in Congress, and they start using these fake electoral votes that were already rigged in his favor. Like, how can you guys not see how problematic this is? If 10% of this indictment is true, you should be concerned.
After the defendant falsely stated that the Pennsylvania legislature wanted to recertify their votes.
They didn't.
They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. The crowd began to chant, "Send it back!" C. The defendant also said that regular rules no longer applied, stating, "And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules." D. Finally, after exhorting that, we fight like hell. And you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. The defendant directed the people in front of him to head to the Capitol, suggested he was going with them, and told them to give members of Congress the kind of pride and boldness
That's
that they
something to
need
kind
to
of
take.
consider too, is like the cowardice of Trump, because like he emboldens the crowd. He's like, we're going to march on the Capitol. I'm right there with you. He didn't go with them. You know, he's like telling Pence, you should do this thing. He didn't do it. Like he's trying to get people who are the heads of the state to defy state law and commit fraud. He wouldn't do it. It's like, it's just like the ultimate. It's so funny. He's just such a wuss. Like he's like convincing all these people to have his fight for him, you know, in a spineless, like lawyers in the room to protect number one, throw whoever you want under the bus, even your own loyal constituents. It's just nuts. Philip said, I'm back and Josh is still going. That's right. We're going through the entire indictment. It looks like my goal here wasn't really to go through the whole indictment. It was just to finish the process of this page. And I also realized I didn't finish drawing her hand. So we're going to have to draw her hand in there. That would be good. That would be good for her to have a hand. Be awfully odd if I mean, maybe Bosco, since he's a magician, maybe he made her hand disappear. There was a... All right. Well, let's continue as we get into January 6th events, which, by the way, a lot of that, I think it very wisely, isn't a huge part of the indictment. It should be one of the more troubling parts. The fact that, you know, there's a group of people who are willing to use violence to try to get their way politically, to the point of, you know, trying to overthrow the government, like directly. And there's still a lot of these people are still out there. And a lot of them believe, despite all this evidence, just believe Trump's lies. All right, let's continue.
Back our country. During and after the defendant's remarks, thousands of people marched toward the Capitol. The defendant's exploitation of the violence and
To
chaos.
mention that was all Antifa, right? That's the joke. I mean, that's like literally. There's still people who believe that entire audience, like they all planted Antifa folks, all 1,000 people who were there to see Trump's speech, that Trump begged to be there, you know, that Trump like kind of riled up, and they're all there because they saw a video of a cop removing a barricade, which is strategic. Again, because these people, they claim to like cops, but apparently they don't know crowd control techniques. So there's one video that could be read in a really weird backwards way, but we're going to go with that rather than this preponderance of evidence in this indictment.
At the Capitol. Shortly before 1 p.m., the vice president issued a public statement explaining that his role as president of the Senate at the certification proceeding that was about to begin did not include unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not. Before the defendant had finished speaking, a crowd began to gather at the Capitol. Thereafter, a mass of people, including individuals who had traveled to Washington and to the Capitol at the defendant's direction, broke through barriers cordoning off the Capitol grounds and advanced on the building, including by violently attacking law enforcement officers trying to secure it.
If you don't know how to make cords, this is it. Congratulations. The cords are already made for you.
We can drag one of these cords.
The defendant, who had returned to the White House after concluding his remarks, watched events at the Capitol unfold on the television in the dining room next to the Oval Office at 2:13 p.m. After more than an hour of steady, violent advancement,
popcorn.
The crowd at the Capitol broke into the building. Upon receiving news that individuals had breached the Capitol, the defendant's advisors told him that there was a riot there and that rioters had breached the building. When advisors urged the defendant to issue a calming message aimed at the rioters, the defendant refused, instead repeatedly remarking that the people at the Capitol were angry because the election had been stolen. At 2:24 p.m., after advisors had left the defendant alone in his dining room, the defendant issued a tweet intended to further delay and obstruct the certification. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. 1 minute later, at 2:25 p.m., the United States Secret Service was forced to evacuate the vice president to a secure location. At the Capitol throughout the afternoon, members of the crowd chanted,
reiterate too, like, again, like for the conspiracy theorists out there who think this was all a ruse and all a setup, like why did Mike Pence's security detail think it was so dangerous, right? That they decided to jettison him out of there because they were worried. Like, why would that be? If they didn't think there was a legitimate threat, like it's just, again, we're all of them in cahoots. It's use your brain, guys.
"Dang, Mike Pence, where is Pence? Bring him out!" And "Traitor Pence." The defendant repeatedly refused to approve a message directing rioters to leave the Capitol, as urged by his most senior advisors, including the White House counsel, a deputy White House counsel, the chief of staff, a deputy chief of staff, and a senior advisor. Instead, the defendant issued 2 tweets that did not ask rioters to leave the Capitol, but instead falsely suggested that the crowd at the Capitol was being peaceful, including A. At 2:38 p.m., "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." E. At 3:13 p.m., "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain
peaceful." But the thing is, he's already gotten notification from like every security detail at the White House. They're rioting and like they're not being peaceful. And he's like, "Stay peaceful, homies. Stay peaceful."
Peaceful, no violence. Remember, we're the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women.
Not to get biblical, but who was it that was going to say peace when they mean war? It's like an end times kind of thing. They will say peace when they don't mean peace. It's interesting. Anyhow, let's continue.
Blue, thank you. At 3 p.m., the defendant had a phone call with the minority leader of the United States House of Representatives. The defendant told the minority leader that the crowd at the Capitol was more upset about the election than the minority leader was. At 4:17 p.m., the defendant released a video message on Twitter that he had just taped in the White House Rose Garden. In it, the defendant repeated the knowingly false claim that we had an election that was stolen from us, and finally asked individuals to leave the Capitol while telling them that they were very special and that we love you. After the 4:17 p.m. tweet, as the defendant joined others in the outer Oval Office to watch the attack on the Capitol on television, the defendant said, "See, this is what happens when they try to steal an election. These people are angry. These people are really angry about it. This is what happens." At 6:01 p.m., the defendant tweeted, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever."
Great patriots? Great patriots invading the Capitol building, trying to overturn the sacred election. Interesting. That's great patriotism. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? Oh my gosh. Okay, it's getting spicy, guys.
Are you feeling overwhelmed and defeated by addiction?
I am. Okay, let's continue.
On the evening of January 6th, the defendant and co-conspirator 1 attempted to exploit the violence and chaos at the Capitol by calling lawmakers to convince them, based on knowingly false claims of election fraud, to delay the certification, including A. The defendant, through White House aides, attempted to reach 2 United States senators at 6 p.m. B. From 6:59 p.m. until 7:18 p.m., co-conspirator 1 placed calls to 5 United States senators and 1 United States representative. C. Co-conspirator 6 attempted to confirm phone numbers for 6 United States senators, whom the defendant had directed co-conspirator 1 to call, and attempt to enlist in further delaying the certification. D. In one of the calls, co-conspirator 1 left a voicemail intended for a United States senator that said, "We need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down."
A voicemail, guys. A voicemail. Anytime you're hearing voicemail, text, email, all these, like things that will substantiate these stories, don't be surprised or triggered when you see that actually come out in court. Because this is a federal case. And if they're mentioning texts, emails, messages, they're going to have receipts. They're going to have receipts. It's the federal government. They don't do this crap without receipts. Not a full indictment to this extent.
So we can get these legislatures to get more information to you. And I know they're reconvening at 8 tonight, but the only strategy we can follow is to object to numerous states and raise issues so that we get ourselves into tomorrow, ideally until the end of tomorrow. E. In another message intended for another United States senator, co-conspirator 1 repeated knowingly false allegations of election fraud, including that the vote counts certified by the states to Congress were incorrect, and that the governors who had certified knew they were incorrect, that illegal immigrants had voted in substantial numbers in Arizona, and that Georgia gave you a number in which 65,000 people who were underage voted. Co-conspirator 1 also claimed that the vice president's actions had been surprising, and asked the senator to object to every state and kind of spread this out a little bit like a filibuster. At 7:01 p.m., while co-conspirator L was calling United States senators on behalf of the defendant, the White House counsel called the defendant to ask him to withdraw any objections and allow the certification. The defendant refused. The attack on the Capitol obstructed and delayed the certification for approximately 6 hours, until the Senate and House of Representatives came back into session separate.
I hate to say that, but delaying that process might have some pretty huge criminal ramifications as well. So, yeah. Anyhow, let's continue.
At 8:06 p.m. and 9:02 p.m., respectively, and came together in a joint session at 11:35 p.m. At 11:44 p.m., co-conspirator 2 emailed the vice president's counsel, advocating that the vice president violate the law and seek further delay of the certification. Co-conspirator 2 wrote, "I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations, as well as to allow a full forensic audit of the massive amount of illegal activity that has occurred here." At 3:41 a.m. on January 7th, as president of the Senate, the vice president announced the certified results of the 2020 presidential election in favor of Biden. The defendant and his co-conspirators committed one or more of the acts to affect the object of the conspiracy alleged above in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 371. Count 2. Conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. From on or about November 14th, 2020, through on or about January 7th, 2021, in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators, known and unknown to the grand jury, to corruptly obstruct and impede an official proceeding, that is, the certification of the electoral vote. Count 3. Obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. From on or about November 14th, 2020, through on or about January 7th, 2021, in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, attempted to, and did, corruptly obstruct and impede an official proceeding, that is, the certification of the electoral vote. Count 4, conspiracy against rights. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 and 8 through 123 of this indictment are realleged and fully incorporated here by reference. From on or about November 14th, 2020 through on or about January 20th, 2021, in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, did knowingly combine, conspire.
Just letting you know, so now it's ending with the counts, right? And this is like an essay, right? Where they started out, I mean, this is like the format of most papers, right? They started out with like a thesis, basically saying, hey, these are the charges, these are the claims we're going to make. It proceeds to bullet point all the claims, roughly go over a lot of the witnesses and evidence that will probably arrive to substantiate a lot of the claims. They mentioned some of the more substantive stuff they probably have backing for, like emails, text messages, phone calls, messages. They have a lot of stuff to substantiate this, including what sounds like probably some pretty compelling witnesses, especially if they've gotten some of these conspirators to flip. So anyhow, that's the beginning. And then it basically goes through, again, like all the details and stuff like that. And now we're at the end where they're just, in conclusion, we've kind of summarized why, we've proven these different counts of impropriety or like breaking the law and stuff like that. So that is, we're at the very end of these legal claims, which is funny that it basically took about as long as as shading this page, which kind of worked out. So let's listen to the very last of this, and then we'll call it a stream, and I finally will get to eat my burrito.
Confederate and agree with co-conspirators, known and unknown to the grand jury, to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate one or more persons in the free exercise and enjoyment of a right and privilege secured to them by the Constitution and laws of the United States, that is, the right to vote and to have one's vote counted. Jack Smith, Special Counsel, United States Department of Justice.
Doom, 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 doom.
This has been a Bulwark production. To get access...
All right, so let's see what they drag up during the court hearing. But, I gotta say, that's like, for those of you who are like, oh my gosh, Joe Biden's kid, blah, blah, blah. If you put like 2% of the scrutiny that you place on Joe Biden on Donald Trump and read through this indictment and realize if like even a chunk of this is true, the serious implications of that. And then think to yourself, like, how much of this do you already know? You already know a lot of this. Like, a lot of this happened in plain sight. And, to be honest, I think a lot of you guys have just gone down the hole, where you've accepted one lie, and then you accepted more lies, and you've accepted more lies. And at some point, all of this stuff is going to unravel. And it sounds like this is the start of it. So prepare yourself for either doubling down and joining the cult even further, or hopefully waking up and realizing, like, again, it's his own VP. It's his own chief of staff, right? I mean, these are not like, if these people were all embedded, like, liberals, I could understand maybe, but it's like, this is from his own people. A lot of this stuff, and it's pretty damning. So anyhow, thanks for joining me on my stream. If you got triggered, good. And I will see you guys on the next live stream, which might not be spicy. I think the next one might not be spicy. I think I might have gotten all the spice out, but we'll see where it goes, depending on comments and stuff like that on that video. Speaking of, please leave a comment. Let me know what you think in the YouTube description, in the video description. Make sure you've hit like, because I've gone for about 6.5 hours. The easiest thing you could do for 6.5 free hours of my time is just click that like button, and then also hit subscribe. Philip said a chill stream. Then yes, there will be probably when I get into the color, maybe we'll do a chill stream, or we might just do a goofy stream where we go over something a little less contentious. But I hope this is important. I don't think I hope this is important. This is important. This is probably the most substantial indictment that has ever come through in my lifetime. like from the federal government. This is probably the most important indictment. And if you haven't read it or considered it, I urge you to consider it if you're a U.S. citizen, because if any of this is true, that says a lot about how close we came to losing the democratic right to vote. Anyhow, so yeah, and if you haven't yet, consider buying Jacob's Apartment or Two Stories, my two graphic novels that are currently out. Neither are political comments. One is an autobiographical comic that talks openly about my journey learning how to deal with depression and mental illness, as well as caregive for somebody with panic disorder, to try to destigmatize hard conversations about mental illness. And the other is Jacob's Apartment, which is a story about two roommates that are polar opposites. The main character, Jacob, loses his father to cancer, and in the process of going through losing his father, starts losing his faith and is questioning his identity. His roommate, Sarah, has gone through a breakup, and she is trying to kind of figure out a new way of living her life. And in this tumultuous time, they find themselves drawn together in both dreams and reality. And so their dreams and reality start kind of interweaving in what I'd call Eternal Sunshine for the Spotless Mind. If you put it in a blender with Ghost World and you like that flavor, you'd probably like this doomed romance story. Consider getting those. And even though this was fun to do, it was a little hard to do. So I'd appreciate you guys hitting that like button, because I think it's important. And I will see you guys on the next live stream. I appreciate you guys, and hopefully we don't trigger too many righties. All right, see you on the next one. Bye. Hope you're triggered.